Alright, alright, yo, what is going on, everyone? This is Robin. Hopefully we have a stream going. Alright, yo, what is good going on? What is good? So, well, I'm honestly gonna pause the stream. I'm afraid now of, my internet going back to shit. That tends to happen a lot, like, during the same time. And, by the way, yeah, we've now reached 20 subs. Let's fucking go. That's pretty epic. That's like, yeah, fucking great shit. So now we're gonna go on to this is what we're reacting to today. Tucker Carlson thinks white rage is a medical condition. I've seen like a little bit of it. We're just gonna start over again. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch a 15-second ad when I could just watch a 5-second ad. By the way, needless to say, oh, this is probably yeah, I could hear that. Dude, I am, as usual, high as fuck. But, bro, you see this? You see this? This is pretty big, right? This is very good stuff, alright? My boy, he said this some Zaza from California, right? And he's not lying. This is the best quality I've fucking had. Like, hands down, this is good shit. I got fucking 14 grams for 100. This is good shit, alright? If I could advertise this guy to y'all, if he sold online, I fucking would. Anyway, who cares? This guy has so many videos on Tucker Carlson. Hugs Media take on Afghan. Okay, wait. Yeah, who cares? Either way, this is this video, so... A lot of people tend to call Tucker Carlson a racist. Most of the time it's for his nationalist rhetoric. People tend to like putting the words white and nationalist together. Oh, he's a white nationalist. That you could say racist. And sure, like nationalism does have some... You could apply some similar rhetoric, such as yeah, instead of because your ancestors were born somewhere else, say in Africa, for black people, we're not gonna grant you the same rights as somebody else. Well, in this case, it's like, well, if you were born somewhere else, we're not gonna grant you those rights. And it's like, you have no control over either, so fundamentally, you could say it's sort of the same, but nationalism has practical, what's it called? Nationalism has practical implications. Like, nationalism, the basis behind it is, we can't take the misery of the world on our shoulders. Now, I think a lot of the time, especially on the Republican side, like the idea is really shallow, doesn't really go that far. And when you look at it, like, no, actually, immigrants, they contribute more to like social security. They would put more in the system than they would take out. They tend to be the least demanding in resources, and also yeah, they commit crime at less than half the rate. Like, yeah, illegal and legal immigrants commit crime way less frequently than the average US citizen. And on an intuitive standpoint, I would actually say that makes sense. Like, yeah, you live here, you made the choice to come here, now, well, yeah, you know, if you commit a crime, well, you're gonna be kicked out, so if you care about being here, clearly if you're here, it's that you moved from a different country, so you had a problem with living in that country, probably because that country was a dangerous place, you didn't have any benefits to living in. Yeah, you don't want to be kicked back to that fucking shithole, so you're gonna make sure you behave yourself as much as possible. So yeah, crime is also the approach to crime on why immigration should be like stricter instead of less strict. Like I also think that's sort of debunked by that, but yeah, again, discrimination based on race, there's absolutely no argument for it, at least no logical argument. As far as I've known, I've never actually really seen any people actually debate in favor of a white ethno-state. Like, I've never seen this. I mean, I haven't looked for it because I don't really care that much, but I've seen so many people, like, on a daily basis, criticize racism, and I've never seen them even bring up any clips of anyone demanding a white ethno-state. that's constantly what they talk about, but there's no clips of it. So let's just go through. By the way, this is public. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and see
Let's
this.
watch Tucker Carlson. I was going to talk about this already. We were going to talk about CRT
Oh,
and Tucker.
My bad. Let me go ahead and check out that my channel actually has this now. Yeah, I'm live. How fucking yeah, dude.
Carlson's like incredible
He has
POV
Bernie
on
Sanders behind
critical
him
race
with a
theory.
mask
He
on.
got
Like, this is probably just to trigger Republicans. That's actually sort of funny. Okay.
very upset that.
I mean, I'm for triggering snowflakes on both sides, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not... That's not me being a rhino, okay? Like, honestly, the concept of rhino, it's really only if you pretend to... If you pander towards a certain group, and you actually aren't working in their best interest when you claim to... That's when I'd have a problem with people being rhinos, by the way. Like, if you have a different standpoint than the average on a group and you pander to them, at least explain to them why you would have these differing views. At least address it. And if you're going to be, like, well known as someone who panders to a certain crowd, you should address, like, why you pander to this crowd and you are in favor of such and such issue, which would in fact disenfranchise that crowd. And it's like, as a president, for example, you should know that type of stuff. So, I forgot where I was going with this. I'm super fucking high, honestly. I'm, like, bro, I got 2 pre-rolled blunts of that good fucking stuff. Like, hell fucking yeah, bro. There's some good stuff.
General Milley said
But I'm
something
not gonna
along the
smoke
line
it right now, because otherwise, like, dude, this is just gonna be a shit show. It probably already is gonna be, but...
of like, you know, don't accuse me of being woke because I read Lenin. I read the works of Lenin and Mao. That doesn't mean I'm a gosh darn communist. Just like, I guess, reading CRT or critical race theory.
I mean, all of the people on the right, they will say, I read it. Because otherwise, really, like, them saying that actually gives them grounds to be able to criticize it. Like, these, I don't know, whoever I watched on, like, on the conservative side, who I remember saying, CRT, like, Dan Bongino, that was the first one. Actually, I remember, I was in driver's ed. That's, like, the first time I actually started seeing some right-wing people, like, talking on the political end. That's the first time I started seeing that. I was like, yeah, I was in driver's ed class, and the driver's ed teacher just turned on some Dan Bongino, and I was like, dude, this sounds so fucking amazing. This could trigger so many fucking libtards. I love this shit. Like, he just kept saying face diapers, and I was like, I'm fucking dying, dude. This is in my, like, driver's ed class. I was like, no, I wasn't high that day. Dude, it was a fucking blast. Either way, I don't know what the fuck I'm saying.
Or things that Republicans consider to be critical race.
Oh yeah, like, these people, like Ben Shapiro, Dan Bongino, all these people, they will say, yeah, I read it, and it's poison. Now, look, the problem with critical race, I think it's traumatized a lot. And I think the real conservative position, and honestly the only valuable position there could be against critical race theory, isn't against the theory itself, but against, well, the, like, yeah, its influence on people, like the outcome of how it influences people. So, yeah, critical race theory, I can completely understand how, apparently it's just a history thing, and it just explains, like, how all that stuff could, like, be related to structural racism and stuff. Like, apparently it's not even, apparently it's mostly, like, science and stuff, mostly just mathematics, that type of stuff. Apparently it's not even really partisan. Like, it would just talk about, for example, how some things that would be, like, if they were controlled, like, not based off of race, some stuff that would be colorblind, some colorblind policies could possibly, due to other implications, actually have racist implications on this like on the people it actually is impacted on, so, like some shit like that. For example, yeah, because poverty. Because if your ancestors from two generations ago, if society didn't allow them under its government to be able to get rich in things, it didn't allow for them to have good jobs. Yeah, like you are going to be affected by that because wealth goes down in generations. And that, like, I haven't, obviously I don't know anything more about critical race theory than what I've heard from people like talking about it, but like I'm not interested. Apparently it's history that makes me even less interested, okay? But it's like apparently that's more of the appeal. It's more of an appeal to how these things evolved, how just tracing history back from like when this whole race thing started with slavery and stuff, and trying to model it onto how we're improving from there. Like what are the implications? How do we move forward from there? All that type of stuff. What are the implications from then onto now? And it doesn't seem like something that's hateful, at least from what it's being described to me. And I obviously I haven't read it. For I know it could be a very bigoted thing, but I don't know what I'm getting. I haven't heard any specific takes from critical race theory specifically saying that like white people are inherently just horrible people or anything. But the whole idea is that it implies that America is racist and that people in general in America are racist. Now, I know around me, like, people aren't racist. And this is the whole thing with, like, I talked about it in, like, my last stream, I think, with the whole race war thing. This stuff only divides us because what's really making any racial, uh, division that there might be in this country today, it's really the fact that well, poverty goes down generations. Like yeah, for generations before these two last ones, black people were segregated. They were sort of kept in their own communities that they formed around themselves because like they were outcasts. They were thrown out. They weren't allowed to take it their part in society like anybody else. Yeah, it's hard for people to all of a sudden within two generations detach from that and go back to wealth from like nothing. Like they're in a culture with poverty comes a lot that this culture is gonna be might makes right based because yeah, in poor neighborhoods, in bad neighborhoods, that tends to be what happens. I've gone over that, so yeah, it's really this culture going down, and it's not like imagine if right now we brought segregating businesses back. Like businesses could choose to segregate if they wanted to. Well, try having let's let McDonald's segregate. Let's see if they would. Well, let's say they're stupid enough to. How long do you think they'll stay in business? Not long, actually. People would mass protest. No one would be buying their products anymore. There would be outrage. Everyone would be just protesting against them, and they would be run out of business, literally, as they should if they would do something like that because it's stupid. And again, like this whole thing is not due to people being racist. In fact, like choosing not to employ black people in your businesses, that just gives you less labor to work with. Like you're shooting yourself in the foot. So there's no incentive for people to even make these racial implications, actually put them into anything that they want to work, anything that they have any hopes in making better or something like that. Anything that they want to invest in, they're not gonna put racial stuff in it, not unless they're stupid enough to believe in it, and no one really is anymore. Like, look at people around you. I live in Louisiana. How many people do I know who are racist? The only person I've ever met who was racist, I've met them online. Okay? Um, yeah, I lived in Louisiana since I was 6. That, like, the people around me, a lot of them, um, Republican, obviously. No, none of them are for that. And the thing is, the left tries to paint, specifically when Tucker Carlson talks about immigration, just, oh, he's a white nationalist, he's a racist, he's a white supremacist. The average person, like around me in Louisiana, who was like hardcore Republican, even like Republican in general, it was about as common with Republicans to be pro-life as it would be for them to be against illegal immigration. Like, the stance has never been an extreme stance within the Republican Party. Like, it might be considered even legit more extreme within, like, your everyday American to think that, say, healthcare for all, free healthcare, it shouldn't be a human right than it would be to say, that we shouldn't accept just as many immigrants as we can get, even though they are in the middle of, what Tucker Carlson loves to say is this drug war all the time. And yeah, the Mexican drug cartels will fucking kill them if we don't let them in. And yeah, that's fucking whatever. Anyway,
Race theory will not make me a f***ing woke. Ben Shabibo was very upset.
yeah, I hate when people say woke. Like, honestly, just shut the fuck up. Like, people don't even define woke when they talk about it, honestly. And it's like, what the fuck even is woke? Can we just get a definition? Actually, let me look this shit up. Fuck, I remember. I was looking for my thumbnail. Hell fucking yeah, dude. Dude, by the way, my Tourette's is coming back. You might notice that I'm sort of flinching and doing all that shit, sort of looking like a retard. I don't know why I went to images, but... Okay, maybe I should go back to images. Stay woke, vote. I don't think that's, Yeah, anyway. Adjective informal. What bigoted white people yell whatever. Okay, buddy. So yeah, that sort of gives you the perspective of the left. Oh, people who say woke. So like Republicans were sort of just being that cool kid trying to be fucking cool. Yeah, you're actually like bigoted white people. Shows what they imagine if we said that about like uh people who called Republicans science denialists. We just called them filthy black fucking homeless people, whatever fucking like anti oppressed groups slurs we could find. Just like the anti fucking whatever the other parties for like, dude, I'm so fucking high, but this is so stupid. What bigoted white people yell whenever they see a minority on screen? Oh, yeah, buddy, of course. I mean, maybe, sure. Is this just a meme, actually? This is probably just a meme. A meme. Yeah, people don't just use woke in that way, but that, honestly, actually, this is not too bad. I sort of like this joke. This is... Well, that is true, I mean... I mean, to be fair, I sort of just fucking bitched at this joke, but I'm sort of liking it, honestly. Like, that is sort of true. There is no meaning. What is the meaning of woke? Like, just, I fucking don't like these gay fucking liberals, dude. It's like, what the fuck? Okay, wait. Is there actual, like, unironic definition that's gonna be provided? Political environments with on all demographic and social economic standings. And to be fair, that's, like, I don't even really disagree with that. Like, I feel like woke is the adjectives being used because, like, language changes, words definitions change. I feel like the woke sounds like a word that, like, the people who would be so-called woke, like the left would have come up with to describe, like, maybe them waking up to the reality that yeah, we're not the only ones who exist. Like, people around us also exist, such as people in Mexico. Yeah, they're dying, and they have just as much a right to, say, be saved as we would. If we have something going on, we should have the police come save us. Well, these people, they're, like, people are trying to murder them, and we just gonna tell them, nah, stay back. Well, don't even come here. You're trespassing our public property, dumbass. It's like, by the way, let me make sure this stream's still going on. Dude, I swear, now I'm get. Oh, I just realized I look like a faggot. My hair sorta looks gay right now. Fuck, dude. Yeah, so let me see if I could actually find the definition of woke. Like, I mean, I think that sorta could describe it. That could describe very well how woke people would self-describe their ideology. So I would definitely buy what that said. Uh, Even though, I mean, to be fair, that's not even that bad of a premise. Like, yeah, the people around you, but what people tend to say when they say woke, if we're gonna ignore that meme, by the way, like, what Ben Shapiro might refer to as woke is, like, the extremist movement. Like, they would patch every, like, extreme left. Oh, well, woke is, let's give people $60 minimum wage, let's, fucking, climate change is, we're not gonna have children because of climate change, uh, yeah, abortion up to birth, like, that type of ideology, just like extremes of one. So now, I don't think, I honestly think extreme is good because think about it, like, everything, what is progress? Where does progress tend to come from? Is yesterday's status quo? Has yesterday's status quo ever been today's progress? Has yesterday's status quo ever been any new day's progress? No, the what used to be considered extreme. Like, what do you think about desegregation back when slavery was up for debate? Like, what do you think that was considered extreme? What do you think about gay rights and trans rights back in the day? What do you think the vegan movement is looking like right now? What do you think it's gonna be in 200 years when people maybe realize to the fact that, hey, well, if we're actually healthier, not giving ourselves like heart disease and all these other like bad things that meat cause, and we stop like murdering fucking animals for no reason. Yeah, like, we're also gonna be on the bad side of history, but, like, at the same time, you have to realize, because I sort of went on a tangent and I forgot what I was saying, but I remember I'm talking about Tucker Carlson, like, uh, you can't just assume because people are indoctrinated into bad beliefs that they're just bad people, like, you might be on the bad side of history at some point because you're not extreme enough in the right fucking view that is progress, but yeah, extreme takes tend to be progress. Anything that we consider a massively good change for, like, a very important human rights victory, um, to distinct today from, say, the Middle Ages. Every, like, most important thing that would distinguish them from a human rights win perspective. They were considered extreme takes when they were born. They were born as extreme takes, and they were rebellion against the real extreme takes, which is, well, the takes that come from our fucking instincts, or maybe, what are we, primals? Yeah, our primal instincts or something. And yeah, back when we were primals and stuff, back when we were like nomads, or whatever the fuck. Yeah, like, we didn't have, like, we didn't have the same instincts that would be beneficial to us in that fucking context. We needed different fucking reflexes, and one of the bad things that we learned to get out of from, like, how we used to be set up is the human race tends to be very intolerant of differences, and that's how things like racism happen. Like, especially in political differences or religious differences. Like, how did racism happen? Oh, well, let's go to a place like Africa. What, these people don't worship God. They all go to hell anyway. Let's just bring them back so that at least we can indoctrinate religion into them. so that at least they won't go to hell. And yeah, meanwhile, since the ancestors like believed in hell, like we sort of, I mean, didn't believe in God, and we were sort of just associating the skin to just associating everything that we're sort of uncomfortable with about them. Like, of course, there's more to it than that, but dude, Jesus Christ, I'm going off on a tangent. Did I even start watching this video? I think I did. Yeah, alright, buddy. I don't think I have anyone in my stream chats. Jesus Christ, I still don't. Fuck that. I had a lot of good streams where like I actually did really good. By the way, let me just go ahead and like this. Like I actually okay. Damn, dude, this isn't stream isn't really Haitian immigrants. There's gonna be so much stuff I'll need to react to, honestly.
That added too here. Let's point out that like here was the General Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, just now on critical race theory, talking about wokeness. Ben Shapiro says, and yet Marx and Lenin aren't on Milley's recommended reading list because the military isn't generally in the business of presenting despicable anti-American views to its members worthy of consideration. I love this take, like that Marx and Lenin are despicable anti-American views. I love that Karl Marx hated America.
Yeah, didn't he like Abraham Lincoln actually?
When
that's
literally
what he... Oh yeah, I just saw that because I just watched like this portion of the
wrote
video.
fawning letters to none other than Abraham fucking Lincoln. Kind of a strange thing.
Yeah, I just learned that earlier while watching this video. That's like, I mean, yeah, good fucking
from
good
Shabibo
point.
here. Marx literally thought America was
honestly, like I think the counter to that would be Karl Marx is really the founder of communism, and what like the biggest criticism that I've always had of communism, I never really listened to the Red Scare thing because it's really like, oh yeah, we don't like communism, we're for capitalism. Like it was fear mongering, and I hate wagons more than anything. I think it's the most poisonous effect ever. So I never listened to all that noise, but always like in my mind, the biggest the worst thing about communism, I get that it's like good intentions, that like you'll do possibly bad things with good intentions. The intentions isn't to like end the American dream, which is effectively what it does. The intention would be to make sure no one is left behind to die, make sure that we take care of everyone. It's really like being more social. Really, like socialism is like a more like a less extreme not version of it's like, dude, I'm not gonna get into the specifics, but it's derived from like the same type of shit, right? And it's like I get that the intention is to stop people from having horrible lives, stop exploitation, get more into taking care of each other, but forcing that upon people isn't necessarily right. But the thing that is so un-American, I guess you could say, about communism is that like it crushes the American dream because it forces everyone to be average to make sure that no one is below average. It forces an average upon everybody, and that way, well, no one's below average. But then like everyone's sort of the same, right? Like if there's like if everyone's just average, if that's enforced upon you, what's the point of hoping? What's the point of dreaming? And that's the American dream. The American dream is really getting to dream of becoming anything you might hope for. That's really the whole like what really gives a meaning to life. Well, the hope that you'll make it somewhere. The hope that your life is gonna be more meaningful than anybody. Like look at any pregnant woman. They will be all over the place with, oh, my kid, I could imagine so well him becoming the president of the United States. So how about that? How about all, like they always imagine their kids, unless it's like somebody who would have wanted an abortion, couldn't for some reason. Like the average person who is pregnant, genuinely wanted a child, is looking forward to it. Like they'll be imagining their kid like with all these time just becoming everything, and that's really also like as much as this won't be the case for the average person, that's sort of what gives meaning to life. This hope that you'll get someone. Now you could actually get on the journey of making that happen, or you could give up, be like, okay, well, you know what, I don't really care about what life has to bring for us. I just want to be happy. I just want to enjoy myself. If I die with nothing to my grave, it's like, whatever, I might not really have contributed to society, but that's not really what I'm here for. And it's like, you don't owe anybody anything, you don't owe society anything. That's why I'm against taxes, for example. I think that's theft, but yeah, I don't remember what the fuck I was going on here
Was
with.
ripe for revolution. Like, he was a bit of an Ameribu. And
yeah, like the whole concept of possibly Karl Marx, like this stuff being anti-American, is that the thing that resonates with pretty much more Americans than any other message would be the American dream. We all dream of becoming someone great. This is a meritocracy. Why does the word meritocracy, the word American dream, why does that resonate with the average middle class American? When the average middle class American is, like, in all likelihood, never going to get to live the American dream, mostly because they aren't going to be enough interested in it. They're just going to be like, you know what, actually, going for, like, the absolute best, going for dreams instead of comfort, that's just not really my thing, actually. I guess I could live with lower standards, but yeah, the reason why all this resonates with people is because that's what people care about. That's the spirit. That's the spirit. It's the spirit of hope. And communism takes away that hope. And America sort of, like, has this motto of the American dream. That's the hope. So like, Tucker has sort of an argument here. It's not that
loved
foolish.
Abraham Lincoln and sent him letters. It's kind of cool that he's like, he's taking this like completely ahistorical approach.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson tonight. Want to hear an amazing story?
He's just gonna go buck wild. Okay, trigger warning. Tucker Carlson going buck wild, straight the fuck up. Just wasp nationalism, baby. A little bit of white genocide.
Alright, okay, let me see, just cut to the point. If you're gonna make an entire video, you're 1 minute and a half in, you still haven't shown the clip of Tucker saying, I do not believe black people should have the right to vote. Something that actually directly implies, race implications. I said the word imply like twice. I'm fucking shooting myself, dude. Anyway, show me the clip of Tucker saying something that relates straight back to race, not of oh well, this thing, it's like, I disagree with it, I guess. And like, you know who wouldn't have disagreed, like this fucking dude amongst many others. But you know what's special about this dude? Oh boy. He was a white supremacist, ex-DRM. Like, fucking kill yourself, dude. No one cares. Like, that's not an argument. Can I just get me this? Alright, let's go.
Rhetoric in here. I mean, this is like,
rhetoric. It's like, again, the rhetoric. You could say that leftism is communist rhetoric. The whole idea of, like, yeah, the right is Bible and capitalist rhetoric, and the left, like, you could say, yeah, the right is just fucking conservative rhetoric, and the left is communist rhetoric. You could say just so many fucking things. You could say the right is fascist rhetoric. It's just so stupid.
he's just gonna go buck wild.
It's just fucking ad hominem.
Okay, trigger warning. Tucker Carlson going buck wild, straight the fuck up. Just wasp nationalism, baby.
Yeah, basically you disagree
A little bit of white
with
genocide rhetoric in here.
White genocide. Alright, so I get that the idea of I don't think Tucker even mentions white genocide. I've never heard anyone mention white genocide unironically other than the left. But, like, yeah, the whole concept, it's sort of a gay meme, honestly. Like, it's just not serious. It's just stupid. Yeah, like, it's legit just virtue signaling. It's like
I mean,
fucking
this is like,
garbage.
I mean,
Yeah.
let's just watch.
Like, as you could
In
imagine.
1851, a man called Samuel Cartwright came up with a fairly sophisticated scientific explanation for why so many slaves were running away from plantations in the American South. These fugitive slaves, Cartwright explained, were suffering from a medical disorder. It was called drapetomania. It was a syndrome characterized by an uncontrollable or insane impulsion to wander. So that was the problem. It wasn't they disliked being enslaved or yearned for freedom and basic humanity. No, no, no. The problem, according to Samuel Cartwright, was that black people as a group were inherently defective. They were drapetomaniacs. They were always running away.
Please don't
fucking making my ADHD
tell me he's
go
gonna
out.
compare this like phrenology.
I honestly think he's gonna talk a lot about critical race theory. I've never really heard Tucker Carlson go deep on what critical race theory actually is and him debunking like the contents of critical race theory rather than just like him taking a little snippet here and there, like him just taking a bite at critical race theory just here and there, just like at the rhetoric of it. Again, I think the only problem, at least any reasonable person with a problem with critical race theory might have, is the fact that it's just, like, what's it called? Fuck, shit, dude, I'm so high. Yeah, it's inspiring people to think, oh, America must be racist. Just judge Americans that way. And no, people are actually not racist around you. And yeah, that, like, having a rhetoric that people around you, like, having that habit of just portraying just the average person around you, seeing them, and just when you look at some random person, you don't see them as a probably good person. Instead, you're adding this, oh, they're probably racist since they live here. It's like structures made it. Like, critical race theory definitely seems to not be just trying to be a race war thing. Critical race theory doesn't seem like a CNN whistleblower type shit. It seems like something that was genuinely genuinely serious, like wasn't some garbage bullshit. Like, it seems like something that should actually be taken seriously, but yeah, it seems to push this rhetoric, which people might have a problem with it for, that people over here are just racist, and that type of stuff divides the country a lot. Because imagine looking at your average person around you as, well, this person's probably a racist. Like, that divides us. That makes us tend to go more towards racism. Because if you're black and you're taught to think, like, oh yeah, next time I see a white person, I should think about them as, well, there's someone who, like, the system just sort of put on the path of being racist. And it's like, thing is, my position would be, I don't really care if that's true to any extent, because I see society around us, and all I could say is that whether or not that's true, it's over exaggerated. I've never seen somebody who, like, I've never met in real life somebody who was racist. Like, I've never fucking met them. Just, well, yeah, some racist person. Hey, how you doing? Oh, by the way, I'm like, dude, I'm so fucking high, but like, y'all get what I'm trying to say. Like, it seems that the implications of critical race theory would be your average person, there's racism in them. And even if that was true, seeing the world under that lens is not helpful. It is not helpful, it is divisive. So, whether or not critical race theory is true, I think the problem stands either way with the fucking impact of said theory being prevalent in a country where this type of shit is a problem. Racism is a problem. Like, talking about that stuff, like, maybe people who might have be more open-minded, that stuff could help. But I think the reaction from it, like the consequences of critical race theory being prevalent, it'll just be like for how our world is. It wouldn't be for people to be more educated on the topic and do more things about it. No, it's more people just thinking, oh wow, the average person around me, I now realize that shit, maybe there is a bigger difference than I previously thought. And even if that was always the case and you're just coming to this realization now, trying to make people become aware of that isn't gonna make this reality any better. It's just gonna amplify it. So yeah, you even if the world is still racist, if on a like legal level, you make sure that that stuff is sort of gone. If you tone up the rhetoric that the stuff is actually like there actually isn't a lot of racism, that type of stuff, trying to make the problem look like less big of a deal, is the only thing that is going to help with that stuff. Unless you're talking about specific issues, like you're saying, oh, police brutality, this is becoming a real thing, but then you're going to have actual data to back up that issue, not just, oh, George Floyd exists, by the way. I'm sure there are a lot of George Floyds. I'm sure a lot of George Floyds might also be white.
Laden psychotic
Jesus, I'm getting off topic.
race realist race scientist, the critical race theory. Oh my fucking lord. Oh yes, he is gonna do that, obviously, of course.
107 years later, it is embarrassing to repeat something this stupid out loud. It's so obviously insane. But here's what you should know. Drapetomania was taken very seriously at the time, and so was Samuel Cartwright. Cartwright was not a fringe character at all. He was a nationally prominent physician. He went to Penn Medical School.
I have to point out the inherent irony here because I know where he's going to. What he's going to say is, like, this is just the same as white rage. Categorizing white...
I honestly, what the fuck even is white rage? Like, a rage, like, white people having fucking, like, anger issues, or what? Like, people being enraged that white people exist? Or what, like, what are you talking about? What the fuck? This sort of looks like the Santos guy.
Whiteness as a disease is inappropriate and unfortunate. We are repeating the mistakes of the past. What is remarkable here is that in an...
I mean, we sort of are to some extent. Yeah, by saying, for example, oh, white people, the N-word, that... I might just try not saying that as often anymore, because I fucking love saying it, because it's a fucking fire alarm for libtards. Like, why wouldn't you ring it? But at this point, I feel like so many people just get so fucking just so triggered, get so fucking outraged over this dumb shit. Like, if I want to reach people, I might want to stop saying it. I don't know. I feel like it's just so stupid. Like, I don't want to feed into that. Oh, well, I'm not going to say a curse word because people are offended. It's like, I'm a fucking adult and I can't say a curse word because like, why wouldn't I want to make fun of that type of shit?
Effort to devalue, like, I don't know, the analysis of, like, white supremacist undertones in American history. He's literally describing how white supremacy could be so fucking pervasive. It's...
Yeah, maybe back in the day.
Someone who went to medical school could be a prominent white supremacist.
I mean, could anyone really be surprised by this? Like, yeah, this is from back in the day. And back in the day, I'm sure the medical literature, fuck, like, I wouldn't be surprised if around whatever time this is about, homeopathy was probably seen as great medicine. And look at now, apparently Big Pharma, I don't know anything about Big Pharma, but they seem to be getting a lot of criticism. So, like, yeah, the idea that from back in the day when fucking evolution was literally banned and shit, when the Bible was the law of, was just so fucking prevalent amongst everybody. For people to have that type of shit, it's like, what do you
Which
know,
is
buddy?
kind of something that people should learn about, Tucker. That's the point.
Cartwright was a practitioner.
Let me look at this again.
The analysis of like white supremacist undertones in American history, he's literally describing how white supremacy could be so fucking pervasive that someone who went to medical school could be a prominent white supremacist.
Yeah, like, we used to have this problem with white supremacy, and, like, he's just trying to show you're missing his point. His point is that, yeah, this type of stuff could absolutely be spread back then. No one's disputing the fact that back then everyone was a white supremacy. That was the status quo back then. Oh, so some that racist could have, like, been so prevalent in the medical fucking community, like such an actual, like, non-guru community. It's like, back in the day, racism wasn't considered to be guru. It was considered just fact. So, yeah, like, Tucker's argument is, you see how this happened. He's not, trying to show the medical community. Like, he's just saying, well, you see how they want to buy this? Well, yeah, it could also happen with the opposite race if you just switch the races and say the same thing. Yeah, that works too, and I'm guessing Tucker's gonna try to say exactly that. That, like, yeah, they're doing some similar in
Which
some
is
regards.
kind of...
So yeah, he's not trying to explain how, oh, white supremacy could, like, no fucking shit. White supremacy could have been, like, prevalent back in the days when slavery was still legal. Like, even in the medical community, which back then probably included, like, like fucking performing surgeries on a fucking wooden table. I mean, who the fuck knows, dude? Probably fucking performing surgeries on people with a fucking pickaxe because they didn't have tools back then or whatever. Jesus Christ, I'm so going.
something that people should learn about, Tucker.
Let me see, let me get 0 views as you. Jesus Christ, like, why do people fucking subscribe to me? Do they not get the notifications? Like, I'm sure they don't. I remember my old channel, I had, like, around 950 subs. Like, actually, a lot more than that. I was about to 1,000, like, that very week, or at least in the 2 weeks that followed. I had that for the longest time, and yeah, like, people don't get the notifications. It's fucking insane, dude.
That's the point.
Cartwright was a practitioner of something called scientific racism. Scientific racism is deeper than simple prejudice. It is the use...
Like, yeah, no shit. People would add science into it, and that's just, like, to confirm their bias. So, imagine some that's already the status quo. Someone will propose fucking anything, whether it's guru or not, to, like, propose that, oh, it's science. Look at the vaccine bullshit. Like, people who will say, oh yeah, this is science. The vaccines fucking kill you, and COVID, like, yes, just the flu, dude. Like, chill out, buddy. It's like, yeah, they'll fucking jump on that. Like, doesn't that make intuitive sense?
Use of science to justify the dominance of one group over another group. So it's not really about color, though it's called racism. Instead, it's about power. The point is, scientific racism never actually went away.
What?
It's still with us. No one talks about drapetomania anymore.
Is he saying that, like,
gonna go
there's race realism happening in medical schools that, like, literally believe that whiteness is, like, a genetic condition? Oh my fucking
That
god,
sounds
dude.
fucking
That's
hilarious.
great. In an effort to
wondering.
devalue education that revolves around teaching people systemic racism. He gave a clear-cut example of how pervasive white supremacy was in America.
Okay, no, that's... You don't even know if that's what he's going to say, but, yeah, he's not making this bit, like, necessarily to say, hey, this such and such shouldn't be allowed. He's just saying it to say this is wrong. Like, and of course that stuff could have been prevalent back in the day. Like, the fact that this could have been prevalent back in the day, everyone knows, no one would be surprised by seeing this type of shit. It's like, that stuff wouldn't work today. No one would learn anything from that. You could have inferred that.
American history, that it literally seeped into, like, the medical profession.
No, the idea is that learning critical race theory, it's sort of fear-mongering to try to say that there's more race implications in today's world than there really are on a social level. Because that's sort of true, and that's sort of the rhetoric that is thrown at critical race theory. I haven't read it again, but that's what everyone describes it as. Like, yeah, critical race theory proves that, yeah, there is structural racism. People are racist at their core. Like, America has this thing where, like, racism is just sort of into us, into, like, our culture, more or less. And so, yeah, if you go to, like, the United States, you look around at people, especially in the southern states, I'm sure, you'll just find left and right, who's this, who's that? Oh, look, they're racist. They're all racist. They don't want to admit it. They probably don't feel like it. They're probably not even lying to you when they're saying that they aren't racist. They just have these subconscious biases. And I'm sure maybe that's right, but learning about it isn't really going to help to improve that, because we don't even really need to necessarily know about that, and then we'll be less divided. So trying to teach people whether or not there is some truth potentially in that yeah, like, people are actually racist and stuff, that, like, yeah, that's really fear-mongering. That's going to divide the country. So we shouldn't be pushing the rhetoric that, like, America is racist or stuff, because that's not going to do anyone any favors, period. Like, everyone knew that white supremacy could have fucking combat... Jesus Christ, I'm so high and this sounds so stupid.
And the dominant theory at the time was race realist and eugenicist in nature, only to then turn around and be like, this is exactly like teaching people systemic racism. And it...
Honestly, I should look up, like, systemic racism. I sort of think I know what it means, like, just hearing it. What do you think it means? Like, dude, I'm not sure whether he means, like, specifically also on a social level or just, like, it. Fuck, dude. Either way, I'm so
impact in contemporary...
Dude, you know what? Bro, I sort of got these over here for a reason. Let me make sure y'all can see that, buddy. Let me... Alright. Dude, I still sort of look fucking... you see these? They look sort of short from this angle. Yeah, buddy. That's a new word I'm starting to use, like, all the fucking time. Maybe I should stop doing that.
American society. That's fucking awesome, dude.
Medical professionals and law professors and military leaders and politicians and cable news hosts have identified a new disorder they claim explains everything bad. It's called whiteness. That's why we must abolish it. As Harvard Magazine put it.
Thing is, there is racism within these people. Look at how they'll say, oh, entitled white lady. That is how you should describe a Karen, which Karen, by the way, is an insult. I'm pretty sure, what was that, Oxford or something? Imagine you're changing the, like, how you will use an insult. And by the way, they were ironically trying to make these more woke, less offensive. I think that's a great way of, at least on the online community. I just remember that. I don't know how that completely when flew past my head when Jesus Christ, I'm so fucking high. Like online, sort of how we would see that type of community. It's like people who are feeling over fact. Okay, this is what the right sort of means when they say woke. They mean feeling over fact. People who want to just like fearmonger people who will be very like indoctrinated easily into anything that tells them that there's this big thing going, like the world's about to end, any of that type of stuff. And one of these big things with feeling over fact is being snowflakes. And thing is, your feelings sort of concur with your freedoms, which would be free speech, your right to free speech, and your supposed right to not have your feces heard, or whatever the fuck is, yeah, your feces heard. Like, they're sort of concurrent with each other, and that's when we need to create a hierarchy of things. Like, yeah, firstly, yeah, do these people, if they're getting offended, do they have the right to leave and go somewhere which won't offend them? Yes. So, that type of stuff. That's really what's, like, one of the things when I was online a lot that's, like, associated with wokeness is, yeah, you can't say whatever you want if it offends me. And, like, that, what
Abolish
exactly...
the white race. And cable news hosts have identified a new disorder they claim explains every...
And yeah, like, when you see, like, Oxford and stuff, like, these big fucking places, these universities, literally saying, oh yeah, instead of using this thing, which is an insult, we're going to instead say, entitled white lady. So you're using entitled, which is, an insult, saying, like, entitled and white. Let's translate this anti-white racism to anti-black racism. Thieving black, let's say thieving black gangster. That's gonna be, the new, more politically correct term for, let's say homeless person, actually. You know what, we over here at PragerU University, you know, the right-wing university that's not actually a university. Yeah, from now on, our more politically correct, instead of saying homeless, because that's sort of the meaning, we're going to say these filthy, thieving, black fucking, yeah, creeps or whatever. We're gonna say that. And instead of saying trans person, we're gonna say fetish fucking, like, child fetish, pedophile guy, who's actually a guy, or some stuff, to be more politically correct. It's like, Oxford is pretty mainstream, right? More mainstream than any white supremacy type shit. Isn't that clear racism? If it was done the other way around, this would be so outraged over. It's like, yeah, this is clear racism and no one even cares. And, like, if you complain about that, well, you'll be called a Karen, and to be honest, you'll be right, but this type of shit, this Karen shit, most people tend to be Karens. And if people, say some dumb shit that the average person might be a Karen for caring about because, well, it's just dumb people saying dumb things. No, people will cancel dumb people for saying dumb things all the time. The fact that this isn't happening here, the fact that you're actually being considered, like, oh, if you genuinely get that mad over this, it's like, who really cares? And, like, yeah, I agree, but it does sort of say something about the society we live in. If this was the other way around, people would fearmonger into fucking oblivion. This might be the next fucking Trump for clickbait. But yeah, the other way around, it's like, oh, well, that's sort of a meme, I guess. If it's even gone to that. And yeah, how about a word that, I don't know, at least around me when I went to school, you know how, sorta, within, like, teens and stuff will use the word fucking all the time? Well, for black people, at least around me when I went to school, the word fucking, they'd add the N-word to that, and they would say it about as often. So it's like, a very, very colloquial part of our vocabulary, the vocabulary that's spoken around us. So, yeah, these words that are said around me if I'm in school, like, on a fucking minutely basis, like, over 10 times a minute, right? If I'm in school, like, if I talk like the people around me, I always knew when I was in school, if I was talking like any of them did, if I opened my mouth and started talking like that, I'd get beaten to shit. So yeah, like, the average person around you, if you're some normal person going to a public school in a not particularly good neighborhood that has about as many blacks as whites in it, like my school did, like, yeah, the average person speaking around you, if you were going to speak like them, you would get beaten to shit. Do you think that is racism, pal? Imagine if I tried to be logically consistent with this, and claim I'm anti-racism, so I'm in favor of colorblindness. So since we're colorblind, we'll just turn the argument the other way around, be logically consistent, and, well, what do you know, the next black person I see drinking from my water fountain, I will beat them to shit for being a racist. Oh, you're trying to drink from my water fountain? What are you, racist? I'll teach you a lesson. Imagine if people did that, how much outrage there would be. That's effectively what they're doing. Except it's the status quo for the left. So who's the racist? Was the left racist? Was the right racist? Does Fox News constantly talk about white supremacy like CNN or say MSNBC? I don't really watch either, but I've literally heard them talk about how, like, brag about how they talk about white supremacy on a daily, on a daily fucking basis, and it's like, oh, so you're talking about a dead topic. Why don't you talk about flat Earth? It's about as prevalent as white supremacy. How many flat earthers are racist? Do you know? Well, approximately the same amount, 0. I'm willing to bet there's an equal chance you'd know one or the other because both are dead topics. And the topic was so dead, in fact, that CNN failed to make this race war happen. This Black Lives Matter thing was sort of a thing for a while, then it sort of died out, and now we don't hear about it anymore. And yeah, Tucker Carlson is a racist for not liking this anti-white rhetoric. Like, there are things to talk about. You can't just be like, oh, this isn't really real. Like, I don't care what argument you try to make that, like, racism is bad whichever way it goes. This isn't, like, this has no grounds. Yes, it has grounds. As I've just described to you, there's demonstrable racism. If you try to talk like the average person, just talk, just speak, like people around you for even a minute, like, you can't do that if you're white. All that stuff. At Harvard, for example, there's discrimination against Asians and whites that is allowed. So yeah, there's more. Like, this is like what Jim Crow laws were actually allowed. Harvard, would that stuff be allowed the other way around? Is the grandfather clause or is affirmative action the type of shit that sounds more like what today consists of? Yeah, I think this. Oh, racism against black people. This is really what we have to worry about. I think we shouldn't worry about racism in general. It's not like white people actually have it bad. Like, if white people are just throwing a fit about anti-white racism, yeah, I agree with you that they also need to shut the fuck up probably. Just go yell the N-word, and when people complain about it, then talk to them about it, because then they'll have asked. But either
Everything
way.
bad. It's called whiteness. That's why we must abolish it. As Harvard Magazine put it,
Where did he
abolish the
fucking
white
go?
race. Only then can we be happy.
Okay. Harvard Magazine abolished the white race.
I'm not surprised. Harvard is extremely fucking racist.
I just like, he's just like dropping all this shit. I gotta go into it and see what he's referencing here. What? Oh, Noel Ignatiev, scholar who called for
I wouldn't be surprised if Harvard was in favor of race realism.
abolishing whiteness, dies at age 78. He wrote a book in 1995 called How the Irish Became White. His concept was he worked around race and class and is called to abolish whiteness. I don't know enough about this theory, but judging by
I remember what he
a quick
said.
cursory glance on what this is, seems like he means the concept of whiteness is built around exclusion, which unironically is kind of what people like Tucker Carlson try to
Yeah, so I'm definitely gonna disagree with this point, but let me allow him to go through his entire point.
explain. Or I guess he's talking about, when race becomes black and white, writers confront their personal histories. In the interest of survival, Afro-Americans have always studied whiteness. There's a long tradition among them that the white race is a particular sort of social formation. Yeah, whiteness as a concept is a pure fabrication. White people have grown in size and it's become more over-encompassing. I'm white, depending on who you're talking to. I'm white in America, certainly not considered white in a place like Germany because of my Turkish background. But even then, once people recognize that I'm a Muslim, Turkish person, then all of a sudden I'm no longer white. You understand? Benny Franks did not consider Italians to be white. He did not even consider Germans to be white. He considered them to be swarthy. The Irish were not considered white. The Polish were not considered white. Slavs were never considered white. Ironic that so many Poles are fucking neo-Nazis now, but, that's besides the point. Let's not...
Yeah, so he's basically... And I could agree, like, the concept of whiteness from the perspective of anybody who would be racist, from anybody who would... have an extremist view on race stuff. I could completely agree that what whiteness means to a racist, to a white supremacist, that whole concept, I would agree. And this article, what it seems here is that he's absolutely right about that article. Him taking that article, that's sort of a straw man of that article, because that article isn't saying kill all the white people, abolish whiteness in the sense this race, we need to get rid of them. They're talking about the concept of whiteness. But thing is, whiteness, when people talk about the concept of whiteness in that way, that's sort of not how the average person uses the word white. It's on a social level, people don't think about all that stuff. And racism, where's racism relevant? Well, on a social context, where would you care about racism? In the abstract, in the... Oh yeah, there's some racism, within the, Elon Musk and what's that? Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, they're both white. It's that, who cares? If you're going to talk about, wait, what the fuck was you just talking about? Yeah, if you're going to talk about these abstract things, no, what do most people mean when they say white? Well, they look at someone who looks like me or like you. It's when we look at someone like Obama, he's going to bring up the concept. I don't know if he does, but let's actually let him keep.
Whiteness as a concept is ever expanding. The only people that will never be white, no matter what, are black people. Partially because whiteness as a concept comes from the exclusion of blackness, or how far removed you are from being black, as evidenced by the one-drop rule, as evidenced by the fact that we don't think Obama is a white person. We think Obama is a black person, even though he's half black. Whenever people...
Yeah, so Obama, thing is, with people who are half black, the details that show in black people, that's, there are a lot of things that go with it. For example, half black people, their hair, black people hair is very distinct from white people's hair. Black people's hair will not flow out like this. all this stuff, this long stuff that just goes out like this. Black people don't have that. Obama's hair doesn't look like that. Like, it sort of looks like carpet, right? We sort of look at people very specifically, like, by their hair, how their hair looks. Just the fact that they have a darker skin tone, like, yeah, honestly, like, Mexicans, I don't know when we started considering them, like, not, like, yeah, this is just a bigger breakdown, like, normally, like, until I reached at least middle school, possibly even high school, I really saw it, and everybody around me really saw it as, like, there's white people, there's black people, and there's Asians, and that's sort of it. Like, there's Indians too, like, why not? But, like, yeah, then people started breaking it down even further, but, yeah, when people think of when the average person looks around and thinks, okay, who's white in here? Not that people would think about that, like, actively, maybe subconsciously. When, the average person in America looks in a room, they look around and they think to themselves, like, who would this person imagine would be white? Like, does the average person go around thinking, oh well, this person, I don't know, like, are they from the supreme white race? Do they have a drop of anything non-white, any Mexican blood, any fucking black blood, any Chinese blood, any of that? Like, the whole thing of, oh, purity, that makes no sense because the human race apparently started in Africa. So, there is no purity of what? No. The human race started in Africa. Everyone's gonna have some blood from, like, this is just insane. And actually, Vsauce made a video at some point. I think that's irrelevant. Not that this stream's really relevant here, but, it's a good title. I'm pretty sure we are all related. Yeah, look at this video. So that would also debunk Hassan's claim. There is no such thing as purity. You can't be pure European descent or something. There is no such thing. We're all related to some extent, and the human race started in Africa. So, yeah, you're sort of full of shit there. But again, wait, like, when the average person thinks of someone who's white, no, the average, for all intents and purposes, what would it mean in colloquial language? How would someone see you? Yeah, you're white. You are white. Bernie Sanders is white. I'm white. The fact that he's Jewish and Jewish is sort of a minority. No, the average person doesn't think of white as, oh, let's see, what minority group might he possibly belong in? What type of group might the Aryan race fucking fanboys despise? Like, that this person might be in that would make them non-white. Like, oh yeah, I don't know, is this person white? Like, I'm not sure. I mean, I can't really know if he's maybe Jewish or something. No, the average person looks at you, yeah, this is a white person, this is a white person, this is a white person. All these are white people, like, yeah, who, maybe this isn't a white. No, we sort of look at that by traits. Like, when we see black people, we see their hair. That's like the first mark. That's sort of how we distinguish. A lot of people refer to black people, to people like Obama, as light skins, actually. These are all the people I talk to. So, and again, like, people don't tend to think about that when they think, oh, this person, I would describe him as white. They sort of look and describe, like, you just look white, you look white. They don't do this exclusion thing, because based on your premise of the one drop rule that I'm pretty sure he was talking about earlier, in this purity test, no one would be white. No one would be considered white. It's absurd. Like, you could look at this, plenty of things. Like, I'd have to go in so deep to debunk this, but under his definition of whiteness, no one is white. So that's sorta, you're debunked. Jesus Christ.
have theorized about whiteness or race as a social construct, this is precisely what they're talking about. When they say abolish whiteness, this is what they're talking about. It doesn't mean murder white people, but this is precisely what...
Yeah, and I completely agree with that. Like, Tucker, I guess he must have strawmanned this. If this is even what he's referring to. Because his son just said, oh, I found this thing. And, like, maybe this is what he... I don't know. It's not like if there was something else that Tucker clearly was referring to over this, and that other thing, there was like less ammo to throw at him for being a racist. What did I just... Oh my god. Let's watch in the stream. Where was I just at? Okay, now we're getting some concurrent... Hey, I was just at 6:58. Alright, let's go back to that. This is honestly a pretty good stream. Like, I'm not having a lot of people watching, but, yo, some people coming in, I'm liking that.
Is a...
You know what, since... I'm not gonna smoke the blunt right now, not yet. I'm gonna wait a little bit. Then
white person, we think Obama is a black person, even though he's half black. Whenever people have theorized about whiteness or...
So yeah, no, nobody thinks in their head, nobody goes through, is this person white? No one has this mental process. Oh, well, let's see, is this person white? I don't know. Do they fit like this whole big fucking exclusionary criteria? Or they not this and also not this and not this and not this and this and this and this and every minority just goes... No, people don't have this huge mental fucking breakdown of everything when it comes to... No, people would have no more difficulty saying on this, okay, you're white, than saying, you're black. Because we don't go on this, oh, well, let's see, do you check any of these boxes? No, we just go by looks. So, maybe this concept of whiteness, as a whole, but when people talk about being white, they don't talk about
race as a social construct.
I hope I'm so fucking high. I just realized I might have strawmanned his entire argument, but I don't think I did. Either way, if I did, I'm too fucking high to fucking correct my statement. This is precisely what they're talking about. So I'll just say I was
when they say abolish whiteness, okay. This is what they're talking about. It doesn't mean murder white people. But this is precisely what white nationalists believe. White nationalists believe in that outdated form of racial purity, which is precisely why they say white genocide is occurring, because they think miscegenation causes the eradication of the white race. Think about that for a second. White genocide is caused by non-white people having consensual sex with white people. And
yeah, I think that's sort of why I stopped watching. Yeah, that's that whole thing's sort of stupid, definitely. That's sort of a meme. But nobody really believes this. Like, when Tucker Carlson is criticizing people for hating whiteness, like, he's not referring to that. He even said, like, the first thing he started the segment with that you were criticizing was, like, oh, well, the slaves, they... And I'm pretty sure I actually saw that segment from Tucker, like, at some point. Like, yeah, he was criticizing this guy for saying, oh, yeah, slaves, they like to run away and stuff. He was criticizing, this white supremacy point. So, clearly Tucker is the opposite of white supremacist. He started the segment by criticizing a racist who was, like, specifically racist against black people in favor of white people. Like, maybe there are some people who use that rhetoric in said thing, but this isn't what he's saying. And there are very many incentives today for saying that racism against white people very much is real. I've just talked about it earlier.
White people as a concept has grown throughout time too. So it's like people that you would never consider white are now considered white. This is why I make fun of white genocide all the time.
Okay, well, I don't care about history of back in the day. Maybe throughout history of whiteness had a different. How about today? What does the word white mean to the average person? I don't know. Having skin that looks the tone they used as, or that Bernie's does, or me. Like, yeah, most people will agree that today, uh, most people in America are white. I'm sure that most people in America, if you go by this check all the boxes thing, and if you tip any of the minority boxes, you're actually not white, because whiteness is this concept of like just fucking not being a minority and just purity. Uh, yeah, like there wouldn't be a majority of people fitting that. Like that is just not how the average person thinks of whiteness. And Tucker Carlson isn't fucking
Time on the show, but most people don't
Jesus
realize
Christ.
it.
I'm
Most people don't
repeating
understand it. Like, it's not
myself.
a real concept. It's like a unicorn. It's a made up idea. Because if you believe that like people being in like loving marriages.
Yeah, maybe Tucker shouldn't be saying, like, he maybe just says whiteness sort of like as a like fucking like sort of as an element to pop out, like, oh well, whiteness, just he's doing it to be cute. But yeah, he's really just trying to get the people aroused in his fan base when he talks about anti-white racism, and he's trying to appeal to them. But yeah, there are real reasons to talk about anti-white racism. I don't think it's a big deal. I think, like, really, who cares? But it, like, someone who's talking about it, yeah, you can't just like discredit them just for talking about the topic. Like, yeah, there's a fair topic talk about. There could be criticism and saying, okay, buddy, you don't have, like, who cares? It's not that bad for you. It's not like you're actually a black person back when segregation was a thing. Like, this isn't the same thing. Fair, but if someone thinks it is an issue that, like, they have enough of a problem with this issue that they think it's worthy of them talking about it. I mean, where's the criticism against that? I don't think there's any, to be
Or
honest.
having loving relationships with one another and having children together is erratic.
Yeah, no one's really having that position, though, to be honest.
Hating your race in a systemic and targeted capacity similar to a genocide, then that's not a real genocide. You're just a
Yeah, to be honest, that's fucking hilarious. Like, white genocide. Yeah, there will not be a point in time where people try to genocide. That's fucking hilarious. That sounds like an excellent meme.
fucking psychopathic racist. And Tucker Carlson is one. Don't get caught up in the spicy language when
Sure,
people talk
buddy.
about abolishing the white race. They're simply referencing whiteness as a concept that is ever expanding. Yeah, I love that Tucker Carlson
Alright,
is
buddy.
like criticizing scientific racism when, you know, he
No, Tucker Carlson tries to appeal to the average person. The average person doesn't see whiteness in that way. Like, what on
had
earth would he try to
Charles
do that?
Murray on.
And if he's trying to appeal to that base, why would he just turn them off by constantly saying racism is wrong? Like, he says that very explicitly. So, like, if you wanted, what would be the point of trying to imply that racism is actually good? Or what's the point of trying to implicitly endorse racism when he explicitly denounces it? It's like he sort of lost any base he might have when he explicitly denounces racism. Says that judgment based on race in any situation is wrong and it's poison and it's illogical. When he says every being is created equal under God, every whether you're white or black person of any race, you're all equal under God. Which, like, I disagree with in the concept of God, but I mean, it's like, yeah, why would someone who's trying to push white supremacy say something like that? It sort of turns white supremacists off, doesn't it? To say that white supremacy is fucking absurd. I don't know, like, if I wanted to argue in favor of something, I wouldn't just outright, what's it called, denounce said thing that I'm in favor of. That would make no sense. Let's see if I have any comments. No comments. Fun. Oh, 3. Oh, that's fucking epic, dude.
On.
We have data on fairly large numbers of registered nurses, black and white. And the difference in mean IQ between the two of those is a dozen IQ points, which is a lot.
Wow, that's really crazy that Tucker Carlson doesn't seem to have a problem with race realism and race science here, considering Charles Murray is literally one of the fathers of like modern race realism with his Bell theory or Bell.
I don't know anything about this guy. What is this? An appearance of his on Tucker Carlson? I don't know what's the context behind
the
this.
theory about you know, the IQ mean amongst like different races, and he is literally advocating for it here on his show. So that's kind of cool that Tucker Carlson doesn't seem to have a problem with race science here. Abolish white race is such terrible optics, though. Yeah, well, that's why it's in fucking Harvard, okay? It's in like it's in academic papers talking about social sciences and race as a construct, and not in fucking Twitch chat, okay? There's a little bit more than like saying abolish whiteness, especially when you're talking about it as like a fucking social construct. God damn, this like optic shit is understandable in certain ways. It's understandable in certain ways, but it's so fucking stupid when you have that argument about like academia. Sorry, Sweaty. I really want you to, you know, think about the optics so that like one day some psychopathic reactionary could use this against you. I say this when it comes to certain lectures. Like the optics argument in certain lectures makes sense. If you're doing a lecture in West Point, then that's absolutely going to be weaponized against you. So in certain instances, optics can matter. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. What matters is the source material. When it comes to like academic papers and shit, like, yeah, the optics argument is so stupid, especially if you are a free speech defender, which most of these people are, considering your framework from how the opposition will bastardize it and, I don't know, devalue your own point of view or your own theoretical framework is like literally unironically anti-free speech in that way. Remember when fucking Sam Harris had this guy on and like went out to bat for him? That was pretty cool. Big time liberal, by the way. I love the big time liberal Sam Harris unironically having.
Alright, well, fuck it, dude. Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna rip this fucking blunt. Actually, I'm gonna rip this blunt. Fuck yeah, dude. Fucking hell yeah. Hell yeah, bro. 4 likes. Bro, what if I actually went on, like, on my other channels? And I, like to just stream on my... You know what, I might actually do this on my phone. You know, let me do that. And meanwhile, let me fucking light this blunt. Hell fucking yeah, bro. Hell yeah. Bro, I'm gonna get this stream lit. Oh, so I was 8 minutes and 10 seconds into that video. Apparently that's... like blasting. Oh, yeah. I'm literally listening to myself fucking cough, like, on the live stream. Let's go. Dude, everyone's talking about Andrew Tate. I honestly never really knew who the guy was. And honestly, I'm not interested. He just doesn't really sound like that interesting of a person. He just sounds like some stereotypical red pill cancer, so. Yeah, it doesn't sound really appealing. Sounds like just garbage. Just clickbait. Bro, just give me some likes on this, alright? Damn, 4 people. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm streaming. I... Hell yeah. Dude, maybe I should chill out with that smoking right now. Like, this is so good. Like, this is just such good fucking weed, dude. So, and I need to do this fast, because I'm gonna lose all my views. Oh, 4 people watching now. Yeah, let's go. More likes. Get me in the algorithms. I mean, to be honest, I remember, like, the second video, the second live stream that I made on Hasanabi. I legit just started by saying, yeah, bro, like, I heard this is clickbaiting. Let's fucking clickbait. Oh, Jesus Christ. It seems like we have a full Tucker Carlson segment. I don't know. Like, I tend to see these, like, full Tucker Carlson segments being, uploaded to YouTube. K1 and Dad. That's the YouTube channel. Tucker Carlson. Last minute. Do I have to, look at that. Okay, now we have 5 people watching. Or 4, yeah, it doesn't really stay that consistent. Let's see, wait. Just a second, I'll be right with y'all. Okay, so now it should be in my watch history. Alright, here we are, back to the show, back to the fucking show. I just gained a sub. I thought so. I was like, hell fucking yeah. So now we definitely, by the way,
This guy is...
Yeah, that's, I was just watching that stream. Let's go back to
Having Charles
this.
Murray on his show. and then defending that
whiteness
decision.
thing.
Immediate self-report for
I'm
anyone is
so
just like
fucking high,
taking
dude.
IQ as a serious
Oh,
measure for
shit.
anything. Double self-report if you tie IQ to genetics, which he does regularly. This is his bread and butter.
No, he doesn't. Also, you're gay.
You don't think
Dude, I'm so
Asian people are
fucking
smarter than white
gone.
people? You
China's.
can acknowledge differences between races and still believe in equality? No, I don't believe Asian people are smarter than white people, you fucking moron.
Dude, how fucking yeah. Yeah, it's sort of a culture thing, and this is yeah, by the way, since this IQ thing is brought up, I'm just gonna like yeah, intelligence isn't firstly it's not something that is just like you're just born with it. No, you can develop it, and certain habits, certain lifestyles actually help with intelligence, and poverty tends to be linked to a lot of things, such as with this culture that comes with poverty that would include, well, the might makes right world, which is often seen in poverty because these people are more disadvantaged. They have less services available to them to, say, protect themselves from this might makes right world that takes place when there is nothing to help you, right? I'm really getting. What the fuck was he talking about?
No, I don't believe Asian people are smarter than white.
Yeah, yeah, right. Like this IQ thing. So, yeah, since what like 2 generations ago, yeah, black people were just at an objective disadvantage. They couldn't get themselves rich in society. They were segregated by like jobs they could get. They were forcefully kept at the bottom. So they sort of formed these like cultures around like their communities, and that stuff goes down generations. Like if black people have kids and they have like grandkids, this poverty is going to go down the line because you inherit your parents' wealth. And it's like, yeah, your family stay wealthy, and it's not even like we could morally redistribute that, because imagine if we made a law, let's say whenever you die, all of your belongings and stuff, like they just sort of make this a socialist thing, that system, right? Like once you die, your belongings, they're just being given back to the community. Like everything, we're just putting it into the system and giving it into, say, healthcare for all and stuff. We're just gonna give these things, like any belongings, to people who need it. Like it, yeah, if you have money, say, your wealth, let's say your property, your kids get to keep the property. Okay, so if it's your house, like your parents' house, you get to keep that. But like the wealth, any wealth that they might have, other than like their property, I guess that's also a part of the equation. But let's just say how much money they have. They wouldn't inherit that. If it's a business, they wouldn't inherit the business. Like, there was a moral argument against that, which is, yeah, you have the right as a parent to care more about your kid and to want to set your kid off for the best life. Because those are the options available to you. Like, every parent needs to raise their kid according to their best abilities, and it's just unavoidable that in a world where there's the rich and the poor, like, yeah, the poor are gonna have less good options, and that's sort of where this culture thing comes, because the rich people, they'll tend to ingrain their kids into the lifestyles of critical thinking, more education, more like being interested in reading books and shit. And like you'll see this type of culture more towards rich people. And since segregation was just 2 generations ago, like this type of stuff, not on a social level, but yeah, in this respect, it's still present, and you should expect it to be. And things like IQ are going to be related to that. If you're ingrained in a culture where like might makes right, you don't really need your brain, and you don't develop your brain. You develop like your fists and stuff. But like fucking Jesus Christ, I'm so high. Like you might become more physically after some shit. But dude, what the fuck was I just saying? Yeah, like you don't really need your intelligence. Your parents aren't really educated. They also failed in school because what's the point of going to school? From their grandparents' perspective, they didn't have any opportunities in school, so they just went to work. That's sort of the culture around them. It's like, yeah, just go to work. Don't get in debt with college. Just go to fucking work. And like, yeah, along with that culture, like that the rich people's culture tends to arise intelligence more within people. Um, behaviors and tendencies to go towards more brain fucking developing let's say hobbies. I'd guess rich people are more likely to fucking use the Duolingo app because they're more likely to say travel or be into that type of stuff. I've heard learning new languages, however useless that may be if you aren't planning to travel to these other countries, partly it develops your brain. And like these types of activities, the types of hobbies that tend to be specifically towards rich people, like what is gonna be stuff that's gonna be in the culture for people? I don't know, football, like sports stuff. That's gonna be more towards poor people. Well, that doesn't really develop your mind. Like football doesn't really require a lot of intelligence. If your life is mostly football compared to, I don't know, like economy, like managing managing a business, trying to like learn about like things around you, all that stuff. When you're rich, you tend to be more powerful, and there's more reasons to know more stuff so that you can make your decisions better because you have more decisions to make. Like I could go on and on. I'm already rambling. I'm already probably very much more incoherent than I already feel, and that's fucking says a lot. Cause I'm
White
fucking.
people, you
Let's check the chat by the way, in case I still have some people. Hell yeah, you know now I have 13 fucking likes. Jesus Christ. I sub. Thank you so much. No, I do not hate the Jews. Do you still? Yeah, I do still play Minecraft. I always will. I just lost my daily reward streak. I just gone back over 100. Yeah, my computer. Oh yeah, I will not fucking quit Minecraft. Okay, the Jews will not replace us, and I will not quit Minecraft. By the way, like this isn't me trying to be anti-Semitic. I'm just fucking joking. Like I do that a lot. I'm not being genuine. Like yeah, like I get high and shit. This isn't a fucking news platform. This is me sort of fucking around.
fucking moron. What? Dude, that's so funny.
Wait, what is he talking about?
To genetics, which he does regularly. This is his bread and butter. You don't think Asian people are smarter than white people? You can acknowledge differences between.
Oh yeah, so like, and the same thing applies. Like the culture tends to sort of indoctrinate people into activities that will enhance their fucking cognitive abilities, their intelligence per se. Because intelligence isn't just something you're born with. You develop it, you cultivate it. Like, and rich people's like tendencies tend to get on to that. And Asians say hard work is in their culture, and that's why they make it through the education. They tend to be very like onto that, like perfecting that. So again, like these are the reasons why you see racial why you see race having like actual things other than just people talking about it, why you see them having like real life effects in front of you. Like, oh, you see more Asian people making it up in a system that is forcefully desegregated. How can that happen? And it's like, yeah, it's nothing to do with specifically their race. It's something to do with the culture that was put around their race, possibly forcefully. It's not that, yeah, the world just gave both races equal chances, and those races just proved to be inferior when given equal opportunities. Like, no, some people were treated unequally based on those factors such as race, because because humans are inherently, they don't like differences, and we're moving away from that tendency. By the way, we're progressing, we're making progress, but fuck it all, I forgot what the fuck I was saying again.
Between races and still believe in equality. Double self-report if you tie IQ
Fuck yeah,
to
dude.
genetics, which he does regularly. This is his.
It's like, yeah, this is nothing to do with genetics. It's just a culture that goes behind the fucking, like, yeah, that shit that I just fucking said and all that, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Fuck yeah. Oh fucking yeah, dude. Okay, so
bread and butter. You don't think Asian people are smarter than white people? You can acknowledge differences between races and still believe in equality? No, I don't believe Asian people are smarter than white people, you fucking moron. What? Dude, that's so funny. Dude, no, that's not a real thing, okay? I don't think that there is one race of people that's smarter than another race of people. If IQ is a well-defining metric and you could absolutely consider it, if you absolutely could, like,
dude, to be honest, I have no clue what the fuck he's saying. Like, I'm barely listening to him. Like, I'm just fucking, dude, I'm not sure, honestly. I'm just chilling, to be honest.
look at
Fuck
genes,
yeah.
then no such studies would exist on IQ tests done on people in India over the course of like a drought season and subsequent famine versus like non-drought and better material conditions on the same exact people, where IQ points differentiate by like all the way up to 12%. It's or not 12%, by 12 points. It's not a valid measure for it's not an accurate measure for anything. But beyond that, it's certainly idiotic to tie it back to genetics when so many environmental factors stand in the way. So yeah, Tucker hates race realism unless he's like literally having the father of like contemporary race realism on his other show.
Take this guy, for example.
Dude, I just learned like any actual value my stream might have, and like anything I might say. And this is how much of one blunt I took, alright? This is how good this weed is. I am fucking gone,
His
dude.
name is Eric Michael Dyson. He's a tenured professor at some stupid college or other. He lives in a rich, almost exclusively white neighborhood. He goes on television a lot.
I love when people say this, when it's like, I can't believe this black person is like living in an nearly exclusively white neighborhood. It's like, yeah, that's kind of the point, dude.
Yeah, they're living around rich people.
How is that any different than being like, why aren't there that many black?
So they're talking about, like, what the fuck? Yeah, like, speaking on behalf of a fucking group, and they don't even live around them. Like, that's sort of the point that Tucker is making. Now, I don't necessarily agree that like you can't speak for a group if you aren't like the epitome of them. No, you can empathize with others' thing. It's like I hate it when people say, "Oh well, you can't really empathize with, say, a mental disorder, say a feeling that you don't necessarily feel." Like no, it's like, oh, you don't get stage fright. Can you not empathize with people who get stage fright, sort of understand what it's like? It's like, of course you can. I don't get stage fright. I can completely get what it would be like. It's like, yeah, like, I remember back in the day, I used to think, oh yeah, bees, ants, like, I was not at all afraid of them, but I could understand, like, the idea of, oh yeah, people, like, who might have been bitten by ants a lot or like stung by wasps. Like I could get that, and later on in life, like I got stung a lot, and then I started seeing, oh yeah, if there's a wasp around, like there's a good chance they'll legit like start fucking trying to come after me. And dude, Jesus Christ, like, what the fuck does this have to do with like white people with fucking this dude?
Billionaires. Why aren't there that many successful black people? Let's not examine the socioeconomic conditions that we subjected black people to on the virtue of their race.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna blame the libtards for that, so what's your point?
And instead just keep asking that question and let it hang there, as though there's something inherently like wrong or bad about blackness, and that there are some intrinsic qualities that we simply cannot say because it's too it's just a scary truth that no one wants you to discuss. No, it's just incorrect. It's literally external factors, you fucking moron. I wonder why there aren't that many black people in the probably nice neighborhood that he lives in.
He's not a moron.
Let's think for a moment. But no, because the entire purpose of this fucking broadcast from Tucker Carlson is to make you not think about those reasons, okay? There are either internal or external reasons for...
Dude, at some point when I'm not high, I need to, like, look at the St. Uyghur versus, like, Ben Shapiro debate. I actually just made my mother watch the Tucker Carlson versus, St. Uyghur debate. I really liked it. I think it was very productive. Like, I learned some stuff, like money in politics, and, like, it being bad. Like, I never really thought of that before. I wasn't really aware of that. So, yeah, I think it was a great debate, but, like, you cannot say the guy is stupid. That's just insane. But I've never actually looked at the Ben Shapiro versus St. Uyghur debate, and I actually really respect Ben Shapiro. Of course, I disagree with his transphobic takes and stuff like that. I'm sure we would disagree on global warming. I've never heard. I'm sure he'd just say woke and like, okay, who cares? Next issue. That's not really relevant to anything I would put a lot of weight on because it's not really a topic that's. Dude, I'm like way too fucking high.
Or why black people demonstrate like a larger percentage of
What is the real story?
Oh my god, the Epic Times is... I remember the first times, when they started advertising themselves, they would super advertise themselves as, bro, everyone's been so partisan, bro. We're the super, like, non-biased at all. We're the super objective, only objective. Everything's objective. Like, no fake, everything's just fact. And... now, like, let's see, what's this
Of January 6th. Many people have asked that question. Some people have described what happened on that day as an insurrection. But is that really right? Our reporters at the Epic Times
yeah, the most recent one that is, like, on every thing, it's like, it starts with, you've been deceived. And the next step is, the borders, we're getting fucking invaded, like... on the border of Mexico. Mexico is fucking invading us. The border crisis isn't what we've been told. And there's just, like, just these scary fucking clips of, like, so many immigrants tearing into the country. And it's like, oh my god, we really are getting invaded. Imagine if they all had sticks and rocks and I was like, like holding that camera and they were coming for me, like I'd be fucked. This is like the fucking caveman preying on us, dude. And it's like, dude, like the ads I get from conservatives, I fucking hate the targeted ad system for like none of that stuff is actually intelligent. None of these ads, so many of them, they're just brain dead. The arguments are so bad. Like, oh, God, yeah, if you don't believe in God, like, morality by definition, like, has no meaning. And it's like, yeah, as if you couldn't have a moral compass or a sense of right and wrong. As if not believing in God, like, defined you as a psychopath. Like, the fuck?
Spend the whole year investigating. The results
Yeah, it's like, we should redefine atheist as psychopath.
are this special report. In it, you will find exclusive interviews and analysis, as well as reporting based on new police body cam footage and internal FBI documents.
It's like, look, with this, they make themselves look super objective, and that's always been their punchline. But, like, remember that the most recent one that's, like, always coming on is just, yeah, they fucking deceived you. And apparently TYT did an episode on that, too. I genuinely don't like TYT. I think Sank Uyghur is one of the most toxic people. Like, I reply to a lot of his tweets, because for some reason, even though I don't follow him, like, you know, it's how Twitter works. Like, I just see a lot of his tweets. Like, they're always just... None of them are going to make anything better. Like, his base is gonna agree with it. It's not gonna change anybody's minds. It's just meant to trigger conservatives and make his point. Like,
This magazine provides
dude, I
the
should stop, like, just fucking going on tangents and just speaking so much.
most comprehensive
Yo, feel free to speak, by the
Comprehensive
way. The people.
overview yet of what
I'm
really
so
took
fucked.
place that day. And now, for a limited time,
Dude, we honestly don't give a
poor
shit.
people
I'm
in
sorry.
American statistics. There has to be a reason. It's either intrinsic or extrinsic. Which are the factors? If you believe that it's external, okay, if you believe that there are outside factors, you believe in systemic racism. You believe in the structural inequality that black people were subjected to. If you believe in the intrinsic internal factors, then you're fucking racist. It's that simple. You believe that like they have a genetic predisposition to poverty. It's that simple. It's not that hard. So what I'm trying to point out here is that
I mean,
like, this concept of
I
racial
would
inequality
agree,
is a lot
but
more.
then you're very much strawmanning his position. Like, yeah, your position would definitely not be racist, and that position, that other position, that second one, would be racist. But Tucker just has a separate position. He has a third position that's neither of these. Like, he thinks, yeah, racism back in the day was wrong, but now, like, this is long over and the Democrats are bringing it back. And he honestly has a lot of fucking reasons that would back that up. Like, Democrats are overwhelmingly racist. Like, they are the most racist party since the fucking fascist party of Nazi Germany. Like, how many Democrats in America would you imagine could a white person start quote-unquote speaking black? So saying the N-word, which the average black person, at least around me, just says on a regular, and I think everyone should get to speak that way if you want to. But imagine if I spoke in public around the average Democrat in America, the way that I hear black people speak around me, which, like, the last school I went to for, like, yeah, 4 years, I actually really liked that school. Yeah, it was, like, about half the people in that school were black. I heard that word around me every day. Imagine if I were to speak like the average person around me, yeah, I'd get beaten to shit. Does that mean anything at all? I got written up at some point because, like, that word, I was sort of more autistic back in the day than I am now, which means a lot, obviously, naturally. But, like, yeah, back then I sort of learned all the bad words, and I didn't really know that, oh, this word, it's like, oh, that word you really can't say. I sort of thought all of them were like that. And I didn't know that this one was extra that way. So, like, at some point, like, a friend of mine did me to write it on the board, and, yeah, I got written up. Now, that's very fair, but the teacher specified, the reason why I wrote you up is, like, you can't, say that or write that, if you're white. Like, you're white, that's wrong, that you're white and you did that. Like, she specified that it was for me being white and doing that. Because white people shouldn't do it. And the next year, in like with a different teacher, like a black friend of mine, like he'd keep saying like, "Hey, say," and he'd just say the N word. I'm gonna try to like stop saying it because if I'm going to if I'm gonna grow to like a certain amount of subs, I don't know. It's like I shouldn't mind. I shouldn't be a fucking Karen and mind too much. Oh well, they just want me to conform to that. Like fucking whatever. I'm probably gonna have to if I want to grow past a certain amount of subs. Like, yeah, dude, I'm just so high. I don't really know what I'm fucking saying, but yeah, like when you have stuff like that, when you also affirmative action, which like I guess the framing behind it, in terms of the intentions, yeah, I know the intentions behind affirmative actions were good, but it's like Jim Crow was back in the day, and affirmative action is today. So what should we look at when we consider racial racial things today? Like, yeah, Tucker has a point to make, and you're strawmanning his position. You're acting like what is that? I sort of learned this. This is like I don't know. I think I saw it from Secular Talks channel. That I should increase my vocabulary to that, dude. I need to look back on that, but like yeah, he's making some type of informal fallacy where like he's acting like there's a binary on the options that there are. No, there are more options than that. Tucker Carlson is nor a believer that America is systemically racist, nor does he believe that like race divide is caused by just genetics of black people. He doesn't believe that the genetics of black people are responsible for any of their problems. He never said that. He never alluded to that. Like, you're just fucking lying. You're full of shit. Like, why are you doing this? Just a virtue signal. It's pathetic. Let me guess. I have no new comments. I am right. Let's continue.
Simple than the way that like people like Tucker Carlson try to make it out to be. Obviously, there's more nuance to it. There's more context to it, and there's you can have that conversation in academia, as many do, right? And then Tucker will then bastardize that stuff and make it seem like people are just trying to generate white. They're just trying to make white people out to be the villains or whatever, like all white people.
And speaking about, you know,
a lot of the time they are. You remember, like, I was watching Leafy's hair back in the day when that whole thing, like, blew up. When I really started getting, like, having my stronger opinions on that. I remember when on Netflix they released the movie, Dear White People. And I remember watching Leafy criticize the trailer. And it's like, that stuff, the stuff on, what's it called, BuzzFeed, what they say about white people. Imagine if anybody spoke that way about black people instead of white people. And instead of being black, they were white. That stuff wouldn't be accepted. Like, straight out, like, anybody who is from anywhere in the United States with some common sense could sort of like relate to that. Any of y'all know some white and black people? Any of y'all like have ever like used to go outside or some shit.
the maggots. I'm sorry, the MAGA. That is
Okay, yeah, that's not an attack on for white people. MAG isn't slave for
so
white.
corrosive
It's
in
just
this,
political.
political.
Tucker Carlson is upset that Eric Dyson, who is a fucking who has gotten way shittier throughout the years and became like such a fucking annoying lib. Tucker Carlson getting mad at that guy, calling MAGA people maggots, is of course hilarious considering Tucker has routinely considered immigrants coming into this country, economic migrants and refugees in general and asylum seekers in general, to be dirty and has done propaganda around that like regularly. But you know,
Yeah, like what he's saying, he's so like, and I disagree with that. I harshly disagree with that. But like, yeah, he's sort of saying like they bring poverty, they bring like, they sort of wreck like our cities that sort of look the way they do because like, what if there's tents that remind people of the misery that we sort of don't want to think is what America looks like. We don't want to see that in America, and that's sort of cowardice, honestly, I would say, which is why I condemn the Democrats for the Martha's Vineyard situation, but, like, what was I just saying? Fuck no, let me, go right back
asylum
to it.
seekers in general, to be dirty and is
Yeah, like, he's just saying, it's sort of, what immigrants do, especially, like, illegal immigrants, what they might do, same thing, he has that rhetoric around the homeless as well. Like, they're sort of bringing in the misery that the United States doesn't want to see, doesn't want to associate with itself. The United States is all about, like, the glorious strength. Like, why do we put so much into our military? To give the virtue of America is this, like, all fucking powerful, we're so great, we're so well off, we're so rich. And that's why um, having the fucking standard of, having the status of, oh, like, there's all these poor people. When you see people camping in tents all around, like, you see this poverty, you see this misery, that's sort of disturbing to think this could be me when you see it. Like, when you see this and you're reminded this is America, you're reminded, hey, this is also happening here, because we tend to, that's another, behavior that's just human instinct, just like tending to be intolerant of differences. We tend not to empathize as much with people who are more different and are further away. We tend to think like, oh, well, this is like only in like these shithole Middle Eastern countries, like so far away from us. Like, if there's a tragedy happening over there, imagine like Russia, I'm pretty sure at some point they like they bombed a school, like an elementary school. Like hundreds of elementary school children died. This didn't I don't even remember seeing this topic covered. I just remember my mother like mentioning it to me. Like, that's, imagine if this happened in the US. The outrage. On a social level too. This would be talked in schools, this would be talked about like in every school, in every hallway of every fucking class, of every building, as well as on every fucking news platform. CNN, Fox News, every side would cover it. The further away it is, the more we can tend to subconsciously distance ourselves from the responsibility of, wow, this fucking misery is happening. Actually, it could be happening to us, because the closer it is, the more we tend to be able to empathize with these people. And I don't really get this on an intuitive standpoint for people who, like, for caring more about people who died because, like, they live in the city next to us versus, like, in Australia or something. It's like, if you don't know these people on a personal level, to me, I don't understand it. But I guess I sort of get the appeal to understand, oh, if this is happening to someone so close, this could be happening to me. Because these people don't live too far, because like faraway countries have very behind cultures. Like, yeah, I sort of get that the fact that the top 7 or so countries have the top like 80% of wealth, that sort of doesn't hit home too much as a striking thing in most people. Is this is really wrong. They're sort of on board with it, and a lot of people. This is why religion is so prevalent within the right, which has this type of ideas. Like religion tends to shield us from, say, the uncomfortable fact that death will happen. They like they give an excuse to not have to think about death, like an uncomfortable feeling. Same thing with this, having to see people who are poor, so say immigrants, like the fact that they're camped like on our lawn, that makes us have to humanize them and empathize with them. But it sort of stains the concept of America as this really strong place. Like, why have we year after year just kept putting all this money on our military when we were so anti-war? Like, why did we keep spending so much extra money? Why is it that even this year, Secular Talk has made a video about this, like over like $1.3 trillion, the Pentagon doesn't even know where it's going. They can't account for that. And apparently this money being dedicated to things that we actually need could be demonstrably good for the working class. So, yeah, like that whole rhetoric, it's not like Tucker Carlson saying, I don't care what your message is. Like, you have to respect America. Like, he sort of has this idea of America and like what it stands for, this whole thing of what reunites us, our culture. Like, he respects the culture of America. He respects every country by their culture. And he thinks when you're disrespecting America, when you don't, like, when you kneel for the national anthem, like, you're sort of spitting on, like, all the people who made this country the free place that it is now, who gave way to all the human rights that our country is inspired and all, who maybe have fought, like, against the Nazis and stuff, have fought for things that they believed in, that the American people in general believe in. Like, people who were all inspired by the American dream because they lived in America where that thing was really pushed on them, and everybody, that stuff is gonna appeal to you because it appeals to people. So yeah, to Tucker Carlson, we're all sort of reunited as Americans under the American dream because, yeah, Tucker Carlson is a nationalist, and yeah, he believes that every nation should have, like, their culture associated with them. And yeah, like, he believes in legal means of going into a country, but he doesn't really acknowledge, like, he might acknowledge the fact that these people in Mexico, they might get slaughtered if we don't just empathize with them and just let them have an exception, just out of empathy. Like, to him, it's a practical thing, so. Yeah, like, gee, let me check if I have any chat. No. Okay.
Has done propaganda around that, like, regularly, but, you know.
To see mediocre, mealy-mouthed, snowflake white men who are incapable of taking critique, who are willing to dole out infamous repudiations of the humanity of the other,
so
and yet they call us snowflakes, and they are the biggest flakes of snow to hit the earth. They are incapable of criticism. They are incapable.
Dude, their face sort of looks like the face Nick Fuentes might have had, like seeing Candace Owens just fucking Candace Owens and Kanye walk out with a White Lives Matter instead of an All Lives Matter shirt. Yeah, just make the race war continue. Just backlash. Instead of with All Lives Matter, something that reunites people, just White Lives Matter. Just throw it back. just throw back with the race war. Just strike back instead of just, hey, no, we're not for this war. Yeah, that sort of looks like the same type of smile. Jesus Christ, I guess I might have been wrong in saying this stream was just gonna be fucking cancer after I started ripping that
Capable of
blunt, dude.
tolerating
Now I'm so fucking talkative. Like, I'm probably going to look back on that stream, or, like, probably not, actually, because who the fuck cares? But, like, if I do, I'm probably gonna be like, dude, shut the fuck up. But right now, you know, I don't really feel like I should shut the fuck up. You know? Like, fucking hell yeah, dude.
difference. They're scared of, oh my God, critical race theory is going to kill your mother. And
Who the fuck is... Yeah, I think this guy's sort of, like, going on a tangent and might have sort of a problem like me, you know, maybe some mental...
they don't even know. They're not critical. They have no race, and they don't understand theory.
White men, they're the problem. You hear that so often.
I mean, he's
I mean,
actually saying that.
That is fucking true. Like, imagine if you said that of black people, like, these entitled fucking black ladies. If I said that, even if I specified, by the way, I don't think anything, applies to all black ladies, but, like, there's sort of this trend. I'm seeing, like, so many of these, like, the entitled black ladies, specifically, like, you'll see the entitled white ladies and the entitled black ladies, but, like, the black ones, they'll, like, such and such. I'm just referring to that group. Yeah, they'll still be called racist, but, like, that's what Tucker's, really appealing to. If you switched it up and said black instead of white, that wouldn't be acceptable. That'd be taken down, in fact. So why is one rhetoric accepted and not another under free speech? If Nick Fuentes talked like this on YouTube, I'm pretty sure he probably would have a YouTube channel if whatever he would say was going to be allowed, but I'm sure if Nick Fuentes started saying stuff like that the other way around, yeah, he'd be immediately taken down. If he was given a chance until he says some possibly white supremacy stuff, and that reverse was something he said, yeah.
Conservative men across the board are
And I get context matters, but, like, yeah, I think I already went into
fragile as fuck.
detail and I'm high, so...
And there is truth
He's
to that,
wrong.
considering you're behaving that way right now.
It used to be only a few years ago that the one thing you
buddy.
couldn't do in America was
Please.
attack people in public on the basis of their race. I don't like that group because of their skin color. Let's hurt them.
But he didn't even say, like, white people. He said MAGA people, like conservative people. He's talking about, like...
I remember him saying white. Like, I'm high as fuck, but I remember him saying these entitled white fucks or whatever.
What?
These, like, little snowflake white people or whatever. He definitely said white. I heard that. Fuck, let's go back, I guess. Let's re-see that cancer. 1553, that's what I
To
was
kill
saying.
your mother, and they don't even know criticism, humanity of the other, and yet they call us snowflakes, snowflake white men.
Yeah, okay, so he wasn't even talking about white people. He was just talking about the MAGAs. Okay, cool story, dude.
Skin color. Let's hurt them.
But he didn't even say, like, white people. He said MAGA people, like conservative people.
Yeah,
He's
he said that too. I know, I heard both.
talking
I
about,
know.
like,
Okay, buddy.
whiteness as a white fragility, but he literally started off with, like, MAGA people.
Yeah, so, like, imagine if I start saying, like, if I start reciting the KKK. Like, if then I throw in some anti-Semitic stuff in there too. Am I no longer a racist? Because, hey, look, I also hate the Jews, so I can't be a racist since, like, anti-Semitism isn't racist, right? It's anti-Semitic. But then racist about anti-Semitism. Jewish isn't a race. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, what?
He said MAGA people, like
Yeah, so just because he also criticized MAGA people as well as white people, he was referring to white pieces of shit and MAGA pieces of shit. Just because he also called out the MAGA people, who he also hates. I mean, there are very good reasons to hate the MAGA people. I can understand that. There are very good criticisms of Trump. For example, he said, like, isn't his slogan, one of his slogans, "Drain the Swamp," as well as "Make America Great Again"? He never even specified when it was great, as far as I'm aware, to be honest. But yeah, apparently he took bribes from Saudi Arabia, and then he didn't even use that for the people. Like, apparently he used it for, like, partying and shit. Like, just his own personal use again. And then after that, he just turned his back while they committed, like, genocide in Yemen. So, yeah, like, God, like, simping for that fucking guy. I can get people saying, yeah, that's insane. But then, like, I mean, people simping for Jesus. Wasn't Jesus a homophobe, though? It's like, yeah, back then, sort of everyone was a homophobe. Like, what do you expect? Type shit. I don't even know if I sound coherent, but I feel like I do. Fuck, dude. No one's really saying anything. Fuck, I sort of like to interact with people in these comments, you know?
People. He's talking about,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
whiteness as a white fragility, but he literally started off with, like, MAGA people. You know, unless you jump the gun and go, oh,
Yeah, well, he also included whiteness. So, yeah, from now on, if you ever call Tucker Carlson a racist, based on his statement, I will, like, if you include anything other than, like, whatever supposed racist thing he said, I will mention the fact that, yeah, he actually started off this segment by talking about inflation. Actually, what does inflation have to do with race? Like, the first, like, yeah, then he might have gone on to immigration, but, like, he actually, like, the first thing he was talking about was inflation, dude. Like, it, what is he racist for, are you saying he's racist for complaining about baby formula shortages, dude? Are you one of those gays?
when you mean MAGA people, you mean all white people, then, you know, that's a bit of a self-report, I guess. But
I mean, okay, yeah, that's sort of a generalization. Yeah, there are so many people, this is so hypocritical. So many people say, yeah, people from Alabama, they're just all racist. How the fuck do you know? And I live in Louisiana, pal. Like, that's considered a red state. I don't know any racists there. And I actually have met, like, a few people from Alabama. Like, one of my best friends, Tua, like, online. He's definitely not a racist. Like, I asked him, like, do you really know any racist people around? And he's like, no, actually, I don't really know any. I definitely know racism is more prevalent probably in Alabama than in any state. But, like, yeah, there's this. I'm very sure that there are at least, like, 10 times more people who would be, who would, fucking believe that, the average person in Alabama is racist, compared to people in Alabama who actually would be racist. Like, the percentage, like, compare those. And, yeah, imagine having this fucking, generalistic view of people just based on where they live. So, just because you live in Alabama, you're racist. Yeah, that's sort of a racist claim since you're making it based on people just because they live here. What's the difference between Alabama and Africa? Like, everybody from Alabama is racist. Again, generalization. Fucking completely retarded. I feel like my points are sort of getting shittier, but I mean, what do you expect?
I don't think the Trump supporters represent you know, every white person. It's kind of stupid. If we could define what CRT is, that'd help a lot with the problem. Okay, but that's the reason why it is undefinable is also because it's purposely undefinable. As the guy who like is the main reason why we talk about CRT all the fucking time from the Manhattan Institute, openly admitted, which is like everything and anything is CRT. It's not like the actual legal analysis from a racial framework in our in our criminal justice system. It's just any time like systemic racism is mentioned, then it's CRT. That's the whole point. It's something to just like use as a catch-all term. I say this all the time, by the way.
But yeah, like they just use CRT because everyone's sort of like aware of that fucking terminology. But yeah, we all just know that CRT implies systemic racism. That's sort of what CRT is known for. So I don't know. I'd imagine most people who familiar with all that, they might believe that the idea of what's it called, systemic racism might originate from CRT. I don't even know if it does far now. Probably not. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe that is what the theory is for. Like, I know it definitely talks about systemic racism, but yeah, saying like CRT to systemic, like maybe that's not a very fucking broad overview of the point. You're not giving a very detailed analysis. Like it's sort of a lowball fucking thing. Like yeah, you're not hitting very fucking high. You're not trying to move the goalpost very high. Whatever the fuck I'm trying to say when you make that argument, but it's not like people being racist or
when
whatever.
people are criticizing white fragility, there is no reason to take ownership of that. If it does not pertain to you, just like I, as a white passing or white person, never feel as though like white fragility criticisms extend to someone like myself.
Where the fuck do you hear that type of shit? Like within the conservative base or within the right, like at a white passing, that sounds more of a purist test of a oh well, you're not white, you're just white passing, like dividing those two, putting these separate categories. That sounds more of a nitpicking thing than just saying, oh, white people, whoever looks white, which is the status quo, at least on the right. On the left too, honestly, I don't know why you're saying that. Like, do you think that's what the majority of the left thinks? Is that actually what the majority of the left thinks? Maybe nowadays? Like, fucking hell, have I been under a rock? I mean, I've been in my room sort of being a degenerate. Is that what America's come to? Just,
because I don't feel it. So you are taking on that criticism on your own and saying, oh no, actually, he's talking about me. And then unironically, you know, feeding into the meme of white fragility by being overly fragile about something that is not even about you. You're engaging in a self-report when you're like, oh, he's talking about me and now I'm upset. He's not talking about you, dude. And by the way, people...
Tucker Carlson is not talking about himself either. Are you talking about him? Like, what?
People do that sometimes, and I get fucking mad.
No, it's not because Tucker's white that him criticizing someone who's racist... Like, is Don Lemon fucking self-reporting anytime that he like addresses white supremacy and criticizes it? Because, oh well, he's black, so like he's just being a narcissist. He's talking about himself. Like,
when people are like,
is that actually your fucking point?
No,
here?
actually, as a white person, like as a white, you are also a part of this, and you as a white have no say in this circumstance. Like,
yeah, that sounds fucking extremely racist. You as a white have no say. Imagine if anyone said in a phrase of any, like, imagine any fucking context. What context could you come up with where it would be considered acceptable to unironically say, black people, as a black person, you have no say in such and such.
like in this conversation, like see yourself out of it, then it's like, no, I will not see myself out of it.
Okay. Okay, so he's not trying to make this racist
Ridiculous.
argument. To be fair, I heard a lot on that.
How many times have I fucking criticized this shit?
I don't like that group because of their skin color. Let's hurt them. You couldn't say that.
Well, that's interesting because he didn't say that, but okay.
And for very good reason.
But of course, to someone with privilege, equality feels like oppression. You know, famous critical race theorist MLK said that. You know, but
to be fair, like, I remember Jordan Klepp was like interviewing some Trump supporter, like he was just saying, "Oh, gay people, they just want all these rights," and he was like, "Oh, like you mean they want equal rights?" And she was like, "Oh yeah, that's what I mean. That's just too much." And she was like, "Yeah, that I agree. That's just too much." It's like, yeah, and Tucker tends to fall for that stuff too, which like. I don't know why he like Fox News just throws him some dog shit, dude, and he just has to. I mean, it's his employer giving him these as news. Like, why wouldn't he trust his employer's sources? But yeah, it's like he tends to describe immigrants from there, and like you can't blame him because like you'll hear his talking points and like you'll go on Gutfeld, same fucking shit, and it's like, okay, is both Gutfeld and like everyone who works at Fox, like all of a sudden they just all fucking racist, dude. No, like Fox News just gives them like the fucking reporting that they fucking want them to talk about. And then the journalists make the interpretations of it. So Tucker Carlson will make his interpretation, such and such. And at least unless you have evidence that this isn't the case, this is what we should assume. Take people their fucking word, dude. So, what was he
he's
going?
Of course good, but because he's
Wait.
oppression. You know, famous critical race theorist.
Very good reason.
But of course, to someone with privilege, equality feels like oppression.
Yeah, like Tucker will feed a lot into that trend of like, oh yeah, they want to give immigrants like all these things. Like, what is great replacement? Like when he talked about that, I remember it was like, replace your kids with kids our parents love more or some shit like that. And it's like, the United States is definitely not giving any immigrants any fucking extra privileges above Americans. Like that is definitely not happening.
You know,
and I get, sure, maybe there are some illegal immigrants that committed a lot of crimes and that like the judges just kept letting them off. And like he'll go with, these are Democratic judges. Like if these people are a minority, they'll always let them off. And I can understand that. Maybe that's even true. He should address that. Because that's really Tucker's point. That's usually what he brings up. And he has those anecdotes. Now, are these anecdotes, do they apply in general? Like, again, I don't know. I'm just sort of a retard. I don't like research. It's boring, but...
Famous critical race theorist MLK said that. You know, but he's of course good, but because he said he has a dream that you know, white people and black people should not be judged by the color of their skin, but the content of their character. You know, for a minute, just so he said that, so let's avoid everything else that he said. The irony is what Tucker Carlson is doing here when he bastardizes what like Michael Eric Dyson is saying is exactly at the heart of the when you have privilege, equality feels like oppression. Because if he turned around and said like you could never separate people on the verge.
I mean, to be fair, that is true. When you have privilege, yeah, like that's why I hate when people try to use as like, oh, this isn't that bad because others have it worse. Like, yeah, you could use that to justify literally like slavery. Yeah, Jews in concentration camps probably had it worse than that. I mean, so yeah, like that is definitely true to the privileged. Yeah, because our standards just drop in rise with what our daily life becomes. We adapt, like, true, yeah.
Of race.
And that's why Tucker and all that, like, as nationalists, they don't like seeing like all this like the immigrants coming in, the people who are poor, they say we shouldn't want more poverty imported into the country. They will say, yeah, we shouldn't legalize homelessness. I'm pretty sure Tucker said that, like, he was sort of against this Supreme Court ruling that decriminalized camping on public property. And Tucker sort of seems to have the impression, and the way that he framed that was like, well, let your kids smoke at the breakfast table, let your kids smoke weed at the breakfast table, they'll do it. So that's why we don't allow that. And that's why we say, oh no, you want to crap on the sidewalk, move on, buddy. Like, that's what Tucker says. And to that I would say, well, yeah, like, you don't know what these people go through. You're not in their shoes. Like, Tucker sort of has this idea that, like, oh yeah, homelessness, if we allow for it to happen, if we have this trend of allowing for it, people will stop having self-expectations. They'll forget that like, according to Tucker, I guess, Tucker believes the average citizen has a duty to, like, the people around it, like, to be a productive member of society, at least to the best of their abilities, to try their best. And otherwise, everybody should let them run. And he believes that the homeless, by, like, being in the way, like, that's the thing. Since America, like, as I was saying earlier, I think I sort of just was so high I forgot what I was saying and I just got off that tangent. But yeah, the reason we spend so much on our military and all, it's because the nationalist rhetoric, it tends to want to over-glorify America. And, like, yeah, that's why people like Tucker Carlson are against people kneeling when like, kneeling in front of the flag. He's in favor of a singular culture for every country. And when he thinks of the United States, he thinks of, like, in an American, like, there's the culture of, like, all these heroes who fought in the wars. He looks at all the, like, over-glorified fucking aspects of America, and that's what inspired him, like, all these great things that are said about America, because that's what America's founded on: improvement, not concentrating on the past, trying to get better, and, like, looking at all the improvements that America's made. And that's Tucker Carlson's rhetoric. He sort of has this, like, idea of America of, yeah, we're this country that has the culture of, like, all these human rights things that we fought for, like, the culture of freedom of opportunity and all the things that we've made possible through the means of this country. And this country sort of represents democracy to people like Tucker Carlson. So to him, he sort of has this as a representation, like, the country and all. It represents, like, all the great aspects of the country. And he wants to see the country, like, do well and all. He doesn't want to be reminded of, oh yeah, actually, there are some people who could be us. There are some people who live in America who are poor. Like, it's got nothing to do with race. It's just shielding yourself. That's why religion exists. It's like, yeah, Tucker Carlson just likes the idea of America's great. And he just sees people going against this nationalist standpoint, against that culture of America, as people being against the American dream and being against the American way, which the American way overall is sort of like, striving towards improvement, however we want to improve. And our newer generations, the younger generations, are actually more left, like, yeah, the newer generations are more woke, if you will. So the progress that we might be moving towards might actually be more woke. That is how the country was intended to work, based on what the people want. We move, and in whatever direction that is forward. The people's will is forward. And I'm getting on a tangent, but I think I made a great fucking point right there. And I lost a viewer. I think that's pretty fair.
And then actually like directly analogized what Michael Eric Dyson was saying. He had to turn around and be like, what Michael Eric Dyson is saying is just like saying you should kill all black people. That's not what he said. So if you consider the mere mention of white fragility to be akin to saying kill all black people, then you're literally proving his fucking point about white fragility. That was what I was going to say.
When their kids come home,
Dude, I was trying to like make sense of what he said, but I'm just so high, and like, dude, my Tourette's, I'm fighting it. Like, my jaws were fucking clenched and shit.
from school with assignments to suggest that all races are not
I'm having a
equal,
hard time
that some races are
concentrating on this.
guilty and some are innocent, that some groups are
And
oppressed.
yeah, guess what? We associate that stuff like white guilt. Why is it that, like, how will the average person justify, oh yeah, a white person can't say the N-word, but a black person can? When, if you go on the average, to the average person, the average black person in the, like, middle class, yeah, they'll say that, like, just like a white person or a black person would say the word fucking. Like, it's all the time. But a white person can't say it when people around them might say it all the time. It might be a word they'd be tempted to use. Because we're just prone to use vocabulary that is, like, monkey here, monkey repeat. Like, that is how we're wired to fucking work. Why is it that, we can't do that? Oh, well, you can't do that because back then, like, your ancestors did that to our ancestors. Well, what does that have to do with you? Because your ancestors, well, that is sort of the logic that they used to justify slavery, in fact. They said, oh, well, these stupid black, like, we went to Africa, they don't even believe in God. Well, you know what, we're gonna bring them back and we're gonna do them good because now they might not go to hell if they... At least their babies might not if their babies believe in God, at least. And since their babies' ancestors won't have believed in God, we'll just treat them as inferiors. Like, we'll just hold that against them and make them pay that off with the enslavement, which, of course, is way worse than with, oh, you can't say this word. Which, still, imagine if we decided, of course, this is an extreme, but it's, like... in principle, it's wrong for the same reason. Like saying, oh, you can't say this word, that if you live around black people who are just, like, in the who aren't particularly well educated, just like the average person in America isn't particularly well educated, like just regular people. You not being able to say that word. Like, imagine if we said, oh, well, because, oh, you know, like, these fucking black people, they stole from the store back in the day. Yeah, just, out of respect, just to not be racist, black people, they can't go in stores. That'd just be racist. That'd be just disrespectful and racist. That'd be culturally, what's it called? What's it called? Culturally insensitive, or whatever.
Inherent.
It's like, yeah, just make that argument colorblind just to test if you're racist or not. Oh, do you think that, like, race equalized, that, trait equalized by race, argument, you just switch up the races? I mean, you're colorblind, you don't care, right? Like, unless you're going to admit that your party's official stance is that racism equals colorblindness, that is the Democratic Party's consensus, unless you're going to acknowledge that, well, let's just, have, by what racism actually means. Racism is the absence of colorblindness. Colorblindness, by definition, is anti-racism. It's the lack of racism. Okay, so let's be colorblind and just apply that concept, just like exaggerate it, but the rhetoric's the same. Oh, well, because of your ancestors, you can't do that. As if the average white person today, such as me, isn't as fucking disgusted by what by what white slave owners did to black slaves, as the average black person might be disgusted in that. It's like, no, we shouldn't take that guilt. And a lot of people do say that we should take that guilt. Go around the neighborhoods. Why can't we say this word and black people say it on a daily basis? You're acting like this whole thing, like, is just full of shit, like anti-white racism. No, this isn't really real. You're just making that shit up. It's like just a conspiracy theory. Like, no, dude. I live in America, and I know he's not bullshitting.
And others are inherently oppressed. In the universities, this is called critical race theory. So that's the term that
I get so upset about.
Oh, so he's admitting, like, it's in university. It's not like he's not trying to say, yeah, this is being taught to our kids in pre-K, like, as if they could understand that.
This rhetoric. Are there
as
people...
if it'd be? I mean, to be fair, it might be just as productive to these kids as them teaching anything that's on the curriculum. I mean, to be fair, what do you learn on the curriculum that is going to be more productive for you to know than fucking critical race theory? Like, both are probably gonna be fucking pointless.
People who fucking...
Except that critical race theory is gonna fucking spread fear-mongering and gonna spread more divisive race hate.
Unironically believe that, sure.
Even if it might not be, like, hateful on its face, like, just like it might point out, like, critical race theory might point out that policies might be discriminatory even if they're, colorblind because of the implications of history. But, like, yeah, basically the message behind critical race theory and what people would take out of it, like, that's not a good message for people to learn because it divides us. Whether it be true or not, that's not a good thing to try to throw at people. Why would you try to tell people, hey, by the way, if you're black, white people probably subconsciously hate you to some degree, or aren't... It's like, why would you try to fucking press on that, even if it's true to some extent? That, like, oh, it's sort of... It's like, even I'm sure the theory doesn't imply it, but that's what people are going to take out of it, especially people who are prone to taking things like that out of context. It's like...
There are. It's not the fucking dominant position, okay? And it's certainly not what people are fucking teaching, and it's not even what critical race theory is supposed to be. He's 100% correct,
Okay.
and chat doesn't like hearing...
I'll definitely buy that,
truths
though.
get rolled. What are the truths? That white people are inherently oppressive? Is that what you're saying? The problem is, Tucker plays fast and loose with historically and inherently, as the chatter also pointed out. No one is saying white people are genetically dominant or inherently dominant and have to be dominant, and that's why they're doing racist things. They're saying
By the way.
historically, white people have dominated, and the impact of that, which...
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
By the way, everyone will agree to that
Sure.
throughout history. Only select few, like Tucker Carlson, will turn around and act like that's not fucking true.
He's not disagreeing with it, you're just traumatizing him. Like, no, maybe he's not talking about that because he doesn't think it's relevant to today. Like, he's talking about the social, on a social level. And, yeah, it's true, like, practically, on a practical scale, like, if you tried to resegregate, imagine if we made segregation legal again for some reason, and let's say McDonald's segregated. How long do you think their business would fucking last before it just crumbled into bankruptcy? Everyone just fucking boycotted them, and like everyone just dropped out. They'd go bankrupt like within a week max.
True. There's nothing...
It's like, yeah, it doesn't really seem like society is that racist, honestly. Like, no, the problem isn't with what is inside of people's minds. It's not with people's fucking like subconscious ideas of people with different races. It's not with people's subconscious prejudice towards people who look different from them that they just have to fight. No, it's just the fact that your ancestors were born poorer. Like that takes time to fix.
Inherent about it. There's nothing.
So yeah, trying to put it on the shoulders of such and such, it creates a new race war that doesn't need to happen. It's like, oh yeah, this thing isn't going to go. It's like, oh yeah, it hasn't already gone away on a social level. See, it's still a thing. We're not gonna mention the fact that, yeah, this is just a thing of generations, a thing of yeah, we can all agree that 2 generations ago, black people were poor. So since inheritance is a thing, you can imagine that poverty just goes down the line too. Yeah, let's just say, oh, you see this? Like, that has to, like, how would you explain that? Obviously, that's, like, people, at least, like, subconsciously being racist. They might, like, how do we explain the fact that it, like, no one who we might be speaking to might relate to us saying, oh yeah, the average person around you might be racist, because nobody in America knows anyone who's racist. On average, I'd say. I live in Louisiana, never fucking met, never fucking found someone who's a racist. Never fucking. It's like yeah, what I was saying, right? So what was that actually? Fuck.
Genetic about that. Only select few, like Tucker Carlson, will turn around and act like that's not fucking true.
What, like, yeah, of course, it's like, yeah, inheritance is a thing, but if we try to pin it on someone's shoulder, we try to be like, oh yeah, it's not like time is going to do it. No, we have to take it upon ourselves. It's all rhetoric. We try to blame it on our political opponents. We try to say it's the Republicans' fault. They're racists. They're making the fact that black people are still poor. They're making the fact that we could find some clips of of police brutality being targeted black victims. They're responsible for the fact we're gonna keep fear-mongering over these specific clips that we're selecting to fit our racist fucking narrative. It's like,
there's nothing inherent about it.
Jesus
There's nothing
Christ.
genetic about that. And it can change. And the first step towards changing that, especially because that system of domination is
maybe, yeah, I guess more socialist type stuff. Like, things like healthcare for all, of free code, like, they would definitely help with that. I morally disagree with forcing that upon anyone, I'm a capitalist, but that type of stuff would help. But trying to spread race hate and fearmonger for race wars, letting CNN win with that shit, that's definitely not the right way to go. That's
so
retarded.
pervasive that it still has a lasting impact on contemporary existence. But changing that system
Someone
comes
said
from
anyway.
learning about the history so that everyone can at least recognize it.
What's happening in our schools and our military and our government is both simpler and easier to recognize than that. It's not critical race theory. It's racism, not neo-racism or reverse
true.
racism. Those are meaningless terms. It is race hate.
This is so fucking
I remember this segment. I actually remember it resonating a lot with me. He was denouncing racism in this segment, you retard. Like, you're trying to call it white supremacy. No, this was him denouncing racism as bad. Like, how I remember seeing this video. It was, the entirety of it was him denouncing white supremacy and the equivalent by reverse, and saying these are the same thing. Color blindness demands consistency, So please have some consistency. I don't get how the fuck you get racism out of that. Like, you're just a moron.
Stupid. A critical analysis
Fuck.
from a racial point of view and racial oppression throughout history is not creating racism. It is literally to stop more racist fucking people from existing. If adequately representing history makes you feel like is going to breed more fucking resentment towards white people, then now I understand why you don't want people to adequately understand history, because you don't want people to recognize what white people have done. But the reality is, like,
Jesus.
it's not.
And isn't that fucking racist? What white people have done. Like, you're generalizing this into white. No white people alive today has done anything. Why are you gonna put it on white people's backs? Like, that implies guilt by association. And what are you associating us by? Me and my ancestors, what the hell did we have in common? Oh, our skin color. This is what you're associating us by. So, yeah, what you are saying is racist. What Tucker Carlson is saying, that racism is bad regardless of who is spreading it, regardless of who it is oriented at, that is not racism. You being retarded is retardation. Somebody being smarter than you and you being mad over it, isn't that person being stupid? Just an analogy, so you fucking... Yeah, I'm so high.
Not supposed to create resentment. What it's supposed to do is create less resentment from white people towards black people, so that we can...
Yeah, change your perspective, but... Do you think St. Uyghur has ever, you know, opened any conservative minds? Do you think St. Uyghur's tweets... You can go over them if you want, from TYT. Like, go over them, just look at them. Look at a few. Scroll down as far as you want. And ask yourself, does that type of thing sound like something that would be divisive? Or does that sound like something that might convince some people on the right of anything that might be productive to upgrading the conversation? Or does it sound like him pandering to his base while the other side's just gonna fucking give him attention by making fun of him, and then his fucking fanboys are gonna like howl out, and it's just gonna be a huge attention storm, and then no minds are gonna be changed. It's just gonna be a shit show, and then he can take the moral fucking high ground, and it's like, yeah, just sticking to his niche.
Understand our shared history and conflict and struggle throughout time, so that we can make the future better. But of course, the reason why Tucker Carlson does not want people to be informed about America's racist history or the world's racist history is because he wants to act like it no longer is important.
Yeah, it isn't important anymore, not on a social level. That isn't racist. You're just fucking stupid, I guess. Like, I'm sorry, I'm sort of not giving him the benefit. Like, at this point, like, dude, you just keep calling this guy a racist because, oh, well, you're just assuming the rhetoric and its implications. You're just assuming what this guy's intentions are. What is he saying? You're just putting words in his mouth, putting the wrong framing behind everything. And yeah, this guy's just... Tucker Carlson is literally... This entire video has been him arguing against racism and in favor of colorblindness. And you've literally just been calling him racist this entire time for arguing in favor of colorblindness and against racism. Like, you're just fucking stupid, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
That was in the past. And don't learn too much about it, lest you start feeling differently about the reason why black people are still subjected to the conditions that they're subjected to, because it would shatter the worldview of so many people.
Mark Milley is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He didn't get that job because he's brilliant or because he's brave or because the people who know him respect him. He is not, and they definitely don't. Milley got the job because he is obsequious. He knows who to suck up to, and he's more than happy to do it. Here's Milley yesterday, the man in charge of this nation's weapon, explaining that he's working to understand a concept called white rage.
I do think it's important, actually, for those of us in uniform to be open-minded and be widely read. And the United States Military Academy is a university, and it is important that we train and we understand, and I want to understand white rage, and I'm white, and I want to understand it. So what is it that caused thousands of people to assault?
Like, who cares? To be fair, if he's saying that sort of seems like a whistleblower. That sort of seems... Yeah, if he says some dumb shit like that, yo, what's up, bro? Yo, that's my man. Like, yeah, if he says some dumb shit like that, and conservatives go after him, it's like, dude, you can't even fucking blame anybody but yourself. Like, I want to understand white guilt, or I want to, like, maybe they have a point when they say that all crackers should be fucking shot dead, you know? Yeah, you're sort of feeding into that, toxic, identity politics type shit, and yeah, race is just not the most important thing today. The white supremacist movement and the flat earth movement, they're pretty much about as popular one as the other. Maybe there are more important things to, like, have on your mind if you live in America and you care about what is happening, say, right now. Yeah, so him doing that, it's sort of just, yeah, retardation.
This building and try to overturn the Constitution of the United States of America. What caused that?
Wait.
I want to find that out.
Wait, when did overturning the Constitution come into this? What the fuck?
I want to maintain an open mind here, and I do want to analyze it.
Kind of
By
funny.
the way,
Like,
when is this video from? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no surprise. I think, yeah, I definitely remember seeing
how
this.
quickly Tucker shits on veterans and the military. Remember, Tammy Duckworth, like, got absolutely, like, Tucker Carlson literally straight up said, like, her disability was faked, pretty much, or, like, that she was incapable. He does this shit all the time. He's able to do that. He's able to do that because he's a conservative. Conservatives love the military.
Hard to believe that man wears a uniform. He's that unimpressive. Notice he never defined white rage, and we should know what it is. What is white rage? Well, like drapetomania, it's one of those diseases that only affect people with certain melanin levels.
It's literally not, dude. It's not a fucking race realist medical condition. Why the fuck is Tucker Carlson making it seem like people are treating white rage as though it's like anything beyond a social term?
Look, I'll be right back. Let me see. Yeah, guys, Robin is my man. Stay away from my man. By the way, that guy, I still don't know what happened to him. I kept asking him, like, I haven't heard back from him, unfortunately. Okay, so now with okay, so I'll just be, holy shit, what the fuck is my hair looking like now? Okay, so let me, just for a second there. Okay, buddy. Yeah, I'll be AFK for, but yeah, fucking hell. I need some water. What the fuck is all that? Yo, someone else is here. Yo, what's up, bro? Shit, dude. It says, yeah, it says I have 0 game current user. Alright, fuck. Yeah, I'm coming right back. Wait. Fuck, dude, Alright. My doorknob's sorta broken. Let me put my headphones back on. So I'm showing. Yo. I can't wait for that, Jonathan guy to come back. Like, yeah, that guy. I got my water bottle and shit. Hell yeah. That Jonathan guy actually messaged me on Discord about, like. Yeah, he actually trolled the fuck out of, his parents and that whole company thing.
Hated by those who like are studying social sciences. Oh my fucking god. Unironically, Tucker needs some critical race theory, I guess, to understand. If I, a brown lefty Muslim immigrant, had opened...
I don't know. Has Tucker Carlson read critical race theory? I don't remember him ever, saying... I don't remember him saying, I've read critical race theory. Like, Dan Bongino, I remember, especially, like, in the car when... like, dude, that's the first time I ever heard, like, anyone speaking, like, Tucker Carlson, Trump, like, I was out of politics, really, like, sometimes I might look at the Humanist Report, like, every so often, and, like, dude, I was in the, like, I was taking my driver's ed lessons, like, this guy was just, like, booming the Dan Bongino, and he kept talking about face diapers, and, like, yeah, he kept talking about critical race theory. He was like, I read it, it's fucking racist, terrorist, poison. And it's like, he kept fucking talking about how he's read it and he knows it's bullshit. Like, I haven't heard Tucker Carlson, say, like, yeah, I've read this. For I know, maybe he hasn't read it.
My MSNBC show last Sunday by calling America's top general a pig and stupid, saying he wasn't fit to wear the uniform, comparing America to Rwanda. The right would be demanding I be fired.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, Tucker has this huge problem with this idea of systemic racism because he feels like it's this thing. Like, look at CNN, how they use George Floyd as ammunition to try starting a race war. Hey, look, we could find a clip of uh, police brutality and use that to push the narrative that, oh, you see what police brutality is? It's these filthy racist white people shooting these innocent black victims. That's basically police brutality for you. And you see this happening here? Look, we'll find another clip. I'm sure we will now that it's become a thing to expect that and to film it because, like, you know, there's a thing all over. This could be happening, like, next door. You know what? It'll probably, like, you should look outside your window. There's probably, like, a black person just at your doorstep being kneeled on. It's like, this is happening all over the place. They just use that as ammunition for new race war. Like, these are real things that are really happening. You can't say, oh, like, maybe it's true in a vacuum, but look at what's happening. There's no racism against what. Like, no, people are throwing ammunition for this race war, on that side. They're trying to get a race war. CNN is trying to get a race war. I'm pretty sure on MSNBC, I don't really hear a lot about them. I've never looked at an emission from them on racism, but I'm sure they push that thing too. Yeah, Tucker Carlson has a problem with this thing because he thinks it's responsible for this huge divide, and he sort of puts everything in the same category. He sort of puts all of these talking points and, oh, these are all these left-wing talking points that are sort of nonsense that mean nothing, that they make up to try and, like, destroy the world. But he pictures all of that poison that the left spills out. He sort of puts it all in the same category. They're trying to degrade America. And America is a very specific meaning to him. Like the American dream, which is, he's lived his entire life, and he will admit this, like, he's always been rich. And that's what he sees as America, because everybody sort of assumes that's why we tend to empathize less with things happening far away from us, because we can think more, yeah, this is my life is sort of what the average person lives. Like, all this stuff, it's a fringe minority, but, like, the average person lives like I do. That's sort of what the average person, at least subconsciously, assumes. So, Tucker Carlson probably assumes the average person is sort of like him, and as long as, like, this Mexican stuff, it's happening in other countries, well, it's not our government's responsibility. It's not our responsibility, so we can blame them and sort of, like, look away. And I know that is subconsciously what's driving him to do that. That's obviously not how he'll portray it. I'm guessing that's probably what's driving him to be against illegal immigration when these people might be fleeing from drug cartels fucking trying to murder them. But, like, yeah, all these things, like speaking English, all that, like, Americans tend to be reunited, especially if you go on the left. People will say, I'm so glad I'm an American. I'm proud of being an American. Like, America sort of has this rhetoric behind it, this, like, this culture of being proud of what America stands for and what all of these great patriots who have, like, made the story of the glorified America, just, of course, hiding all the negative things. Because our culture is the progress, we look at the positives because that's what we're striving for. That's how he justified just pushing away all these negative things about what America did and saying, yeah, let's concentrate on the positive. He'd say, yeah, I'm trying to, like, put down anyone who's saying, hey, America did these bad things, by the way. And because the spirit of America is try to make it better. We might be bad right now by the standards of the next people, and that's what we want it to be. That's why they built the system around making it possible for us to change for the better while keeping, like, that's why the government cannot keep up with society just making progress at such fast paces. Because that's the whole checks and balances thing, to make sure that democracy doesn't collapse easily. the whole thing to try sustaining it because democracy is like fragile. It makes it so like there's this like to be able to make up for democracy being fragile, we have to set up a government where things are going to be slow because people are going to disagree. And yeah, we can't have a French minority deciding everything because that leads way to dictatorship. And yeah, Tucker Carlson just doesn't like the fact that we see that we might have to empathize with other people from distant countries because to him America is this great place, but the world isn't all great. The world isn't all great, and these people, they have just as much of a right to come to America, come live the American dream, because the world isn't all great, and we should accept some of this misery on our shoulders to make the world overall a better place, because just hiding behind, oh yeah, we can just hide our eyes, we could just like close our eyes and not look at this, that's not gonna make the world better. So
Fired and calling me a traitor, but Tucker, yeah, that's true. I mean, it's 100% true.
I've read
just
Mao
seem like
Zedong.
Gates.
I've read Karl Marx. I've read Lenin. That doesn't make me a communist. So
I-
what is
I
wrong
agree.
with understanding, having some situational
I mean, I agree with that. Just yeah, the rhetoric behind
understanding
it.
about the country for which we are here to defend?
It's just because like this whole it's bad framing, trying to frame like the average person as being racist, racism being in the average person's subconscious mind. That's not how racism actually works. Like the reason why black people today might be poorer on average, might have sort of a different culture, and might be like black people might tend to hang around each other, like all that stuff, it's sort of a poverty thing and not a race thing, not a race prejudice, like implant what's it called, these subconscious prejudices that just infest our society and keeps black people at the bottom, and white people just have to wake up and realize just just fucking accept their prejudices, realize what their prejudices are, when they probably don't have any prejudice. They shouldn't try going and looking for that. Like, this is just triggering divide. Like, this is fearmongering. By the way, let me check my chat. Okay, that was so... Okay. Who's Jonathan? Yeah, that was a kid from my other stream. He was trolling the fuck out of his internet company. Yeah, they did. Let's go, that's funny. Hell fucking yeah. That's amazing.
And I personally find it offensive that we are accusing the United States military, our general officers, our non-commissioned officers, of being, quote, woke.
He's not just a pig, he's stupid.
I find it offensive that we're accusing our military people of being woke. Like, why would he say that with a tie on him giving a speech? Like, what? That sounds like a stupid, like, you're just making a fool of yourself type thing to say.
So Mark Milley reads Mao to understand Maoism. He reads communist to understand communism.
Well, yeah, no shit.
But it's interesting that he doesn't read white supremacists to understand white supremacy.
Yeah, that is a very good point. And I just remembered him making... I remember this video. I've definitely seen it. Before I continue, let me... I don't know. Yeah, actually, let me smoke a little bit. Yeah, alright, that's it. No, I'm just kidding.
Why not go to the source? Well, because Mark Milley would be fired instantly if he read those books, and getting fired is the one thing he doesn't want.
Well, that's a very good point. Why doesn't he talk about, why wouldn't he go to the source? Is he gonna debunk that with a video of him actually going to the source and saying, hey, yeah, he has, you just haven't shown this clip, or is he gonna make a diversionary tactic? We'll see, once I'm done smoking, I guess. Oh, fucking yeah, dude. Yeah, we're getting towards... I'm getting towards the end of the video, so I doubt his points are gonna start getting better now. This facial expression is probably gonna be his point. Like, that right there, there you go, that's probably his point. Like, what a faggot, bro. This is probably gonna be his point. Oh, yeah. Shit it in. Hell yeah, bro.
Yo, for the record, this is why I think it's so fucking stupid whenever centrists and neoliberals liken communism as an economic organization or Marxism as an economic theory to Nazism and fascism, which
Yeah, actually, there is a book called Mein Kampf. How about saying, if you want to understand Nazis, how about you read that book? I think that's fair to say. For white supremacy, I don't know, some people started talking about the white replacement theory. I'm sure there's some written about that. I don't know. You could probably find, like, you could probably find some information on what white supremacists used to think and what was their fucking ideology, what were their fucking thoughts and shit. Like, I'm sure it's out there, bro. I wonder how often this clown actually talks about Tucker Carlson. Probably fucking regularly. Let's go, that's content for me. Big dub. Big fucking dub. Okay, maybe that's enough smoking for now. You know what? Now that is. Jesus Christ, I'm way too fucking high. Let's go.
which is built upon racial boundaries, racial resentment. There is a completely separate designation for it, considering that it's not grounded within dialectical materialism at all. This is what
Wait, well then what?
for it, considering that it's not grounded within dialectical materialism at all.
Dialectical materialism. I don't know what the fuck he's saying. That's from dialectical materialism. The fuck? What the fuck is that? Okay, sure. Maybe some people are familiar with that. I don't know what the fuck he's
This is
talking
why
about. That's some communist idea, some communist theory. Okay.
Tucker Carlson can get away with saying such fucking laughable and idiotic things.
Okay, well, this proves his point. Remember, his point was, you're gonna say you went to the source, for, like, communism. You went to the source for, like, these left-wing things you're sort of, I guess you could say you're pandering to. And I think his broader point is, and I would agree with him, yeah, you have to try to understand these things. But Tucker isn't really disagreeing with him. He's just saying, well, how about you extend that to white supremacy? Again, colorblindness. You don't get to pick which poisons you like to explore. Like, if you say, yeah, if you're going to criticize these people, at least know what you're criticizing, because otherwise your criticism is sort of worthless. And if you're going to criticize them for not being open-minded and not fucking, which, like, that's honestly one of the most legitimate points you might have against racists. Like, they, like, what are they gonna say? Hey, what if you were born black? Oh, I'd kill myself. Wow, like, you haven't thought about that much. Like, I remember I've met, like, one fucking racist online and one white supremacist online. I mean, one racist and, like, white supremacist type racist, not. I've met so many, anti-white racists, like, the average fucking person. But, and one anti-Semite. Both I asked the question, if you were black / Jewish, what would you do? Instantly, answers, I'd kill myself. And it's like, sort of expected. That's obviously the first question to ask. What if you were born that way? Like, to anyone who's against a certain group. But, yeah, clearly they haven't thought about it much. What was I talking about?
Tucker Carlson hilariously is saying, like, you know.
But yeah, if you're going to accuse these people of being closed-minded and you're not even open-minded enough to go into actually learning what you're criticizing, trying to, if you're going to criticize it, but then you're going to have to acknowledge the fact that it's prevalent enough for it to be worthy of you criticizing it. Like, clearly it's not a dead topic, otherwise you'd move on. So, what is at the bottom of it? Why does anybody think that way? If it's so stupid, why is it prevalent at all? Why was it ever prevalent? Why would anybody buy into such things? Like, if you're going to criticize something and recognize that it's so prevalent, if you're going to be serious, you have to at least try to look into why would people buy into that? And you sort of have to step into people's shoes to be able to do that. Tucker isn't really disagreeing with him. He's just trying to say, well, apply that logic everywhere. Like, that is Tucker's point. And he hasn't actually debunked that. He hasn't responded to Tucker's point. He sort of sidelined it to something about communism and saying, oh, well, these things are different, and, like, these things have this stuff that no one knows what the fuck he's talking about. And I was just saying, yeah, Tucker's getting away with saying stupid shit. Bitch, you haven't responded to him. You haven't refuted his point. You haven't responded to his point. You've just said, oh, what a dumb redneck. It's just like him responding to you as, wow, what a fucking woke dude. Like, not an argument. What is your argument against what he said? It's very clearly a reasonable response. Like, you have an argument. I can't, I'm not from here. Wasn't born in the US. And why would I wanna fucking go back to France? Go in the libtard country. No fucking thank you.
You'd get fired if you read Mein Kampf. You know, maybe you should read Mein Kampf. Cool, okay.
And by the way...
Oh, but maybe you should read the Communist Man. Like, he's saying... like, this guy was making that argument on the basis of... well, maybe communism might be repulsive to you. Maybe... like, he's trying to address the conservative base. He's saying, hey, before going and despising this, going, like, feeding into the red hate trend, if you're gonna feed into the, like, you know, the what's it called, the red scare trend, you have to at least understand where these people are coming from, no matter how despicable or, like, inhumane you might fucking see them from. Like, if you're going to go down that trajectory, if you're going to entertain that subject at all, at least know what the hell you're addressing, so that you can frame it right, so that you can know the context and have the information. Well, yeah, this would absolutely apply to white supremacists, because, like, he's saying if there's this, like, hideous fucking topic, if you're gonna bother going and trying to criticize that topic, at least be aware of of the fucking conversation. At least keep up to date, know what's going on, know your landscape, buddy. It's like, understand the people you're speaking about. Yeah, that absolutely applies to fucking white supremacy or Nazism. What do you?
Since it's a medical condition, at what age can you catch white rage, by the way?
It's not. No one has said that white rage is a medical condition. Absolutely zero people are saying that white rage is a medical condition, except for
This is
Tucker
so
Carlson.
gay.
And now the fucking morons that listen to Tucker Carlson. White rage is not a medical condition. No one has said this. But the reason why Tucker Carlson has to say this over and over again is because he's building a...
Why did so what is white rage? How about you tell us? Since you're accusing Tucker Carlson was accusing that guy of not telling us, but you're accusing Tucker Carlson of not telling us either what white. So what is white rage? What is it exactly? How about you fucking tell us that,
faulty
pal?
premise here.
Let me see. What is white rage? Dude, I'm looking for a definition. I'm not looking for nothing. The unspoken truth about a racial divide. Yeah, so it seems to be just some fucking idea that just fucking promotes that America is systemically racist. So I would say a racial divide, a fear mongering. This is poison. You're not necessarily racist if you feed into that. It's sort of like the gray replacement theory. Like, if you believe that the Democratic Party is trying to is like all for immigration because, like, they want to take advantage of these voters, like, being for them, and, like, they don't care about the potential moral questions that may be relevant. I don't think there are any. Tucker Carlson would disagree. It's like, yeah, you can't say these people are xenophobic just for prescribing to that type of stuff. Yeah, I know. It isn't fair. Maybe I'll change that one day, you know? Or maybe Biden will change that for me. Maybe he'll... Yeah, it keeps glitching that out for some reason. Dude, what was I just talking about? Yeah, that white rage thing. Dude, I was talking about
Tucker Carlson has to say this over and over again is because he's building a fucking faulty premise here.
Now, who's building a faulty premise? I'm sorry, but as I've said over and over, there definitely is racism against white people going on, and yeah, this thing trying to shit it. Oh yeah, there's on a social level today. There's racism. No, like, that's not it. It's just poverty doesn't just go away within 2 generations. So painting it as this is actually our fault. Like, us as a society, we're just not living up to the fucking non-prejudice expectations that we thought of ourselves as. Like, I definitely understand that this could be a rebellion against like this conservative movement with the religion and stuff, trying to shield themselves from the reality that people outside of America, like America isn't all like this great place where everyone lives so well. Like there are problems. We get a huge military to try to paint ourselves as this all powerful, like we protect our own citizens. No, like America is not a perfect place, and the world isn't perfect, and these other places matter, even if they're far away. But like, yeah, definitely conservatives tend to want to be shielded and think, yeah, everything is gonna be fine. Like they tend to want to think that America is this glorious place that's gonna keep like being patriotic and fighting for like they keep wanting to see the glories painted on America is like what America is every day, what Americans' everyday lives are, and yeah, with like I definitely agree that we should stop trying to see everything as that great. We should accept problems, not just try to shield ourselves from it, because that doesn't actually fix anything. But trying to create other problems to try to make people less prejudiced by making them more aware of biases that they don't even have, maybe so that any like potentially real biases that might actually exist would be erased. It's like, no, that's just fear mongering. We don't need to pay attention to that. That's just gonna push racial divide. And when you say dumb shit like that, you try to start this race war. You try to push that society is racist when no, it's just two generations don't give wealth the opportunity to redistribute that fast. Like that's just not possible. Like the pace of society evolving, society adapting to a more like tolerant of minorities perspective, that's way more rapid than that. So yeah, when people try to say the systemic racism, like this is just fear mongering. We don't actually face this problem. I don't know any racist people. I do not see any Confederate flags ever. I go outside. I go like to the shop with my. Every time my mother goes to do her groceries at Walmart, if I want to get some liquor, I better fucking go over there because it's fucking free. I get 2 water bottles. I just take the clear liquor. But okay, dude, I don't need to fucking talk about all that shit anyway.
And making a faulty analogy.
Yeah, I just don't see Confederate flags. Like this whole uh like you sort of have your fucking framing of this whole situation is America is so racist, but I live in Louisiana. That's said to be a pretty racist state, to be honest. If the average person were to rate like Louisiana compared to America, they'd say it's probably more racist than the average. Well, does let's say Louisiana were America. Would this racist stereotype, would it fit Louisiana well? Well, I lived there, and no. So you seem to have bad framing. Tucker Carlson doesn't seem to be the one deceiving people. He's talking about stuff like like this racism against white people that is just tolerated, this double standard, and the fact that it's poison. It's people trying to use that as ammunition for a new race war, and all of it is poison. And until we realize that, yeah, this thing, oh well, you enslaved us, so now we're going to fucking do the same type of shit to you. No, until we say that never works and that will never work, no matter where the boards are flipped. If I were black, I'd be saying that because it's the right thing to say, unless, like, until we resort to reason instead of this race hate fucking revenge shit. until we move towards better instead of concentrating on this fucking fringe minority having these problems and over glorifying it. Yeah, as much as nationalists tend to overemphasize over glorifying America, and they tend to make too big of a deal out of it, and I would argue it's not as meaningful, and I don't see any meaning in it. But I mean, yeah, I do honestly, I do see some meaning in it, but yeah, what I meant to say is it's definitely not that meaningful, at least to me. But I get these people seeing that way, and I forgot what the fuck I was saying.
Tucker Carlson might have a medical condition, but I don't think it's white rage as a medical condition. He certainly
Alright, buddy.
is demonstrating some white fragility and white rage, though.
Thanks, Mark Milley. We appreciate your contribution to our generation's scientific racism. By the way, have you read anything recently about winning wars? Apparently not.
By the way, he's not even wrong about that. So it's kind of funny that conservatives now unironically keep saying that, like, America's military keeps losing wars. It's fucking true. But also, like, it's kind of funny that, like, Matt Gaetz said this exact same thing, too. Like, he was like, maybe that's why. Maybe because they're reading critical race theory that our fucking military keeps losing wars, bro.
I mean, they couldn't have been saying that, this is a year ago. Obviously, they would be saying that since it's more suited now that Biden's president. Well, what wars have we been in since Biden has been president? Obviously, they wouldn't say that under Trump, because, well, duh. But
I mean, they're not wrong, but I also...
What wars have we lost? What wars have we been in? I'm genuinely curious. I don't
find it really weird that these, like, esteemed patriots keep fucking saying, like, the military...
Like Afghanistan,
military's full of L nerds. That's great.
Like, with us withdrawing? Or is that us taking the
Welcome to the resistance, Tucker Carlson. By the way, the American military loses wars on purpose. It's because it's significantly more profitable that way. They don't give a fuck how many people die in the process, as long as the military-industrial complex is, you know, getting their gears oiled and make...
I would not be interested in that. It's boring. Just like voting, it's like, how many, like, in what scenario is your fucking vote going to actually have have a what's it called, fucking dude, my brain is melting. You know, when is your vote gonna have like a fucking real life change on the outcome of an election, which would be the definition of your vote mattering, your vote having an impact on an election. Well, when is the scenario that you voting is the difference between such or such person being elected? Like, it's never really come down to one citizen's vote. So no, it's as a team. The individual's vote doesn't matter. And yeah, that is
making more money. So in that sense, they are winning from a capitalist point of view. The military-industrial complex is, you know, getting their gears oiled and making more money. So in that sense, they are winning from a capitalist point. Because it's significantly more profitable that way. They don't give a fuck how many people die in the process, as long as the military-industrial complex...
I mean, to be fair, the military, that's sort of how people go by seeing how much damage is made to the other side. They go by, oh, we killed that many soldiers, that's how we won the war. Like, soldiers sort of are sent to war to die. So yeah, I wouldn't really join the military. I'd be in favor of trying to, like, exterminate the need for a military and try to bring that to the present rather than the far future.
Is, you know, getting
so maybe stop spending so much money on the fucking The virtue
gears
aspect.
oiled and making more money. So in that sense, they are winning from a capitalist point of view. Ironically, Tucker would know more about this if he read Lenin. But I guess reading Lenin doesn't stop you from being an imperialist warmonger.
No, how about reading White Supremacy or Mein Kampf? Like, you still haven't responded to that point. Are you going to respond, dude? I mean, you have less than a minute. I'm guessing you're not gonna respond. Good fucking
General
job.
Milley
Jesus
and his existence also points out. Just remember that, theory nerds.
We become Rwanda. What should we be teaching our children before it's too late? How do we save this country before we become Rwanda?
Rwanda is Rwanda, not because of foreign policy of other nations, imperialism, anything like that, but because they read too much critical race theory. I love this, dude. What an incredible, insightful analysis
No,
from Tucker Carlson.
I'm pretty sure he mentioned them importing people being the reason. Like, I'm pretty sure he made this as a talking point against immigration in another video. Like, what the fuck? Tucker Carlson is a socialist. This is 30 minutes, dude. Okay, 43. Let's talk about 9/11. What the fuck is there 1 year ago to say about 9/11? Dude, like, if it's not... if it's over, in the 10 minutes type... Yeah, I've seen this. It was so surprising to see, conservatives completely turn on Tucker Carlson for this. Like, they even brought up the lawsuit, where his lawyers just went... I debunked that whole thing, but, bro, honestly, this whole thing, everybody in his comment section is arguing, well, these 20 people who are trying to hold up McCarthy, they're really trying to represent their people. They're trying to speak for the human rights. Well, these people might have to take the popular vote position, because, yeah, according to how the Constitution works, the concept, the Bill of Rights, our founding fathers, that the right is always defended, yeah, the popular vote, what the people think shouldn't matter. We elected, we put our vote in when we voted for these members of Congress, so now they get to speak on our behalf. Like, we're not the ones voting on these elections. Remember the Constitution? Like, I mean, this is a right-wing talking point. And the right's just abandoning this all of a sudden for, just being against McCarthy. And it's like, remember, the right is supposed to be fact over feeling, and that is why in practical, the right is set to succeed more. Like, yeah, if we choose McCarthy, that's just going to work better for us politically. If we disagree with his ideology, let's go with practical. Let's go with what'll work better instead of our feelings, our feelings are hurt. Like, what are his policies and we support them? Let's not go with, are we offended by this guy? Let's go with what can we expect of that guy. And yeah, in terms of policies, McCarthy would side with them on every issue. Okay, so how long has this stream been, actually? Fuck, dude, how long has it been? I have no fucking clue. Yeah, it's been 3 hours and a half, I guess. Robin 2024. Hell fucking yeah, dude. Minecraft Survival Gaming 2024. Fuck yeah. You can... Yeah, I don't... Nah. Light mode. What do you mean? Oh, on YouTube? Yeah, I just prefer it that way. I've always seen it that way, so... Oh, 2 hours? Has it really been only 2 hours? Because then I should probably keep fucking streaming. I sort of want to, but... Yeah, like, if the right's gonna be consistent with the fucking thing that McCarthy, like, anyone's standing in favor of McCarthy as a traitor, they're sort of gonna have to pivot in favor of the popular vote just to stay consistent, so... Oh, wow. Imagine that being the topic of politics, like, at any point in time. Like, some retard just said something stupid. Some guy who's literally mentally ill. Like, clearly his mental illness is influencing, like, him saying delusional things. Oh, he said some outrageous and he's a celebrity. Like, this is a topic of the year, like... Yeah, we're all guilty in this for talking about it. Conservatives are hypocrites for defending. Okay. This is 38 minutes. I want to watch it, but it's so fucking long. Liberals should do one fight. Okay, buddy. This looks like...
What do you want?
I'll start looking at this. Ben
What a
Shapiro
job that
really
I
hates
don't
rap
hate.
music. This is 30 minutes long. How do you have 30 minutes worth of saying that Ben Shapiro hates rap?
Want to do something that matters?
Shapiro.
Jesus Christ, this guy is such a character. Like, it's no surprise that, like, H3H3 would be friends with this fucking guy. It's like, H3 finds the fucking people, like, the weirdest people. And he found iDubbbz. I fucking hate that. iDubbbz is the GOAT. iDubbbz is the fucking man, the myth, the legend. And H3 is sort of a fat fuck. And that's about all he is. He's sort of an asshole. He's a horrible person. Like, he definitely doesn't deserve iDubbbz as a friend. Like, yeah, I'm not really surprised that H3, who's, like, the fucking... H3's ideology is literally the status quo. Literally, H3's ideology is clickbait and the status quo. Clickbait in his favor. Right? Like, that's his moral compass. His moral compass is clickbait and status quo. It's like, no wonder he would this guy. Like, yeah, this guy's absolutely doing this thing with just flying past anybody's, anything that could actually lead to a productive conversation. He's not trying to understand where anybody's coming from, so... Yeah, and he's not taking people for their, he's not taking people at their word and considering, hey, what if these people are actually not lying? Thank you so much.
Rex, Washington Post crybaby who docs libs of TikTok.
Is that as the left is exposed for...
Yeah, that is a very fair point. And I said that in an earlier stream, like, I said the Humanist Report was a hypocrite for exposing, yeah, her name, she sort of made her face public now, so it's like, yeah, Laura Lightshake or whatever, yeah, exposing her name, but, like, I think, I watched a video after, and he made a decent case. He was like, no, you don't get to hide behind anonymity when you're terrorizing a group of people. And I honestly think that's fair. Like, I would make that case in favor of incitement to violence in some cases. I think that's also something you could justify sometimes. But it's like, yeah, actually, I absolutely agree with that. What was I just
for
saying?
what it is, as the radical...
Shapiro, Rex, Washington Post crybaby who docs libs of TikTok.
Is that...
Oh yeah, I was talking about this shit. But like, yeah, I think it's a very fair to say, yeah, if you're, like, terrorizing a group of people. Now, from what I've heard, she just reposts what the left posts. She just reposts it. But yeah, to be fair, she does target the LGBTQ, and like, she has a fan base that hates these groups. And I guess like you can't really dox public events. Like I thought about this, and it's like, yeah, she's having her her transphobic, hateful fan base, and she's exposing this event to them and portraying it as these are groomers, they're grooming kids at that event. And yeah, that's sort of wrong. And she doesn't know that it's wrong. She genuinely believes that trans people are groomers. She was fed into this shit. And you can't just say, oh, everybody who's on the stage, everyone who's in the spotlight, oh, they're actually the propagandists who, like, they're pulling the strings, they know it's all fake. Except if they agree with me, like, then they're the fucking revolution heroes. Then they're the fucking resistance, right? But, like, all the middle class people who will never get in the spotlight, whose names you'll never know, like, all these people, yeah, it's fair to assume that them, if they agree with them, or maybe if they watch them and, like, they got indoctrinated into that, by that, like, yeah, then it's fair for these people, but until they get into the spotlight, until then we can give them the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, they aren't really bad people, they're just, like, they'll just easily get convinced. They'll just be easily influenced. And it's sort of like what Tucker Carlson does with trans people. It's like, oh yeah, like the trans community is made up of these predators and also these victims that, like these kids who these trans people indoctrinate into their fucking lifestyle, which is a big point that Tucker has against this transgender thing. And yeah, I think there's a lot of criticisms against him for that. For example, like, yeah, according to him, yeah, this procedure is irreversible. So if you, I'm pretty sure Tucker has said that these procedures are being done to kids. I'm sure he doesn't think the kids are the propagandists or the groomers. And if these procedures are permanent, well, according to him, now that this has been done, these trans people, well, they are now trans. Are they now a threat to children? Like, he doesn't elaborate on that. Like, he's just saying, like, yeah, in general, we agree to say, like, yeah, anyone who's never brought up, we agree to give them the benefit of the doubt, but whenever they come into like our eyes, we'll just say, oh, they're lying. We will never give them the benefit of the doubt. Hey, maybe they heard this from somewhere else and they were sort of gullible and they believed it. No, if they're on TV, they're lying. They know exactly what's going on and they know I'm right and they're wrong.
That as the
And everyone fucking says this. It's so frustrating. And they all also attack each other for doing that. Like, the
left is exposed for what it is, as the radicalism is exposed, and as they become more unpopular because of that radicalism.
Shapiro Rex, Washington Post crybaby who dogs lives on TikTok.
Is that as the left is exposed for what it is, as the radicalism is exposed, and as they become more unpopular because of that radicalism, finally you have the left's last gasp. And the last gasp of the left is we will attack anybody who exposes this stuff. Which brings us to the
What is it exposes what stuff? That like gay teachers exist? The idea
yeah,
any
I know.
Conversation.
That is exactly that. It's sort of like George Floyd. It's the same thing. Like I'm making a video about that. Like, it's the same exact thing. Actually, I made a video about that. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying about. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, right here. The Daily Wire and France copying CNN. Yeah, I made a video explaining that, like, yeah, their argument is basically, I don't know why they don't just say it out loud all the time. And this is the right framing. This is the framing that they give it. They're like, look at this trans teacher like teaching these children. Look, this is grooming. This is pedophilia. This is wrong. This should be. We should be outraged over this. And the message is very clear. Like, you are explicitly saying trans people shouldn't be allowed to teach, at least not in public schools. They shouldn't be allowed to teach elementary schools. And to that I would say, well, how about these kids, once they've been indoctrinated into that? It's a big conservative talking point. Tucker and I'm sure Ben Shapiro has definitely pushed this as well. I know Tucker has that puberty blockers, things like that, and the whole transgender process. They also stick to the script of all that stuff's irreversible. And they probably believe it's done on purpose too, because if it was reversible, then, like, Tucker and all, they all believe that this whole movement, the left, like, the opposite political party, they're just so afraid of trying to empathize with them and give any thought to the idea that maybe they also have a point and they aren't just retarded, ridiculous for not agreeing with us. So at least like seeing that like our beliefs are so based on common sense that we have to be right. Like, they're all doing that shit.
That revolves around the Libs of TikTok account that doesn't feature what they do and what the express purpose of the Libs of...
Right, let me go back a little bit. But yeah, it's sort of the same shit. It's like people try saying, oh look, there's this trans person, oh yeah, I was talking about the irreversible shit. So yeah, puberty blockers apparently they're irreversible. So what are you saying, that if a child was sexually exploited and they dreamed of being a teacher one day, like they shouldn't have the right to have that job? I'm pretty sure you would agree that no, like that wouldn't be right. I'm sure you'd agree with that. So, like, at least just make your point so that we can make that counterpoint, so that we can get this conversation going here. Like, I don't get why they aren't doing that. And it's fair, like, from their ideology that's, like, so fucking close-minded. They legit think the opposing viewpoint is a propaganda arm against logic. They think their viewpoint is logic, and the opposing viewpoint is delusion made by people who just want to stick to power. And it's like, dude, you're not even opening your fucking mind to this shit. But, yeah.
TikTok account that doesn't feature what they do and what the express purpose of the Libs of TikTok account is and who's funding the Libs of TikTok account, which is, you know, Babylon Bee and also other conservative operatives, and literally the Florida state politicians, the Florida GOP, is doing a disservice. They're just lying. They're lying through omission. The Libs of TikTok account doesn't just repost videos of trans people, okay? They don't just do that. They call them all pedophiles, okay? That's their whole point. Look at this gay teacher, they're a pedophile. Look at this trans teacher, they're a pedophile. That, in and of itself, is not being mentioned in the conservative conversation deliberately, by the way. Just remember that whenever someone tries to tell you...
Okay, show us the clips of them doing that. You just made a claim. Back it up. Why don't we all get used to backing up claims when you make them? You're saying... No, what they aren't mentioning is that, yeah, these people, they are actually calling them, every time they post about a trans person, they add a caption saying, this person's a pedophile. Well, if Tucker is claiming, no, they just repost these videos of trans people, and every time Tucker makes a claim like that, by the way, he follows that up with the video. He provides evidence for his claims, like, I remember when Tucker claimed that, he was like, yeah, all she's doing when these people are trying to call Libs of TikTok, they're sort of admitting to the fact that they're just reposting these people's fucking clips. And Tucker shows, like, here are the videos. There's no caption on it. So, like, if you're gonna say, hey, actually, you're missing the part where, like, you just took the video, but it's actually, if you look at the whole thing, she was, like, saying these people are pedophiles, and you just took that out. If that's the case, well, you're making the claim. Provide fucking evidence. Or otherwise, you're not fucking serious. It's like, you're just making that up. If you actually show this,
that shit.
It's Taylor Lorenz.
Like, I will agree, and there are points where Tucker's wrong. I remember the first time where I sort of turned, like, that, I sort of, like, I don't know, that, I definitely was uncomfortable with that. The Rational National reported on Tucker Carlson apparently making a post about like some shooter who was just at a Black Lives Matter protest, just trying to shoot at black people, and like the protesters, like one of them just had a skateboard, like he just shot like the racist guy, or like the attacker was just starting to shoot, and then the guy with the skateboard was just trying to defend him, and Tucker Carlson tried like using that photo and framing them as like, you see these terrorists, like this is why like I don't feel bad for these people. We need to keep ourselves armed because of terrorists like these. Let like free my mans. And it's like, yeah, I was like, holy shit. No, you need to get your facts right. But the people who criticize Tucker Carlson, they pretty much every time they manage to be more wrong than Tucker Carlson could ever have been in his assessment of stuff, just by their fucking false preassumption that, like their false preassumption of Tucker's entire narrative and motives. You're not in someone's fucking head. If you're gonna be for socialism, you should be for empathy, and sympathy starts with empathizing. Like that last point that Tucker made in that last video, you never answered, by the way. Yeah, so he's talking about how he read these extreme left things that he's pandering to, and how we should, if we want to understand them. Like he's making a legitimate point, but hey, why don't you extend that? Why don't you apply that evenly with, say, the people who are countering those you are pandering to, just to stay consistent? Like, are you trying to pander, or are you trying to be consistent? Like, what exactly is your motive here? You never answer that question, brother. What are you doing?
Cheap. She's a horrible reporter at the New York Times. She's 87 years old, pretending to be a millennial. And she spends all day on Twitter and TikTok trying to track down the thoughts of 15-year-olds. She's pathetic. She's a horrible reporter. And not only is she a horrible reporter, she's a whiny reporter. So she went on MSNBC to complain about the fact that she spent her entire career trying to basically dox, uncover, and destroy people online she doesn't like personally.
I love that he was like upset. He's like talking about how this person exclusively tracks down 15-year-olds on the internet or some shit.
Yeah,
it's
I saw Tucker Carlson's video on this, and like that was really disgusting. Like what they did, like that made me sick. Seeing this hypocrisy, like I watched it and I was like, yikes, this is sort of sick. Yeah, I remember. Let's watch this video first, because it's also less long. What is his video, like fucking 38 minutes long? Yeah, like the fuck. Let's watch this first, just for some context. And yeah, this was like, holy shit. This is pretty gross stuff.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. Last year, unbeknownst to pretty much nobody, a woman in Brooklyn started a Twitter account that was comprised almost solely of videos of liberals talking about themselves. So the concept was very simple. Find interesting tape that had already been uploaded to the internet by the people who made
Okay, so maybe sometimes they say some transphobic stuff, but like pretty much all of it is.
And then repost that tape. There was no editing of it, no special effects. There was very little editorial content. The idea was to let activist types describe in their own words what they believe, unfiltered. The woman who created it called that account Libs of TikTok. Libs of TikTok now has more followers than the entire population of the state of Wyoming. Libs of TikTok's audience dwarfs the nightly viewership on CNN. So it was quite successful, by definition. The question is why?
Thing is, its motives might be genuine. I'm sure that person, if they bothered doing that, knowing how aggressive, and rightfully so, the trans community will be, because they're fighting for their own rights. They know they're fighting the same fight that gays had to fight for marriage, and they hate that bigotry, and they're very defensive, and you sort of understand that if you try to understand them from their perspective. If you're successful in doing that, you would absolutely intuitively understand why that is. I can definitely assume that if libs of TikTok subjected herself to this potential hatred, which would be justified, I think, but obviously she wouldn't do that, like, just to, like, if she says she doesn't, we could take her at a word, but, yeah, she is going after the trans movement, and it's just wrong. Like, I get she believes that, dude. My lips are so fucking dry. Like, the skin is peeling off of it. It's fucking AIDS, but Jesus Christ, I'm so high. But yeah, like, these people are actually killing themselves, and that's why people are outraged, because transness, just like gayness, it's real. And when you don't acknowledge the fact that these like, imagine if you were if you had to live in the opposite sex's body, how uncomfortable that it'd make you feel. Now imagine if we told you one day, well, this is gonna be permanent, I'm sorry, progress is going backwards nowadays. Had a good run, boys. It's like, yeah, some of these people are going to kill themselves, and like, I get why these people think that they're right, but it's just hateful rhetoric, and this is bad consequences. I get that they aren't aware of it, but yeah, I would add that.
And here's why. It turns
Dude, I need to work on speaking less. Maybe I'd repeat myself less if I didn't pause every 2 seconds to try to give my take. It's like, holy shit, we get it.
Out that as repellent as academic lifestyle liberalism may seem to you as an observer, the reality of it, as described by the people who actually believe this stuff, is even worse than you ever imagined. It's really beyond belief, both idiotic and disgusting. It's like watching someone eat roadkill. You feel nauseous, but you can't turn away. So libs of TikTok found all kinds of tape on the internet, but they found a bunch of selfie-style videos from the publicly available social media accounts of teachers. They didn't snoop. They just pulled what people had already posted. Here's some of what they found.
Hi, my name's Az, and I'm a preschool teacher. Recently, we started wearing pronoun pins, and the kids get to pick a
That's so fucking stupid. It's like,
new pronoun pin every. We have some that pick like.
yeah, and you can very well make that case. Like, I hate how trans people would give that ammunition against themselves, but look at this. Is someone like Hasanabi going to bring that up? And they, like, if they actually happen to view this segment probably on accident, are they going to just skip past that? Like, yeah, that is pretty cringe, dude, but yeah, somebody who thinks that this whole thing is a scam, when they see that, they're going to think, yikes, this is getting to the next level. So yeah, these people are absolutely shooting themselves in the foot, because that's so stupid. They get to choose a different pronoun pin. Like, what?
Like she, her every single day.
Every single day. So yeah, they're basically going, like, you know, there's this concept of gender fluidity. I guess like, dude, I have never really cared about what it was enough to really know much about it. I think I sort of get the gist of it, at least by now. I remember Leafius here making fun of Milo's tour. Those were the great fucking days, dude. The golden days. 2016, boys. Great days. But, make America great again. 2016.
And we have.
I forgot who the fuck was president. Like, probably Obama. Fucking. Yeah, it was like Obama to Trump.
Something
yeah.
changed up. So.
Yeah, that's just so dumb. Like, going from that concept of some people, they aren't really sure which gender they are, and I get that could be sort of like gay people sort of being bisexual and not being sure whether they're straight or gay or bi or like what they identify as, like in the same way, like on that spectrum. But like just, oh well, you have gender pins and you get to choose them every day. Like unless she's talking about teaching the kids the pronouns, like I don't know, teaching what's it called, not grammar, but like teaching I don't know, this type of conjugation and stuff with like that's sort of a thing in the French grammar, like words and like the adjectives used, that the words that will be used around like said person will be written differently. Like the grammar and punctuation will be, not the punctuation, the grammar will be different according to whether the word is male or female. But like in the English language, that's not really a thing. So I don't really know what's the point of that. What are you trying to teach the kids with this, other than, oh, gender is actually just a thing that, like, yeah, from day to day, it's just like you just go with the flow. It's sort of like the weather, you know. It's like that's bullshit. And yeah, of course, for a guy like Tucker Carlson, he sees this shit and he's like, what the fuck? Why aren't y'all talking about this? Why aren't y'all giving me an explanation? Maybe you owe him an explanation, especially if you care about the trans movement. Tell him, yeah, this person's absolutely shooting themselves in the foot, but you'll just find the fringe minority. This is like George Floyd. Does that represent the average police officer? No. Does this represent the average trans person? No. Like, you might find one teacher who's just doing that, and it's super stupid, and you could tell she's super into that lifestyle. Yeah, sure, she shouldn't try to get this super woke thing that, like, she got super into. Maybe she shouldn't put kids into that, because, like, schools aren't supposed to be political, and you can argue, yeah, this is pretty politically controversial. And I get, you're taking small jabs, you're going after these anecdotes of trans people doing that, but like, why aren't people bringing this up? If people are gonna criticize Tucker Carlson, criticize things like this of value.
Hi, my name's Az and I'm a preschool teacher. Recently we started wearing pronoun pins, and the kids get to pick a new pronoun pin every... We have some that pick like she, her every single day, and we have some that change it up.
So I'm a non-binary preschool teacher, and my kids know I'm non-binary.
Her eyes just look so, like, wrongly too close together to something. I don't know what looks wrong with her, but it looks very fucking wrong. Jesus Christ.
Girl or a boy. I use they, them pronouns in the classroom.
Yeah, so yeah, the whole idea is free speech. You shouldn't enforce anybody, like, pronouns upon them. Like, if people are opposed to this whole thing, if people don't want to affirm you because they're bigoted or because they don't get it, and they think, yeah, this whole thing isn't for me, I think it's weird, they don't get it, and they don't want anything to deal with it, do you hate? No, I don't hate gay people. I will never do ASMR. Never in fucking hell. That's just AIDS.
Ben, what the fuck are you talking about? He's just like lying at this point. This is it. It's just all lies. And you can do that.
Okay,
if you are a Republican, you get to lie all the fucking time. And no one will check you. No one will think that that's weird. You know what I mean? Like, no one will be like, wait a minute, is that true? Is that what the fuck they're doing? It doesn't matter.
Okay, the left get to lie all the time. Is George Floyd actually the story of police brutality? Oh, well, actually, black police officers are twice as likely to shoot and kill black people, black victims, as opposed to white police officers. Why don't people bring that up? Again, let me see. There's this video called Tenamongu. Yeah, I've linked it to some other streams. You could find it. It's like Vegan Games actually completely debunked Black Lives Matter.
We work on it. Not all the kids get it. That's okay. And I go by Mix Gray in the classroom, not Miss or Mr.
Man, y'all thought me teaching the children.
Yeah, these people are just weird, but they're really in a fringe minority. Like, does your average teacher look like this? How many people do you see looking like this? Like, if you happen to be someone who sees a staff in your school who looks like this, what's the chance that they are a teacher versus a janitor? Like, they're probably a janitor if they look like this. Like, there's a chance they wouldn't even be allowed to look like this with all these, like, rings and stuff. Around kids, like, dye their hair. Why weren't kids weren't allowed to dye their hair? Why would teachers be allowed to? Like, yeah, my parents, my mother, I mean. Yeah, she goes to school. She's a school teacher. There are strict standards put onto her. She has a uniform also that she wears. It's more lenient than the kids' uniform, but she also has a uniform more or less. Like, there's a...
About me being...
Yeah, she cannot just show up to school looking like this. Except maybe on Crazy Hair's day. She would not get away with that. Like, any staff, any people, like, in the faculty who are higher than her would stop her and tell her, wait, what the hell are you... Oh, you're who? You're Mr... What in the hell do you think you're doing? No, you can't have this. No, in fact, maybe even you're fired. So no, this isn't genuinely accepted. Like, if you found that, like, this is not the entire trans movement. Like, as I said again in this, video, dude, I'm just gonna, pop this up as a new tab. Okay. Yeah, in this video, I sorta explained it. Like, what they're doing is really no different from the George Floyd.
It's crazy. But not only that, but they also know that I'm gender fluid.
I'm gonna give you my
The average kid in her class, the average kid in America of the age of the kids in her class do not know what gender fluidity is. I guarantee you that, especially in the fucking South.
Explanation about what it means to be transgender as well. So when babies are born, the doctor looks at them and they make a guess about whether the baby is a boy or a girl.
That's so
Kids as young as 3 and 4 are actually aware of their gender identity.
No, like, it's not a guess. I guess you could say that. Yeah, you make a guess as to what gender they'll be, but you're not guessing the sex. Like, you're not guessing anything. You're just, when you're a doctor, you're just announcing what the sex is. You're not saying anything about the gender. You're just saying what the sex is, and you're not guessing what the gender is gonna be because you announcing this is the baby's sex doesn't imply anything about the gender. You're not assuming. You're not guessing that this person's gender will align with their sex. Like, a doctor, by announcing this is a girl, like, they're talking about the sex. They don't need to say it because we understand that's what they're talking about. Like, no shit. Like, what else would they be talking about? How could they know this is someone who will identify as a girl later on in life? It's like, use your fucking brain. That wouldn't make sense. So how would it make sense to interpret this is a boy or this is a girl? Would it make sense to interpret that in terms of gender or sex? Like, sex. So yeah, you're taking people, and I'd imagine, like, I just thought of that, but I'm sure anybody who would be trans, who would be, like, so dedicated with all that hair, if you're so dedicated, any communist who'd be so dedicated to Marxism, who'd be serious about it, they would know stuff like that, and they wouldn't make that type of argument. That's such a bad argument. I wonder what the response to that would be.
Even if they don't have the language
It's
for
so
it. Say
bad.
that pre-K through...
Wait. Okay. By the way, I keep getting terrified that my stream is just gonna go down and it's not gonna fucking show my take or whatever. What the fuck? And by the way, no, I don't hate gay people. Why do I keep having 4 viewers all the time? What? It was that, like, the other stream, I remember.
About whether the baby is a boy or a girl.
Kids as young as 3 and 4 are actually aware of their gender
I mean, that is true.
identity, even if they don't have the language for it. To say that pre-K
Sure.
through 3rd grade are not ready for such topics is actually internalized homophobia.
No, I disagree with that. Like, if you say, no, we're just not gonna talk about that because, like, it's in the French minority, and... I mean, do I disagree? I don't know, like, I get where she's coming from, definitely. I would argue that it's sort of like homosexuality, like, you really need to talk about it, but it's true for trans people, they sort of do need to do something about it, like, just realizing that they're trans and that it's okay. It's like, no, you actually need to change your sex to align with your gender. Like, that's why trans people are killing themselves, because if they aren't being affirmed, like, what follows with that is they can't have surgeries, they can't become, like, the identity that they associate with. That's why they end up killing themselves. It's not because, oh, people hate them. It's because, like, they've always, like, had this curse of being the opposite, like, sex of their gender, and they've always just fucking despised that, and they can't run away from that. It's sort of like, I don't know, revenge porn chasing you. It's like that curse that never fucking leaves. That's at least how I would say it. I don't know if that makes sense, but
transphobia.
I'm so fucking high.
So those are the people in charge of tending to your small children's minds while you're at work. Now, maybe you agree with the views you just heard. Maybe you think that Dr.
Yeah, I think some of them, like, the last person, she had good points. I mean, of them, their hair's ridiculous. Of course, you'd pick that for these. I mean, to be fair, Tucker isn't picking that. Libs of TikTok is picking that. And, like, of course they would pick that. Like, the first thing that sticks out is their hair. And especially for a closed-minded fan base that, like, a lot of these people, they're really doing their stuff, not to open minds, just to appeal to their base. They aren't trying to reach out of their base, trying to change minds, trying to make it, like, no, they're just trying to cut in their base and profit off of that, I guess. Or maybe they've just made up their minds and they're just trying to inspire more people because they genuinely believe, oh, these people, as long as I keep hitting them with more logic, more and more logic, it'll just keep bombarding them. They just think that them just pouting out, like, what they believe, that's just them just giving logic and giving objectively right takes, and, like, oh, if I hit them with that enough, like, it'll eventually hit them that I'm right and they're wrong. When it's like, no, they'll just keep seeing it from their own version of, I'm right and you're wrong, and you're not gonna get anywhere. And yeah, these people, they do have some good points, but yeah, libs of TikTok, of course, picking people who are easy to pick at. You can easily get outraged over, oh, look at these people, they are unreasonable. Look at they're just making this their hair, and, like, this is allowed at school. They're clearly, especially with what conservative people think of the trans movement, it's like fictional. Like, at best, at worst, they say it's predatory. At worst, they say, like, Matt Walsh's, what's it called? Johnny the Walrus. It's like, he compares it to Santa Claus. That's a non-vicious, non-aggressive approach. That was the less bigoted approach to transphobia. It's like, now I hate the fact that they allowed Tucker Carlson, these people, they didn't push back on the rhetoric of, this is pedophilia, these people are all groomers. They didn't push back on that and on this generalization when they had legit said some of these people were ingrained into this. And these processes are irreversible, so these people could be victims or abusers, who knows. And it's like, dude, what was
guess at the sex of newborns. Maybe you don't agree.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, this was such a horrible point. Of course, Tucker's gonna go into that, but yeah, like, I don't think this has a lot of value because it's not really meant to try opening any minds to anything. It's just this is the status quo position. But yeah, back in the day, they had like this Johnny the Walrus. They said, "Oh well, this is just them being delusional," and at the best, what some reasonable conservatives who are like transphobes, but who aren't aggressive in their transphobia, who just think, "Oh well, this is fake," like they're just making stuff up. Like, of course, I'm not gonna say that 1% of the population are just these evil fucking pedophile groomer freak weirdos just trying to like prey on kids because they're horrible people. Like, no, I'm more reasonable than that. Like, if you're gonna say, oh well, they're just buying into the woke cult and just like, oh, Daddy Trump, like, he can do whatever he wants, as he said, like, at some point in time. Like, maybe he could have killed someone and everyone would have kept praising him. Those days are over now. Which is sort of sad. I liked his fucking say that. That was a fucking meme. He was a great meme. And I wish he could make another 4 year of memes. But unfortunately, I'm getting off topic anyway.
It almost doesn't matter. Either way, you have a right as a parent to know what these people are teaching.
Yeah, like, people who are reasonable might get the first impression, like, these are teachers and they don't seem serious. They seem like they just bought into this woke cult. And this stuff is sort of immature. It's like against logic, because the average conservative will think, well, the left is a rebellion against logic and against well, just trying to be the next revolution when we don't need a revolution. We're actually fine as we are. You're trying to like fearmonger. And I actually know you're the one fearmongering here about trans people. There's nothing wrong with trans people getting to be in class. Not all of them just have dyed hair or stuff like that. It's like trans people should get to be teachers. Why not?
Children. And yet, before Libs of TikTok, there was not an easy way to find out what they were teaching and take the teacher's word for it.
And
Well,
this
turns
is
out
a
there are
good
an awful
point.
lot of videos like
This is a good point. Censoring Libs of TikTok in that way, that is an attack on free speech because parents do have that right. Now, I do agree that this is only gonna spread hate. Like, parents who are transphobic, they're gonna get outraged and go like, fuck these teachers, and they're gonna generalize that to all trans teachers, and no good's gonna come out of it. But like, whether it be hate speech or anything, like, people have the right to hate. People have the right to think bad things. They probably actually mean that. Why shouldn't they have the right to think things that we consider just horrible? Well, we considered communism horrible. Should communism be suppressed? I'd argue no. And so why should racism be suppressed? As long as you're not, like, if you're just showing this type of stuff, maybe it's all gonna be poison. But like, yes, CNN's race hate, should we censor it? People making fucking daily V-Buck giveaway videos, it's fucking all cancer. Should we censor that shit? Like, no. People should have the right to post whatever cancer they want, as long as they aren't, like, defaming anyone, going out of their way to deliberately hurt people directly.
So TikTok found a lot of them. Here, for example, is the scene at one private school in Washington, D.C.
Fucking tired. It's not even that late. I don't know why I'm so tired, to be honest. What in the fuck? I've never seen any of these people criticizing Tucker Carlson bring this up. What the fuck is this about? Why is this happening? I forgot that happened. Why? That's fucking weird. Black Lives Matter is a terrorist organization that was founded on a criminal. That's the best inspiration they could take. a violent criminal who the police officers, as far as I know, they shot him in self-defense, possibly. I heard he died with his hands up. I don't know exactly what the context of this is. Maybe it was, for I know that person, there was no reason for the police to shoot him. I'm willing to grant that. Black Lives Matter still founded their movement not based on Martin Luther King, no, based on a criminal. That sort of shows you something about them, their motives, maybe. And yeah, a bunch of their leaders have been spouting race hate, as Vegan Games pointed out. Video, I should link that in the description later on, but yeah, this organization is poison. CNN was feeding into it for clickbait, shamelessly. It was fucking gross. Yeah, this is a problem. I could agree. Like, I don't personally care. It's like, who cares? This isn't going to hurt anybody. But someone caring about this, 68. It's like, I can understand that. Like, people who agree, like, yeah, Black Lives Matter is a terrorist, a race war activist organization. Like, this should definitely not be indoctrinated into our kids. That's like, I don't know, should the Great Replacement theory, should teachers teach the kids about how we're getting replaced by immigrants? Well, no. And should this, like, what the fuck is this? Is our pre-primary student raise their voices? Yeah, they did that. The students did that. Like, what the fuck is this?
So let's say you're paying $45,000 a year.
I mean, they do have the right to free speech. I mean, I remember at some point there was a case where, like, the schools, like, people wore like a bracelet. Like, I forgot if they won or lost that case, but, like, people have the right to, like, have, like, protest politically, like, in schools or such. They have the right to use that freedom of speech, but, yeah, I don't think that, it's sort of in the nature of kids to decide, hey, this terrorist organization, we're just gonna support it. Like, there was definitely some influencing involved here. I'm willing to bet.
Send your kids to some overrated, mediocre private school in the District of Columbia. You think everything's fine. You pull up libs of TikTok and you find out what's actually happening in your kid's classroom. What's wrong with that? This is journalism. No news organization in America has done more to reveal the reality within American schools than libs of TikTok. We aired a number of their...
I mean, they're obviously cherry picking, though. I mean, I get if you're going to try to, like, do your journalism, take on a specific issue, you're going to concentrate on where that specific issue is happening rather than where it's not happening. I get that, but, like, this isn't really an issue. But then, like, the fact that she's finding these clips, that is sort of weird, because, like, if these clips exist, who knows how many people do that. But then I sort of get, like, it sort of goes together, being in the culture of being, like, so extra with all that shit, and also vlogging yourself on TikTok doing that. It sort of goes together, so... I don't know, I'm sort of high. It's not like my arguments are going to be good,
on the show. And we are grateful for their reporting. It was far more straightforward than anything you're going to find in the New York Times or the Washington Post, because it wasn't accompanied by a lot of bloviating. They just showed you the tape and you could decide. That's journalism. Here's another piece of tape that libs of TikTok...
Yeah, tape can emit a lot of things.
...that amazed and horrified us. This is a teacher screaming at a student for refusing to wear a mask.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You're playing? Are you playing? No, I'm not. Otherwise, I will call the police. Oh. I'm serious.
Yeah, that's sort of petty.
Are you serious? Yeah, I am serious, man. I am had enough of it. I knew you were going to take off your mask the moment I turned the corner. So enjoy BIA. That's in-school suspension where you have to sit in the room with the military guy all day.
What the fuck?
Because you're a piece of
Yeah,
now this isn't scientific, but I did a poll around New York,
What is
and
the
what people
epic
believed
time?
about the Constitution shocked me.
I think the U.S. is a crypto-fascist country. Absolutely, already, period.
I think it needs to be amended. I mean, with the founding fathers.
That sounds like retardation. Like, the Epic Times isn't fucking reputable by any means. But, yeah, you see this guy being an asshole, and it's like, yeah, that is a point. Now, masks in general, people don't usually do that if you don't wear a mask, say. Now, I wasn't in school during the pandemic. That's actually, like, the pandemic actually ended my last school year of high school early. And I was going to go into college right as the pandemic started, and like, exactly, like, pretty much as the pandemic started, before we started to wear masks and stuff, that's when I got hit by a car, and pretty much for, like, 6 months, like, I was in the hospital, because, like, my injuries were that serious, so I pretty much, like, missed the entire pandemic, like, the bulk of it, because, yeah, like, I wasn't in school, and by the time that I started the next semester, we were barely even wearing masks. Like, there was no social distancing rules. There was no, like, I don't know, we'd take our masks off, and some people didn't have masks, they'd wear it under their nose. It's like, yeah, a lot of that stuff.
I'm gonna call the police, he screeches, because the kid has the mask beneath his nose. Now again, maybe you're okay with your kids being taught by emotionally incontinent nutcases like that, maybe you're not, but you probably ought to know either way, so you can see why libs of TikTok quickly became...
Yeah, there are nutcases all over the place. Like, dude, adults tend to, especially teachers, like staff, they tend to just, like, abuse their fucking authority and just treat their kids, or like, treat the kids just like shit. But it isn't specific to these issues that, like, you're deliberately put in the political
very
context,
popular.
but...
You didn't have to wade through some long editorial to find out what was actually happening. You could see the raw video, and again, you could assess it for yourself. Millions of parents are grateful for that. So is Christina Pushaw, who's the press...
I know, I think statistics are better than videos. Videos appeal more to the heart, but remember, fact over feelings. Statistics are more fact, videos are more feelings.
Secretary for the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis. It was partly in response to videos that she saw on
You can't, like, cherry-picking stats. At least there, like, we're talking stats, so we can bring up another study, just showing, like, the differences, what makes this study superior, and showing the difference in the outcomes. Like, showing, yeah, my study actually shows the opposite of what you're claiming, or actually showing how, like, debunking the study or something. Like, statistics, you're moving on to facts. You can't really debunk a video, honestly. So, yeah, talk concrete if you're gonna talk about the subject, because...
that Florida ultimately banned public school teachers from lecturing kindergartners about sex. That's no law. It's one of the most popular laws in the state.
And to be fair, kindergartners, like, okay, don't talk to kindergartners about, like, yeah, that type of shit. I think it's fair. Yeah, you don't fucking need to do
Majority
that
Democrats
anyway.
support it. So libs of TikTok
There's
was
a reason
getting
why the
results, as
majority
good
of
journalism
Democrats
does.
would support
Not bad
that.
for a Twitter feed. So, of course, that Twitter feed had to be shut down. The Biden administration and its many servants...
Yeah, and I completely disagree with that. I don't think that is right. I think it's free speech. You should have the right to hate.
The news media set to...
Like, the KKK should have the right to exist, even if they might be morally reprehensible, sure, of course. But, yeah, should they have the right to be hateful? Yeah. You don't owe the world shit. You don't owe the world respect. You don't owe the world what they might deserve from, like, no, you're not God, you're just somebody who was born.
To work. The neoliberal slander machine Media Matters
Like,
published 4 separate hit pieces on libs of TikTok in just the past 3 weeks. It was trafficking hate for allowing liberals to talk about themselves. It was anti-gay.
I mean,
as if the site was attacking anyone. Certainly it was not attacking gays. It was just playing tape of people talking about themselves in their own words.
Yeah, so if you have Tucker Carlson, like, making this whole segment completely saying that, if you're going to debunk someone over that, provide the evidence.
They uploaded. Well, Twitter could not stand this. They shut down the account entirely twice.
Yeah, they
suspended it. One of the suspensions came after a complaint from a Harvard law instructor called Alejandra Caraballo. Quote, my report on libs of TikTok violating Twitter rules got them suspended, he bragged. Yet the woman who runs libs of TikTok kept going. So ultimately, Jeff Bezos weighed in. Bezos' personal newspaper, the Washington Post, decided to harass the family of the woman who operates the libs of TikTok. They couldn't find her, so they went after her family.
That's so fucked up. Like, how can you defend people doing that? That's just so fucked. And with family, like, look at me. I'm definitely I'm not conservative, but I'm definitely right wing. I mean, I'm a capitalist. My mother's actually really left wing. She's a socialist. Imagine if people ended up having a problem with my views, some of them being very right wing, and like they attacked my mother. It's like you get people having a problem with this shit. And the blacks are hiding in the shadows of this tree. Okay, let's go back to that.
The Post sent what it calls its tech columnist, Taylor Lorenz, to show up outside a home that belongs to one of the woman's relatives.
Yeah, that's fucked up. She shouldn't have done that. That's just wrong. You don't go to someone's house over this shit. Maybe if you're a victim, but like, this person wants to remain anonymous. They have that right.
And then Lorenz...
I get as a matter of morals, but you don't have the legal right
said about trying to find the woman herself. She couldn't. She sent a direct message on Twitter to someone who turned out to be not that woman, who had nothing to do with the account whatsoever, but because she did that, we know what Taylor Lorenz was saying. Here's what she said, quote, you're being implicated in starting a hate campaign against LGBTQ people. Right, a hate campaign. So here you have Taylor Lorenz, who's effectively acting as the Stasi for the deep state, trying to intimidate a private citizen into silence. And this morning, she gave it her best shot. The Washington Post published a piece by Lorenz linking to the name, the physical address, and the real estate licensing information of the woman who runs Libs of TikTok. After the Post published the article, the woman behind Libs of TikTok went into hiding. That was, of course, the whole point of the exercise. People know where she lives because the Washington Post linked to it, so she had to leave.
Yeah, isn't that illegal? Isn't that illegal doxing? Why aren't these people in jail for doing this? This is illegal doxing. You dox someone because you disagree with their political views. Like, that's terrorism. People who hate her might go after her. It's like, yeah, how is this not illegal?
Now, Taylor Lorenz, of all people, knew this would happen. She knew what she was doing when she wrote the story. She was trying to shut this woman up.
That's fucked up. And I agree that, like, what she's doing, she's not contributing to a good cause. She's only gonna contribute to suffering and hatred. And it sucks because, like, for all I know, like, in all likelihood, she believes she's doing the right thing. And, sucks for her that, like, she's not ever going to have any good impact by forwarding her movement on anybody's lives.
It was just a couple of months ago, you might remember, that Lorenz herself complained on television that she was being harassed and that no one under any circumstances would be allowed to show up at her home.
Yeah, sounds like complete fucking hypocrisy. So, yeah, how is no one calling her out on that?
In 1939, an international organization headed by John D. Rockefeller decided...
Trolls live everywhere. Can you just...
Imagine being such a little whiny bitch fuck. Like, oh my god, people online being mean to me. Like, You're such a little bitch. Just get the fuck off the internet. You don't like being cyberbullied. Oh, well, you know, well, you might not like the fact that cyberbullying is a choice. How about you make the choice not to get cyberbullied? Make the choice that if you're a little bitch who can't stand, insult online, just shut the fuck up and get offline. No one needs or wants to fucking see you if you're that much of a whiny bitch.
Explain what it's like. Can you draw a picture of what it is like when a surge of harassment hits?
Oh my god, I'm harassed online. Yeah, close your fucking laptop. If you're such a bitch. You can't stand hate, well, yeah, you're going to someone's house. You're going to someone's relative's house because you can, like, it doesn't get more fucking hypocritical than this. Like, fuck this
Horrifying,
sack
and
of
it's not
shit.
just me either. You know, they immediately dox you and go after your family members. They try and...
What a hypocritical fuck shit. Like, what a shit fuck. She went after Libs of TikTok's family members, and sure, Libs of TikTok might not be, contributing to a good cause, fair enough, but what is your evidence that she knows that she isn't? For all you could know, she really thinks that this is, like, a good cause and she believes in it. And you're just doxing her and going after her family members to try harassing her. And
look up
like,
everyone who's
yeah,
ever, you know,
you're degenerate and you're filth.
been associated with you.
That's disgusting.
And it's completely overwhelming and terrifying.
Oh, they go
Alright, buddy.
after your family members. Can we put that picture back up? Can you control them do that?
Yeah.
This is Taylor Lorenz outside the family members of the woman who run Libs of TikTok the other day.
Yeah, why aren't people talking about this, by the way? That's a good point.
Harassing the family members.
So, why is it a big deal when she does it, but when others do it back to her, it's like, oh, you're not even gonna mention
now, the
that.
tape
It's like,
you just saw.
It's fair if you say, yeah, Laura Lightchick, apparently she doxes a lot of these events. Now, these events are public, so I would argue, yeah, it's fair, but yeah, she knows that her fan base hates these people and they might actually go over there and like hurt them, harass them, all that shit. They might even be violent. They might pose a danger. So I get there's an argument against her, but she really believes she's doing the right thing. So when you're going after her family, it's like, and then you're complaining about people being mean to you online because everyone should just be forced to agree with you. But when she did, yeah, like, no, absolute hypocrite, absolute entitled, like, yeah, she wants to only have it one way. Like, no, you can't have
And
it
in
both
April,
ways.
just
dude.
8 days ago, Taylor Lorenz, who cannot stop talking about herself, drowning in Lake Me, cried on television because she'd been criticized online. Watch.
I've had to
What a
remove
degenerate.
every single
Absolute fucking degenerate. That's so fucking pathetic.
social tie. I had severe PTSD from this.
PTSD. Please fucking shoot yourself. Oh my god. By the way, just so that my video doesn't get taken down, I don't mean this literally, this is a joke. This is so pathetic. You're just playing the victim when you're not the victim. You went to someone's house. Like, this is just grossly, you're such a dipshit for this. And I don't know who that person is. I heard she's far left or whatever, but, yeah. That's yikes. Let's see what the boys are up to. Yo, we up to 5. Iron. She actually fucking did. Yes. Dude. Let me react to my own stream. This is gonna be chaos to watch. Let me react to my own stream. This is gonna be chaos to watch. That is epic. I'm done reacting to this. Okay. Current views 6. Okay, maybe I'll keep reacting to this. No. Okay, I might lose my viewers if I do that. Instead, I'm just gonna keep smoking, you know? Hell yeah. Pretty fucking high. I don't know why. My tolerance is not going up. It's fucking cool, dude. Hell yeah, bro. Except this a blunt, not cigarettes. Oh. Let's go, 6 people. We bringing in the boys. Ah! Fuck. This thing. Fuck. Alright, it's all good, bro. I had a... This is fucking epic. Dude. Bro, this is some good fucking weed, like... 4? No, bro, no. Okay, I'm losing people. I gotta get back to this. Alright, let me extinguish this. Okay, I'm high. Okay, I reached my goal. People fucking come back, okay? Alright, like, I'm gonna go back to... Okay. Okay, I'm gonna shut the fuck up. Okay, let me look back at this. By the way, am I gaining subs? Oh. That's sort of sad. Anyway.
Because, again, this is an enemy, right?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm on the wrong video.
I contemplated suicide. It got really bad.
Because she got sent, like, you're gay or something online from, like, trolls. She contemplated what a pathetic scumbag. And then she's doing that to somebody else who's on the polar side of extreme political takes. Oh, so because somebody disagreed with her political takes, I heard she's, like, considered extreme left. Like, I don't like the word extreme being used, like, in a condescending negative way. I think extremes are where the future usually is. Like, the status quo of the past has never been the present. It's never been the greatness of the present. Like,
you feel like any little
oh my god, bro. And then she's complaining about how, oh yeah, people went after her for like their disagreements with her politics. And they brought it to a whole new level, and like, this shouldn't be done, dude. But oh, people who she disagrees with, oh boy, okay, cunt.
Information.
Yeah, you're just such a snowflake. You're just such a special little fucking snowflake. How about you shut down your fucking computer and go socialize? Oh, you can't socialize? Yeah, you can. I'm sure you could find more dumb bitches like you. Like, you're talking to one right now. If she's hosting you, and she's, like, not holding back from laughing, like, she is probably, I mean, I don't know anything about this person, and I'm really high. I thought I should, like, sort of stop being a cunt, but, like, this is just so fucking stupid. It's just
That
so
gets out on you
bad.
will be used by the worst people on the internet.
I've always hated people doing this shit. Like, I remember back in 2016, those were the good days where cyberbullying was considered fucking normal, dude. Like, this is what the internet is. People, like, teenagers, mostly what you'll find on the internet. People are like 14 to maybe 18. They have the most free time. And then they get a job, they sort of get off of that, they grow up. That's when, like, they start getting phones, they start, getting on the internet, looking at all this shit normally, and, like, they shouldn't have a phone unless they're, like, if they're 7, they fucking shouldn't have a phone normally. But, like, that's when they have all that time and they're really into that shit. And, yeah, teenagers just like being edgy. They sort of like rebelling and shit. Yeah, edginess is something that appeals to teenagers, and yeah, toxicity also, and free speech goes above your feelings. Like, I'm sorry, but free speech is what we should protect above your feelings. And if you go your fifis who they're like, oh, people are criticizing you online, and that is not abusing you because you are making the choice to see it. Like, you never have to open Twitter. No one's ever forcing you to open Twitter. Yeah, I do. Like, yeah, I don't support at all this whole this whole stance that like, yeah, trans people are just groomers. I think that's just fear-mongering. Like, I think it's stupid.
Destroy your life. And it's so isolating. And terrifying. It's horrifying.
Yeah, it's like, you say all that, you do all that, and apparently she leaked her house address or something, and this person now had to go into hiding. Like, this isn't what you do to people who you viciously disagree with. You don't treat them that way after you just cried about having that done to you online. Like, people just disliking you, and like, the fuck? Such hypocrisy.
It's
Oh no.
It's really hard.
Oh, it's really hard. Then she did that to someone else.
It's really hard to be from Greenwich and work for the Washington Post. It's hard.
I fucking love Tucker Carlson.
But if you really think it's hard, if you're really against that kind of behavior, why are you engaging in it at scale?
It's a good question. Why haven't Democrats addressed this video? If they're gonna criticize Tucker Carlson and libs of TikTok so much, how about this video? There is good criticism to have against libs of TikTok and Matt Walsh, for example. They incited violence against a Boston hospital. They, like, I get the bomb threat. There was no bomb, and people made a bigger deal out of it than they should have. But, like, that whole thing, it was disrupted, and apparently it happened again since there were more bomb threats, since the whole drama sort of died out. Just, like, the hype died around it. But Boston's hospital never performed these transition surgeries on minors, ever. Like, that was their policy. And apparently they would have had grounds if they had chosen to sue for defamation, because, like, like, Tucker Carlson, as far as I've heard, never pushed that, but, like, Matt Walsh definitely did. I heard Libs of TikTok had as well, and it's like, no, in fact, like, Matt Walsh was saying that Boston's hospital, that's where we begin. They're butchering kids, they're mutilating our kids. But it turns out that they actually didn't perform these surgeries on minors. They just happened to perform them on adults, but they didn't do it on minors. So, like, there are definitely good criticisms to have of these accounts, but be honest and give the entire framing. Like, Tucker, is this criticism? Address it. I don't know the context. Is he wrong about this? Is there more context? Like, am I being deceived? How about you give me the context? Because all the time, the answers I get to Tucker Carlson is, oh, he's a racist. Oh, he believes baby formula shortages, that's an issue. Oh, well, that's wrong. If people care about their babies, well, that's just wrong. Not getting the political conversation anyway. I don't watch that. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry about that. What have I not been seeing? I don't know, I sort of have seen all of that. I mean, fair enough. I don't know why it keeps telling me, like, I'm probably still at 6. At least I hope I am.
So a few weeks later, after shooting that performance, Taylor Lorenz shows up at the door, and there's the picture right there, of a relative of the private citizen who posts videos that Taylor Lorenz's bosses don't like. And then she posts that person's identity online.
Yeah, that's called doxing. And why would she post that person's identity online when she clearly hates them? Like, it's with malicious intentions. Like, that's actually illegal. You can't do that. Like, that's, why didn't she get charged for
So this is obviously an intimidation campaign designed to shut...
That's more than intimidation. Like, that's illegal, that is.
...down a highly effective Twitter feed. But
like, that could be considered, like, yes, stochastic terrorism.
Take one
against her.
Step deeper into the story and ask yourself, did Taylor Lorenz, the woman you just saw crying on TV because she has PTSD, did she really do the reporting here? Did she really track down the personal information of the woman who runs Libs of TikTok? Please. Of course not. She couldn't. Taylor Lorenz is not a reporter. Apart from whining about herself on television, she has no skills. She couldn't do a weather forecast in a rainstorm. She's not a journalist. She's merely a receptacle for information that other people gather for their own ends, a willing receptacle. So where did she get this information? Who gave her the identity of the woman who runs Libs of TikTok? Well, actually, we don't have to guess because today's Washington Post story answers that question. The Post tells us that information came from a man called Travis Brown. Travis Brown runs the, quote, Travis Brown Hate Speech Tracker, which uses a variety of proprietary methods to reveal personally identifying information of private citizens who...
Like, either way, I completely will, like, I'll fall for, Libs of TikTok is hate speech. Okay, sure. I definitely know that the message, the rhetoric that they, like, specifically the message that they're trying to, popularize is hateful, for sure, but who cares? Like, hate speech should be allowed because, and Tucker Carlson, that's what he said. I remember when, like, he addressed hate speech and he was like, so what is hate speech? Well, hate speech is speech that our leaders hate. And, well, I guess you could see it that way. You could see it as, well, it's speech that clearly some people want to censor it because they want to define it as something that they want to censor in policies. well, I definitely get the incentives behind. It's all like socialism, healthcare for all. It's good intentions. Communism, even you could argue, it's good intentions. It's to make sure that the homeless get to live in houses, but its impacts are running the American dream. And same thing with this, like, what even was the context here? Like, yeah, free speech, like, you have the right to fucking say anything you want. I forgot what the hell I was just talking about.
Information of private citizens who stray from the approved storyline. Proprietary methods to reveal personally identifying information of private citizens who stray from the approved storyline. Now, who pays for all this? That's the question.
Yeah, either way, you can't fucking dox people. Like, set people up, pay people money to find someone's location just so you can dox them because you hate them. Like, that is actually illegal.
Well, the Travis Brown hate speech tracker is funded by something called the Prototype Fund. Here's how the Prototype Fund describes the point of Travis Brown's project. Quote, prominent right-wing extremist accounts on Twitter and Facebook have developed a well-documented pattern to distribute controversial and extremist content to their followers and then delete it before moderators have the opportunity to react to it. In other words, before it can be censored.
Yeah, exactly.
Archiving is an important element in counteracting this behavior and has, in many cases, led to prominent victories in the fight against the supreme extreme right.
What is the real story of January 6th? Many people have asked that question. Some people...
Extreme right. So not all hate speech is the same. The hate speech tracker does not target the hate speech of BLM rioters or Antifa. No, only enemies of the Biden administration and the guys at Davos.
But is that really true? Because I heard that actually, like, Twitter admitted it. Let me see, the Rational National, maybe it was, no, probably Secular Talk. Who the fuck could it be? By the way, this was back when I... At some point, I tried doing sub for my, like, other channel. I got, like, fucking 30 subs from doing that. Then I realized, like, dude, these people aren't gonna look at my videos. Like, my channel's gonna be dead if I keep doing that. Like, dude. Yeah, I'll try finding, this, is it gonna be in this? No, it's definitely... Dude, like, I definitely know. Like, like, Twitter admitted at some point, I'll try to find that later, but, yeah, Twitter admitted that they have, bias in their censorship towards left-wing rather than the right.
Well, Brown's methods, according to him, included using automated software to save user account names and social media posts long after they have been deleted. So there's no hiding from these people. Now, that appears to be a violation of Twitter's terms of service. Not that we care, because they don't care. We reached out to Twitter about this. Isn't this a violation? They ignored us. They suspended our account.
Of course.
What's interesting...
By the way, I really hope that Elon Musk brought Tucker Carlson back. If he didn't, that's
is that Travis Brown himself appears to be a former Twitter employee.
By the way, I should look to see if Tucker Carlson is on Twitter. I just thought about that. Like, I never thought about that. Oh, okay. Yeah, bro. Let's go. I should definitely follow him. Let's see if I ever actually get his tweets. I hope I don't start getting more of a spam of stuff from Libs of TikTok.
I have been reading Libs of TikTok for almost 2 years now. Libs of TikTok has been on our show, but behind a screen. I'd never been around Libs of TikTok, and then today she showed up. It's a she, I'll tell you that, in our studio using her real name.
It's true, I'm right here.
She's even cooler than I imagined. So she'll be revealing herself on our show.
Okay.
Hey, it's...
Okay. Oh yeah, that story was fucking insane. Yeah, like, this lady basically claimed that Biden tried raping her. And, like, this is an absurd claim. I can't believe he just posted that. And, like, he claimed on that. He pretty much framed that as, yeah, we pretty much have proof here that the president committed sexual assault against someone. Like, no, she's probably full of shit. Like, she's some random person for all we know, just claiming that she worked with the president and the president did this. Like, how do you know that she's definitely saying the truth? And he, like, isn't this actually a right-wing talking point? No, you don't just automatically believe the woman. You believe innocent until proven guilty. Racist words. No one who seeks to impose carbon rationing on other people should ever be allowed to step within 100 years. Okay. I mean, sure. I think that's sort of virtue signaling, to be honest. I think, yeah, like, this whole thing of bringing it back to private jets, I remember, again, either the rational, national, or secular talk. I don't know why I can't remember, again, between the two, but, like, they pointed out this whole thing of, yeah, the argument I sort of agreed with it was, yeah, you just by removing yourself from the system that you think is flawed, like, you're not helping the system, so, like, you can criticize it and still be a part of it. I don't own any books, honestly. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I know. Dude, we need to... No, we need to fucking see this. Yeah, okay. Like, dude, no, we need to react to this fucking right now.
So you may have read in the news that Joe Biden just made America a little better by signing the Speak Out Act into law. It's supposed to combat sexual harassment. What you probably didn't read is that Joe Biden himself has been credibly
look at how
accused of sexual misconduct, and not just by his own daughter, whom he showered with. In the presidential election of 2022...
Like, what is the context of that? Are you talking about back when she was, like, a little baby and she couldn't shower by herself? Like,
a woman called Tara Reid emerged to say...
That's the only thing we could assume from this. Like, that's the only thing that it really makes sense.
That while working for Joe Biden in the U.S. Senate, he sexually assaulted her in a violent way.
Wait, did he say, like, allegedly? What did he just...
for Joe Biden in the U.S. Senate, he sexually assaulted her in a violent way. Most of the media buried the story. And we'll be honest and admit that we didn't know what to think of it. But we finally sat down and talked at great length with Tara Reid to hear what happened. And we were completely convinced that this is real and that she was able to prove it.
We were completely convinced. And that she was able to prove it. What is this about?
The whole story is part of a brand new episode of Tucker Carlson Today, but here's part of it.
And that she was able to prove it. Dude, the proof should be definitely on this segment. This is the only thing about her that I've seen on Fox News.
When Biden started acting weird towards me, he would put his hands on my shoulder and put his fingers underneath my hair and do weird things like that. And then there was a scene where...
What did you think of that? I mean, did you...
Well, bear in mind...
It gets weird, by the way.
In the 90s.
It gets weird. I'm just going to tell you all that.
I don't know if you were in D.C., but it was a different vibe.
In DC, yeah.
Okay, that was a different vibe, but it still was weird. I never had an employer do that, and Panetta certainly didn't act like that.
No, he's not like
that. Not at all. And he's just all business. And, Joe Biden was always... He didn't seem like an intellectual giant, let's put it that way.
Right. No, he was famously not.
Yeah,
but a charismatic and warm guy. That was the conventional view.
And that's the thing. Behind closed doors, he was very temperamental.
Really?
It's like Tucker Carlson of course he's prone to hating Joe Biden, and sadly that's the biggest criticism that I have of everyone who criticizes Tucker Carlson. Fundamentally, it's just that they're just going by criticizing him at the angle of he's just a bad person, and he just has this fake perspective, right? Like, no, you should take people at their word. You shouldn't assume that people are propagandists because, I don't know, what they're saying is just outrageous to you. And sadly, this is sort of what Tucker's going to do with Joe Biden. No, I hate Joe Biden. He's the Democratic Party's leader. He will even say Biden is dementia, but he will jump at the opportunity to try to paint him as a bad person. And, this woman's just going to say a bunch of just insane stuff without any proof for it. And he's just going to completely go in, remember, he said at the beginning, I believe that we've proved this. This fat person, you think Joe Biden would be into who? You think Joe Biden is that desperate, dude? Yeah, I wonder, but if she does, it should be in this fucking video. Let's see.
He would do this thing where he smiles when he's angry.
It's wow, dude, holy shit, that sounds so real, bro. It's I'm sorry, you're talking about a president. So this, take people at their word when some random person, I've never seen her. Is she well known? I don't know. She'd be well known for being obese, probably, if she was well known, to be honest. So, no, I don't know her. Is she an actor? Those are the people. It's fuck, dude, what the fuck even is she? Who is she? She's talking about the president, raping her. That's basically what she'll be saying in a bit. And it's dude, her claims are fucking insane. Let me make sure I have... yeah, let's just see this shit.
Disconcerting, that big smile, and he's, but he'd be angry, and he was very temperamental. He had me up against a wall, and he penetrated me with his fingers against my will. And I,
And you're just gonna take that. The president did this. Oh my... Wow, I can't believe he did that. That's weird.
It wasn't just the assault, though. It was everything to do with, here I am, this young staffer, and he did this, and then I made him angry. And that's someone you don't want to make angry. Because I said no.
I just think it's, I got to be honest, one of the reasons I didn't know what to make of your story was I've been a man for, 53 years.
Yeah.
I've never heard of anything like that. That's, men are kind of piggish, as we know, and they do piggish things. But that's kind of like rape. I mean, that's so out of...
Yeah, that sounds sort of maybe even fake, too. Who knows? I mean, is he even gonna entertain that possibility? Who fucking knows, dude? Probably not.
Bounds that it's weird to think someone would do something like that.
Especially a president, right?
It happened all at once. It happened really quickly. There was no flirtation with him or anything like that. It was very, he was usually with people, and he wasn't. I was at the wrong place, the wrong time, so to speak. And when it happened,
like, she's just going to go on to say a bunch of horse shit, and who knows, maybe all that horse shit is real. Tucker Carlson isn't going to take that as maybe horse shit, maybe real. He's going to take that as all fact, and this horse shit is going to be a line of a bunch of stuff. So, I'm sorry, but it's a bit much to just say this is all real.
And he at first was like, come on, man, I heard you liked me.
Come on, man.
And I, you know, I froze. And then he said, he got angry, and that's when he smiled. You know, that smile. And that's
they just gotta put a picture of him.
Really jarring. And then he said, he pointed his finger in my face, and he said, "You're nothing. You're nothing to me." And then I must have had a certain look on my face, and he just took my shoulders and shook him. He said, "You're fine. You're fine. You're fine." And then he turned around and he walked away. And I remember it was just such a jarring, shocking incident. Probably was all of less than 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, that shocks that sort of sparks a huge question. Is she fucking bullshitting? I mean, this is the president. He did all that. I'm guessing he was younger too. You're nothing. Then you're fine. Then just like, okay, dude.
But
that sounds like a cool story, bro moment. XD, Pogu, am I right, boys?
My vivid memory is sitting on these marble stairs, and my legs were shaking so badly because it wasn't just what he did, it's that I knew my career was over. That was it. Like, I had said no, it was an awful thing, and this was the end. He used his power and resources to silence.
So why are you here, by the way? How did you get so fat? How did you afford to get so fat? I'm just curious. Did you just study in school and get back from poverty to richness? Did you gain your way back up through meritocracy? How did you afford to get so fat? Holy shit. I'm such an asshole, but I'm sort of not because, yeah, there's no way that Joe Biden raped this woman. Otherwise, they will apologize to her for calling her fat, but then it's sort of true, so I mean, yeah, nah, I'm actually not gonna apologize to her anyway, because
they took a cannonball to my life.
Yeah.
They went after my family.
LMAO.
So when that day, when he did
That's so sad.
assault, he took my future. I didn't want to sleep with some senator.
I'm such an asshole. I'm sorry.
And that day, it ended.
I'm so sorry.
Cruelty, she described.
Like, I'm so sorry. I just don't buy that. And it's like, I'm such an asshole. I'm sorry. I'm high and shit. If she's really saying the truth, he was like, come on, man. I heard you, like, I don't know, being penetrated. Like, I heard you, like, and then he penetrated me. It's like, okay, buddy. Let me check my chat. Let's fucking go.
Not just an unwanted advance, not just the sexual violence, but the meanness to her from Joe Biden and from his staff and from people throughout
Can I just get this back? Not just the rape, but also the, like, meanness.
Meanness to her. The cruelty she describes. Not just an unwanted advance, not just the sexual violence, but the meanness to her from Joe Biden and from his staff and from people throughout the Democratic Party will just absolutely...
That's a Pogu take.
Just the sexual violence, but the meanness to her from Joe Biden and from his staff and from people throughout the Democratic Party will just absolutely blow your mind. It's really offensive to anybody, not on partisan grounds. Just as a human being, you can't believe people would act that way, but they did. So we called
But they did. Not but they might have, but they did. It's actually a super conservative take to say innocent until proven guilty over, yeah, the woman's right to just because, well, it's offensive to not believe her. Like, she suffered a huge shock, you know, like, conservatives aren't supposed to take that position, dude. Like, Tucker Carlson had a huge fucking brain fart right there. And I don't know why he did that. Like, I feel like he just has developed such a bad fucking opinion of Joe Biden that at this point, like, he's just letting himself get shallow-minded. It's like, dude, you gotta do better reporting. You have standards. Live up to them. Like, this was a joke. And I get, like, you don't have to... And, like, yeah, I'm not saying you have to appeal to your base if you claim to be, like, with your base, if you claim to represent your base. Like, for the most part, you can have individual, positions where you disagree on certain things, but isn't it sort of, I don't know, just, like, why the fuck does he do that? Just, why doesn't he think about this? It's so obvious, what to make out of this. He's not elaborating his position on, so, if a woman claims she was raped by someone, and, I don't know, like, he claims there was evidence. Show that evidence. If you're going to put that on there as a headline, show that evidence. Otherwise, this is substanceless. It's like, we have to take it by what there is in this video. I don't know all the evidence. I'm not gonna go through it right now. I don't know if it's available on YouTube. Like, I'm not gonna go through all that cancer, all that mess, bro.
The White House, and we asked them for comment on what Tara Reade told us. Of course, they didn't respond. You can watch the whole interview tomorrow morning on Fox Nation.
Alright. I mean, yeah, okay.
Who's paying for this? Well, a foreign government is paying for it. The Prototype Fund gets its money not from private donors, but from the government of Germany.
Oh.
Germany's Federal Ministry of Education. It says so right on the website. In other words, what happened to the woman who runs Libs of TikTok, her life being destroyed, was not the work of Taylor Lorenz, the fearless journalist who cries on TV from her PTSD. No. It was a foreign intelligence operation designed to silence and intimidate an American citizen. Wait, is that legal? Did the Biden...
Yeah, I'm sort of not feeling it. Like, this guy sort of fell into the JFK conspiracy. I sort of remember, he sort of went on a nutball with all this. He tweeted about a lot of dumb stuff. I mean, he made videos about, let's see, put down the phone and ask a woman out. Like, he tweets about some non-serious stuff, like, fucking this. UFO. It's like, I remember the JFK thing. It's like, dude, like, why are you doing this? The conspiracy of Germany. Like, bring up more of your evidence. You have to bring it up more, because when you feed into so many conspiracy theories, it's like, people have this red flag, right? Like, you have to elaborate more. You have to go in and provide more evidence. But don't report on it. Like, that's just
administration have any role in this particular intel op? Why is
and everybody needs to work on that. Everybody in journalism needs to work on that. And to be fair, his opinion. So, you know what? I sort of take that back, cause like, yeah, like his opinion. He doesn't. He doesn't really claim to be well a journalist, but he does opinions. So it's yeah, like he's not like Don Lemon saying, yeah, I do not ever say what I think on this show. But like America is systemically racist, and that's a fact. Even though half the country, I mean, to be fair, yeah, climate change. But yeah, I remember him. Like the famous thing of him standing in front of, wasn't it him standing in front of the Black Lives Matter and the police station burning and saying this is a good thing.
The German government trying to
yeah, Gutfeld roasted him for
shut down.
Apparently, I think I might have watched that thing. Or maybe I did.
An American Twitter account posting about American teachers. And since she was the recipient, the willing recipient of this information from a foreign government designed to destroy an American citizen, why hasn't Taylor Lorenz at the very least registered under the Foreign Agent Registration Act, FARA? We seem to remember quite a bit of talk about this over the last years. We think there was an impeachment trial over it. Someone went to prison because of it. But Taylor Lorenz can take information from a foreign government to crush an American citizen, clearly as part of an intel operation, and she's a journalist in good standing at the Jeff Bezos' newspaper? Lots of questions here. We hope we can get to the bottom of all of it.
That sounds fair. And to be fair, you get a video like this. People, Secular Talk, the Humanist Report, the Rational National, the Majority Report, all these people, they should be thoroughly going through this video and trying to debunk it if it's so wrong. Go ahead, and I'll give you credit where credit's due, and people will. But you at least should, like, if you have decent faith, like, go ahead and do that. Debunk it if it's wrong. And it probably is, to be fair, to some extent. That doesn't mean that Tucker knows that it is. He's just getting the information that's being fed to him from, like, Fox News. They all sort of spew the same talking points if you watch all their platforms. And to be fair, it's sort of true from the left, too. Like, the same stories that all Fox News will cover, none of the left will cover, but at the same time, like, Kanye, every single time someone that he would do as the next oopsie, like, all 3 or 4 of these YouTubers, TYT as well, let's add them, like, all of them, they'll just upload a new video about that, like, within the same, like, hours, and they'll talk about all the same stuff that Tucker Carlson wouldn't be bringing up those things. With the, workers, what's it called, yeah, the railroad workers striking. They all brought that up. It's like, yeah, people tend to go with the same stuff. So then you'd have to say all of them are liars. No, maybe they have a point, and if they're wrong, they're not all just lying. Maybe they're indoctrinated in something that's wrong, and you have to go with the center of that to understand it, but you can't have double standards with that. You can't just have it with, oh, but it works only in favor of my party.
Taylor Lorenz is an enemy to the right. So no matter what I do, no matter what I say, no matter what the fuck is going on, there's no way that I can ever be in the wrong, morally speaking, to my enemies who are evil. That's the way
I forgot I'm listening to this.
That a lot of people operate on the internet. The whole meme about, you know, how I sleep knowing my enemies are ontologically evil and there's no wrongdoing whenever I do whatever the fuck I can to them. Just wanted to dispel any confusion and reiterate that 0 people in my story are teenagers or kids. Shia Raichik is a full-on adult woman. Everyone mentioned in my story is an adult. Read the full piece here. Did you know Taylor Lorenz is 40? What is her problem? Stop creeping on kids. Taylor Lorenz and the Washington Post think doxing a teenager, they run an anonymous Twitter account as journalism. That's low even for them. Yeah, this is not a real thing, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They will never get punished. They will never get fucking punished for lying about this sort of shit. Okay? That same.
I'm pretty sure males can keep doing that, like, as long as they're alive. Yeah, what What the fuck? Yeah, let me go back to my channel. Let's go, 22 subs. We're getting somewhere, boys. This is a great fucking live stream. I'm glad we're getting fucking views. I'm glad we're getting all that shit.
Same argument is used against leftist law. Yeah, no, I mean, that's what these are the same people. These are the same people who do actually engage routinely in doxing. Andy No, this is precisely what he does. Andy No doesn't even...
A lot of these things that they dox are drag queen events. And these events are supposedly public events. I actually made a live stream, like, I think it was the Humanist Report versus Tucker Carlson. One of those. It was about trans people, and it's like, yeah, but a lot of these events, they're public events, so is it, like, I guess it is doxing in a way, like, because, like, I sort of get what you're saying, like, you can go behind the meaning of, oh, well, technically it's not doxing. We get what you're trying to say, like, you're showing, their information, that they definitely wouldn't want certain people to have, the people who would hate them. You're giving that information, their location, to people who will hate them, who might get violence towards them. Like, yeah, that is a good argument.
They're like fucking famous people.
I agree with
or anything like that. They literally, Andy No goes after random fucking, you know, EMTs and shit like that, calling them Antifa, and working alongside right-wing.
Yeah, typical, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene, fucking communist groomer. Alright.
Violent right-wing paramilitaries to go and like genuinely cause harm to them and threaten them. Throwback to when Libs of TikTok smeared a suicide prevention hotline for LGBTQ youth as a grooming organization. They deleted it since, but here it is. What kids were they protecting here? Exactly. These guys are 1000%, like, they're not good. The Libs of TikTok is not a good institution, is not a good organization. She is not going to the Libs of TikTok woman is not going to lose her job. Her job is literally this. This is her job. When you're unmasking an organization, you're unmasking who is behind that organization.
Well, she could be censored from her social media platforms. Look at what happened to that vegan teacher. She actually didn't, like, incite violence or do any of these things. Like, she was just saying some goofy things that people were really fucking offended by. Like, people started having mental breakdowns. Oh, well, she's saying these... And, like, she was just triggering fucking conservatives instead of triggering libtards. And, yeah, these social media companies, they... Like, TikTok is actually a lot in favor of animal abuse. They actually allow for animal abuse to be fucking uploaded onto their platform. And they actually banned her, like, for just completely stupid fucking reasons, actually. Like, I know there's a huge hate wagon against her, and it's like, okay, yeah, she was trolling people, and, like, you all fucking hated her. Like, cool fucking meme. Like, you think whatever you want about her. Like, I don't think... I honestly think she's inspiring, to be honest. But, like, this whole fucking thing with, like... I don't know, like, it's so sad. Everybody went after her. Like, you're so fucking old, and they tried putting, like, probably because you're vegan and shit. And it's like, she's an example of somebody who can, like, develop a new take. Maybe when people tend to, like, I don't know, not do anything really with their lives anymore. I remember, like, fucking in high school, my favorite fucking class, Spanish class. Like, in the last year, we had that teacher. That was my favorite fucking teacher. He was hard right-wing, let me tell you that. Like, his take on Donald Trump, the most appealing thing to him was that, like, to him, like, by the way, he was Cuban. He was an immigrant from Cuba. And, like, he would tell us about how over there, the people just, like, fucking growing weed in their fucking, like, on their porch and shit, but, like, bro, bro, he was hard right wing. He was saying, like, a very interpelling thing about him, bro, was that, like, yeah, like, he was showing that, like, at his age, you can still do shit, right? And it's like, look, that vegan teacher, she might have, like, she could have just watched the TV and shit, but she decided to get out in the world, and, well, she got hated, and she kept fucking going because that's what she believed in. More fucking power to her. And, yeah, with someone like that, against, like, TikTok, which is just cringe cancer, I would completely side with that vegan teacher with this. Like, any fucking time, who wouldn't? I met TikTok through Pyrocynical, and this was just so bad. It's like, yeah, just like, they can censor that, they might censor this. Like, there is censorship on all fucking fronts.
And who is operating that organization? It is in.
So, yeah, like, you can't say, oh, well, they're gonna claim censorship, but they aren't really being censored because we're also being censored. Yeah, you're both being fucking censored. Don't just try to say, oh, well, we're the ones being censored. No, you're both being censored. Just fucking admit it.
Entirely separate then.
Like, there is censorship, and call for uncensorship, like, equally. And call for said people who are being censored on the left and on the right. Call for all of these people to be fucking uncensored. Like, just be consistent with your fucking views.
And then being like, this EMT has a OnlyFans, and unloading into her and causing severe harm to her life. Also, another thing you have to remember is, like, someone doing OnlyFans has absolutely nothing to do with, like, someone who operates specifically to get.
Bro, I feel like I probably, like, so fucking high. Bro. Holy shit. I am so fucking high, dude. Let's go. Yeah, I look pretty high, I guess. Damn. Hell yeah, dude.
Queer teachers fired, okay? The only part of this article that even linked back to anything remotely related to the person who owns or who runs Libs of TikTok was originally just a real estate license hyperlink that they immediately removed. And that in and of itself was not revealing personal fucking information in any meaningful capacity. That is just the headquarters of a real estate company that the realtor had. And for the record, I have to mention one more time, as someone who does deal with this kind of shit on a regular basis, I think it's completely inappropriate and completely unacceptable to reveal the addresses of where people live, okay? I know that Taylor believes that as well, and I know Taylor knows that as well, so it's complete.
The Humanist Report actually made a decent case against that. He said, you don't get to hide behind anonymity as you terrorize groups of people. And I think, you know, that actually makes a compelling argument. Like, yeah, if you're gonna do this to others, yeah, you can't, we're gonna do it back to you. We're gonna defend ourselves. Like, self-defense is inherently, offensive. You have to use offense to defend yourself.
Completely.
So yeah, that actually makes sense.
Unacceptable
to be honest.
to do that. Which of course,
even if Laura light chicks or whatever, her intention now, like, her name's public, like, her intentions might not be to hurt these people. Yeah, like, even if Hitler might have been crazy and might have even believed that, like, everything he was doing, like, he was right in doing it. If someone could have shot him, they would have done good in doing so.
irony is the right wing.
And I'm definitely, oh my fucking god, I just did the worst fucking... Did I just... Look, like, I fucking hate that shit, because, like... Dude, we always... It's the easiest thing to do when people, just make bad arguments. If you could compare it to something really fucking dumb to completely break down the argument, that's usually what you do, but, like, there are some stuff that people get offended by, and it's like, I don't know, sometimes comparing things to Hitler is really an effective way that, like, I don't know, that tends to be the go-to thing. No, that is, like, that has nothing to do with Hitler, by the way. It's sort of like, earlier I was comparing it to that vegan teacher. Like, I sort of do that, by the way. So just elaborating, I'm not saying she's anything like Hitler, but I'm just saying, like, having good intentions, possibly, as much as we can, like, be willing to assume, doesn't guarantee that you should just, like, be left anonymous or stuff like that. If you're actually spreading, like, information that leads to, like, people getting hurt.
Does do.
Dude, I'm probably getting fucking baked MC. Damn, I am really fucking baked.
Do that. And they're using this as another reason to do that.
You, Taylor Lorenz, are the worst people on the internet. All of them combined is Taylor Lorenz. How do I know this? Okay, there's an account on Twitter. It's called Libs of TikTok. All Libs of TikTok does is it juxtaposes old tweets by liberals on TikTok with their new tweets. So during the Trump era, they'd be like, judges overruling Trump is great. And then
Dude,
2 years later, like, judges overruling Biden is terrible.
That's just so fucking gay. Because you can't get rid of that. Like, why did he put captions
Wait,
on?
what? That's not what Libs of TikTok does. Once again, Libs of TikTok does not do this. Libs of TikTok 100% will find random queer teachers talking about their experiences. Some of them are cringe as fuck and say cringe shit, for sure. And some of them don't. And they're just personally going through their own experiences with, like, Don't Say Gay, for example, the bill in Florida, and how that is impacting their lives. Libs of TikTok will literally, alongside the Florida Republican Party, will find those people and literally say that they're pedophiles. That's it. And if they don't directly say that they're groomers and pedophiles, they are putting them in a pool of all queer teachers that are all and going.
Well, like, that's sort of true, and it's... You have to acknowledge that sort of what CNN did with the Black Lives Matter movement against white police officers. They were like, look at George Floyd, that gives us ammunition for new race wars, so we're just going to paint all police officers. That's sort of like drag queens, which apparently they were never apparently they were around before trans people existed. I'm not sure if I'm getting that right, but, like, yeah, their association with trans people is getting, like, conservatives to go after that. And it's, like, sort of the same thing with the race war movement going after white police officers. Like, I remember around my school, like, when that whole thing happened, there was, like, people talking in the classrooms about how much they hated, like, white police officers. Not straight up how much, but about how white police officers were that way. They didn't say white police officers, but police officers. They kept talking about how the police is so violent towards blacks. And it's like, no, police officers are just people who might be you. Imagine if you had a passion, and imagine if you actually disliked what's happening in the police and you decided you were the person who wanted to change that. But imagine if that person who was you happened to be white. Well, now you're part of this fucking racism terrorism, actually, because it's racism and you're killing people over it. right? By being a police officer and by being white. That's CNN's narrative. I mean, either way, I don't think my point is gonna cross very well. I don't think I'm doing a good job at that, but I definitely have a good point. I know I probably have made this point before the live stream, and I didn't make it in such a fucking age. Dude, I need to shut the fuck.
Going along with the idea that all queer teachers are technically grooming children. And also, the ultimate goal is to just basically QAnonify the regular Republican Party further. The idea that, like, Libs of TikTok does any good is fucking silly. We've gone from Libs of TikTok is saving children to the kids that are bullied by Libs of TikTok were asking for it. The Libs of TikTok account regularly targeted children. They've gone after numerous kids, calling them mentally ill as their followers cheer on for all the bullying, all for the crime of acting like teens on the internet. This crusade against teachers is a new thing they started doing. Taylor Lorenz
Am I gonna watch like fucking 37 minutes of this? Fucking Christ. I don't really want to be honest. Well, that's a long average view duration. I know, like, I sort of want to keep going, but like, it's not like I'll get back above 5 views. Like, not likely, right? I don't know. What should I watch? I don't know, dude, I'm sort of tired. This has been like 5 hours and a half. Yeah, I think I might honestly end the stream here. It means like the average duration throughout which the viewer will have looked at the video. So yeah, imagine if someone clicks on my live stream and keeps it open for like 2 minutes and 30 seconds, then they click out of it. Like, that'll add 2 minutes and 30 seconds to the average. Like, if you clicked on it, like, I don't know, like 3 hours ago and you are still watching, like, that would add 3 hours to the, like, yeah, then you do math, and then, yeah. Bro. Oh, yeah. Bro. Now that I can't believe I never thought of, like, looking for Tucker Carlson on Twitter, but, like, yeah, dude, I wonder if he'll block me. Like, fuck, dude. Okay, well, you know what? Like, I can end up with 5 people watching for a decent bit of time and get a... I don't know, I feel I'm getting better with, like, getting high and, you know, fucking whatever the fuck I'm saying and shit. And, bro, I got to, like, 22 today, and that's Jesus Christ. This is epic. This is an epic stream, dude. Can you bog for us, dude? Kill yourself. Started streaming 5 hours ago. Let's go. No, because otherwise I'd be a groomer. Dude, honestly, like, I don't know, I'm having fun. Shut the fuck up. That is so cringe. This should be censored, okay? To be honest, that should be censored. And to be honest, I am the corporation. I could censor it. I would be logically consistent within I need to shut the fuck up. I remember when people in school would start speaking like that, and everyone would legit start fucking like dude, holy shit, I'm so fucking high. This is dude, I really need to holy shit, dude. Like, bro, honestly, if I don't end the stream, my internet's probably gonna fucking crash. Right, so. Dude, shut the fuck up. Hell yeah.